Dear all, a very warm welcome to the third edition of Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Conclave and Awards 2023. I am Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus. And before we start, let me give you a little brief about today's event. The Realty Plus 40 Under 40 is a unique forum which celebrates real estate's dynamic young professionals that are paving the path for change and innovation. In today's program, we will start with the discussions and conversations that will feature renowned speakers from the young Turks of the industry to the veteran leaders of the real estate. You will hear about the new shifts in the real estate, PropTech becoming a necessity, how startups are faring in this space, and the disruptions happening. So some very interesting themes and discussions lined up for today. Later in the evening, the virtual award ceremony will felicitate the new talent for steering their brands and organizations successfully while overcoming the challenges and also setting new benchmarks for the sector. So let's begin the proceedings of this very interesting event today with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
On that positive note, let's begin with a brief introduction of Realty Plus. Can we have the AV?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Well, so this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. And let me also inform you all that the event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, that is www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. So do join us there. Let us now begin the program of the day with a very interesting fireside chat among the senior leaders of the industry and on the topic Winds of Change, Young Dynamics in Indian Realty. So let me introduce our session members. The session will be chaired by Mr. Gaurav Karthik, partner and national leader, Real Estate Ernst & Young LLP. Gaurav is the national leader for EY's real estate sector in India and is a partner with the tax practice. He has advised several real estate developers as well as real estate-focused private equity funds based in the US, UK, Canada, and Singapore in structuring their India-centric real estate funds and specific investments in Indian companies. Gaurav is actively involved with the central government on policy matters related to the sector and also serves on real estate committees of various industry associations. So this is our moderator for the session. Let me now introduce our eminent speakers in an alphabetical order. I welcome Mr. Amit Grover, Executive Director, Office Businesses, DLF, a seasoned commercial real estate professional with more than 27 years of experience. He has driven the entire growth of DLF's office business across Gurgaon, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Pune, Chandigarh, Noida, and he leads planning, strategy, marketing, leasing, building operations, safety, sustainability, and compliance leadership of DLF office businesses. Quite a lot to handle, of course. So our next speaker, let me introduce Mr. Sanjay Dutt, MD and CEO, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited and Tata Housing Development Company Limited. And equally expert real estate speaker, we have Mr. Dutt, who has over 30 years of experience in the real estate and has been the key architect in transforming Tata Realty into a pioneer in the real estate sector. He's responsible for directing Tata Realty's business vision and managing the business operations with strategic planning and execution. So this is our panel. Mr. Karthik, let me hand it over to you now. Mr. Karthik, we are not able to hear you properly.
I think, Sapna, he may not be getting your voice.
Mr. Karthik, can you hear me? Can I ask the tech team to check with his system?
I'm checking.
You're on mute, Gaurav. Yeah. No, we still can't hear you.
Honest, from the system, we have muted it, Sapna.
In the meantime, Mr. Dutt, Gaurav Karthik has already shared a few pointers for both our speakers. Any one point that you might start the conversation on?
Thank you, Sapna. And I'm delighted to be a part of Gaurav and Amit's, session. We've always had interesting conversation. I am really looking forward to Gaurav's insights on the amendments that we're making necessary, and he's had some recent meetings with the Ministry of Commerce as well. So looking forward to that input. I know even Amit was a part there. I think I'll take the lead in setting a context of how in recent few quarters the landscape has changed and continues to change. And I think that would be very relevant for our discussion to stimulate and give some rise to some questions and probably address some of the questions that our attendees must be looking forward to. First really is globally, we've had a situation of US recession. And more than the recession, which never took place, it was the fear of recession, which actually stalled most of the economies, including US. And for some reason, and for many predictable reasons, they've had a situation of high inflation, and the interest rates were rising, and so was the case in India. And that did impact the businesses, the margins, the cost of capital, and also the fact that India has a direct correlation with US economy, whether in terms of technology and IT sector dependencies, or actually the fact that 50% of the leasing in India out of 50 million feet, these are the American corporations who lease and stop and watch on Indian real estate. So much so that it directly impacted the private equity space. Therefore, they said, we will not invest for time being. They remain bullish. They remain positive on India's story. It is the only economy which is thriving, which is the only economy which is growing, even in real estate, and where the back to office is substantially improved compared to what we see in US and Canada. And I think the reasons are quite obvious. Even though in India it has taken about a year or so, but I can say with clarity and conviction that out of 700 million square feet, a good 350 million square feet with institutions like DLF, Tata, Capital Land, Prestige, RMZ, K. Corp, etc. And there is a close to 60% office participation. Considering that even at the peak of the market, it used to be 85% occupied, coming back to 65% is a good news. And which means that the organizations have started communicating very clearly that productivity is disturbed, return to office does make sense, especially when you hire new talent and you give them the opportunity to collaborate, learn, engage in the office. And the benefits of engagement, which were obvious earlier, but were lost because of COVID, and they have started to come back. And therefore, that has really helped the sector. So even in this year of wait and watch and US recession fears, India is likely to do 30 plus million square feet net absorption by calendar year Jan, December. Although it is not as strong as what it was last year, but it's still a very good sign. There is a healthy supply. And I've done some recent engagements with occupiers personally. And I know they're gearing up the hiring on a very large scale. So I'm really looking forward to India achieving its full glory on the office space, which we think next financial year you will see. And I'm happy to take more with the help of Amit and Gaurav. I hope Gaurav is back with his technical glitches. I don't want to take too much time. Gaurav, we are not able to hear your voice actually for some reason. So it seems like that I have to change the hat and become the moderator, which I'm happy to do, Gaurav.
Gaurav, would you like to probably join from some other system, maybe your phone, so that we don't want to miss out on your views?
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. And Amit, if you're back, let me pick up your thoughts so that we can make this more meaningful.
Yeah, Sanjay, I think yes, we can start. So thanks for we always admire your leadership and giving direction to the industry and putting in context in any situation. And I think, as you rightly said, that the key question which the industry is looking for a direction, that while the US, there are headwinds against, and one keeps wondering, while we always drive direction from what's happening from US. But I think India, through its resilience and the strength, has proven that what possibly US and Europe are going through, the India scenario is substantially different. And I think that has been proven on various factors on account of the strong domestic growth of the economy, the large educated middle class base, which gives us a large strength for as an employment pool in the country, the consistent focus of the government on policy, futuristic policy and infrastructure investment, the whole digitization efforts of the government across the board, and making all the government departments also work in a very digital platform way. And also the large value creation which has been come from the startup ecosystem, which has become substantially matured in terms of, and that's why I think there are over 100 plus unicorns here. And having said that, in the same journey in the last 5 to 6 years, all the Indian companies have also moved up the value chain in terms of doing more IP and research and high-end work. So it's no more just what the industry started was just voice-based and element. I think that has become a passé and we've come a long way. And I was taking some data on the number of IPs which are now getting registered in India, and that figure has been increasing substantially. And that's very motivating because now you're hearing the companies which are coming to India are deep tech. You have research, you have biotech and others. And therefore, the whole movement as far as the workforce and the innovation is concerned, India is competing with the West Coast in the larger sense. And I think that journey it will go to go stronger. Having said that, commercial real estate has always been a reflection of the health of the economy. So on one side, the way the globally we all got, it got impacted with COVID. But what's more important with 3 years from COVID, as you rightly said, it's not a one size fits all. While some of the cities in US are still, quite low on the return to work. On the contrary, the weighted average return to work in India is higher. I think a weighted average at a country level is now maybe 50 to 60%, whereas some of the cities and specific companies have shown over 80% return to work, so which is very promising. And all the CEOs and companies have realized that it is very important to encourage employees to return to work. Because in that phase of extended work from home, the companies had gone through the issues of higher attrition, job, the complete disconnect with the culture of the company and various other factors. And I think all the IT companies and tech companies have realized the value creation of the physical space. Because to drive innovation, you have to consistently interact with your colleagues, with your bosses, customers, and build solutions which are consistently innovative. And it's not something that you can take an instruction and sit at home for a month and follow that instruction every day. It is a cycle which kind of changes. And I think that's something which is very heartening. And we've met various CEOs who are now very clear that the way to work is at office. Having said that, what has COVID done and is also that there's across acknowledgement with the corporate world on work-life integration, how to be more human. And therefore, corporations have been more flexible. And that's sort of new term which came in as hybrid, that, you take the ownership of the output. And it's okay if you want to be 4 days in office or 3 days in office and 2 days or 3 days at home. And as long as you can use technology to manage the work-life balance, companies have been open about it. The way I look at it is that even as a hybrid, it is creating more value, because basically it is increasing the overall employee base in the country. You have more women workforce which has entered into the working stream, which was earlier not there, right? And likewise, you had more workforce from tier 2, which is entering into the work stream there. So I don't think it is coming at the cost of the primary cities and city centers. It is just increasing the employee work base. We've in SEZs in specific, we tap the employee data. And we figured out that for most companies, while the seat count remained the same at the physical SEZs, but their employee count has moved. So to us, that itself is a good that their employee count has moved. And now that when the companies are encouraging employees to come back, there will be increase in the seat count. And that's what we are hearing it now, that while the overall employees in every organization have become, like in the last 3 years, close to 1.5, even more. Now that percentage is coming back, and suddenly there is demand, almost on an immediate basis of the office workplace. So that's just at an initial context. I'll be happy to hear more from you and Gaurav, and then get deeper.
Yeah. No, let's have Gaurav back in the discussion. Gaurav, thank you for patiently waiting.
Can you hear me now, Sanjay and Amit?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah. So, you brought up a good point on, people returning back to work, the hybrid system, etc. So from both your perspectives, I guess, the hot topic is the SEZ, and, the SEZ has all the limitations. You have work from home guidelines with a prescribed percentage. And, we can obviously get into the discussion that Amit was part of yesterday. But given that, we've seen different type of players. So we have the IT companies which say we want 65, 80, 75 back to work. And then you have the new GCCs who are based out of the US coming back and relocating in India. And they are not really saying that we need to get to 50% or 60%, but, they are saying that about 15 to 20, or, they want to keep it mixed and as per the employees. So there is obviously a difference in the two ratios between what are Indian IT companies and what may be the foreign ones. So how do you see that as an impact on SEZs going forward? And what do you see is the changes that are required from the SEZ Act as such, which will help you to, you already have built up all this infrastructure. How would you get the occupancy high and keep the, vacancies down?
So Gaurav, it's a very relevant question. First of all, I think the most of the such called multinational organizations based out of the western part of the world are still worried about losing precious talent, and therefore their strategy is defensive and defensive. And I think they're doing more harm to themselves by staying defensive and not following their own counterparts in a very large volume in India and elsewhere, where the return to office is nearly 50, 60%, in some cases even 80%, Amit said it. And we've seen our building and parks. And it has one more impact. You see, SEZ particularly have high vacancy because of sunset clause. Their revenues have dropped, Gaurav, and you also got a gist of it yesterday. And I was taking clues from some of our colleagues. And that also worries the government that, why did we give these incentives if the revenues are dropping? And the reality is very simple. If the bureaucratic process of SEZ without any tax benefit is going to continue, again, the government has to, one, change the act, amend the act to allow domestic tariff companies to come in, which is very strategic, and which will make the same companies come back into the SEZ and therefore capture the revenue before they start making their mind differently and the government start losing the revenue, especially the GST, which they otherwise would earn. So I think that's a big factor, and therefore their behavior will impact Indian real estate as well as the government and the revenue. The obvious recommendation from a developer community and investor community would be that they should not be so protective, and they should continue to give flexibility, of course. Many of the organizations that I know, some of the top American banks particularly, started with 3 days work, and they are already now experiencing employees wanting to do 4 days and 5 days. So it's a very gradual process. So I think if this happens over the next 6 to 12 months, this small community of such corporates will also be in line with the industry trend, and therefore then it will save the SEZs and the commercial real estate market. So I'm hopeful that would happen. I'll tell you a surprise. We did a lease of
nearly 4.5 lakh square feet from a IT park to SEZ, Gaurav, interestingly in Chennai, of a large tech company. And we were wondering why. And I think it was because of the quality of the asset, the location, and they did not mind the so-called perceived very negatively the bureaucratic process. Basically, what they're asking is of quarterly results and disclosures, which once you set the momentum, it can easily be done. So I'm quite hopeful that this would be arrested, and therefore they will fall in line. Uh, and hopeful, that next year, particularly next year, you will see absorptions upwards of 40 million square feet net going forward, because I see the momentum building already.
So that's great. So I think that's very positive. I think,
Yeah.
Amit, I would also solicit your views on the same. Obviously, we've had many discussions on this, but Amit, what would be your view on this?
Yeah. So I think the one is that, as Sanjay rightly said, my core focus is that, see, the global tech companies and IT companies are coming to India. First primary objective is to access our talent pool. If we look at the Indian contribution of India in the global tech talent pool, we are in the range of 20 to 22% of the global tech talent pool coming from India. Now imagine which segment of a supplier side we have a 20 to 22% market share as a supply share. So the core focus is that these companies are coming to India primarily to access the talent pool, right? Everything else is secondary in terms of infrastructure, cities, etc., etc. And therefore, they want a zone which is which I would say, which does not have any compliance requirements or strategic requirements, which impacts their ability and flexibility to operate in a world which is very dynamic today, right? Having said that, I personally feel that SEZs in the last 2-3 years have become a bit underrated. Please appreciate, when the SEZ scheme started, one of the fundamental requirement was a 25-acre land area. So therefore, all SEZs developed in India are within that larger land base, 25-acre and above. We all know in real estate, when the land base is bigger, by default, the overall workplace ecosystem one is able to deliver is always better than a smaller, better looking, a building which could be in a 5-acre or 10-acre land base itself. So as a start point itself, SEZ have an edge because of the size of the land and therefore the span which they're able to deliver. As Sanjay rightly said, we've also seen experience while the world is double guessing about SEZ. We've seen some intelligent decisions where companies have said, okay, we don't mind. And actually, I have spoken to some of the CFOs who say that, okay, when you get deeper, the compliance requirements in SEZ are similar to what I have to do anyhow for my company law in terms of managing the files and submissions. So actually, it is not. It's just got too much, somewhat misunderstood. And therefore, we believe there are 2 or 3 action points which are there, which is required for SEZ. One is a more education of the ease of doing business in SEZ, because the SEZ department have also improved the portal system and other factors. So some of my colleagues from the consulting side say that it has got something a lot better. We need to create education of that. Second, we have to acknowledge that still there are many global captives companies who would want a non-SEZ and a non-compliant zone, and they're okay with no tax benefit also. So how do you get the existing SEZs offer both? And which is where the industry has represented for a floor-wise denotification way, which is no different than the erstwhile scheme of STPI, where in a same building you have certain floors where the occupant company can get it notified, and then certain company says, I want to do domestic business or even an international business, but I don't want a tax benefit, and therefore I don't want it to be notified or custom bonded. So that flexibility is what industry has represented. We have been told by the government that that's been looked at it with a lot more detail, because they understand that SEZ currently have vacancies. They also look at the ecosystem, that the overall there is growth in a lot of other companies, startups, some of the unicorns, which today are serving Indian market, but have the ability to secure dollar revenue. They can come into SEZ. right? And can do both domestic and international business. So that flexibility will also come in the moment the floor-wise denotification is allowed. So I think one, creating more education on one side so that some companies who are slightly lesser educated feel that it's not so bureaucratic the way it is. The other is we do this whole ecosystem of denotification of floor-wise / section-wise. What will also give an advantage on denotification is the developer's ability to denotify, let's say, the amenities area. Today, amenities area should be accessible in some sense for the employee base, friends and families from outside. Right? So the whole denotification approach will also give certain way for amenities denotifying, and will give the ability of friends and families to access the amenities the way it is done in any other non-SEZ world. For example, in Gurgaon we have Cyber Park, and then we have a Cyber Park as a building, but the food court is accessible to friends and families outside. Likewise, we have Cyber Hub, which is accessible to friends and families, and even on weekends it is used when the employee which is working in the companies are not used. So it kind of makes the whole ecosystem far more collaborative. That's the focus. I look at it from SEZ, and I think the government is and the department has understood, and they're working on it.
Yeah, I think the government is well versed with the issue that all of us are facing on the SEZ issue, and I think hopefully they will resolve it and make it more viable again. The other point I was coming to, Amit, is that given this hybrid work and people want to be flexible, the other trend that we see is that co-working platforms are also picking up, and there are many operators, and the difference could be the different type of infrastructure. They're not uniformity. How do you see co-working platforms compete with the large developers such as yourselves, and do you see that having an impact on tenants coming in? Because small startups or even some of the other consulting people may want to have a flexibility closer to the house of the employee, so they may not take the whole space, and they'll say that, okay, let's take these so many desks, so many seats, etc. So what do you see the impact of co-working platforms in view of hybrid work?
I think there are three key drivers which are driving this growth, and it's always the customer need which drives any new segment. Number one is the agility which the user group wants. So in the phase where companies are not very sure of what size and scale and how much a tenure, and may not be comfortable for a 9-year or a 10-year lease commitment, they would be okay with a 2-year or a 3-year with, I would say, more like a managed space providers. That's a better, more workable term these days. They're okay with 2-year or a 3-year lock-in, but not a 9-year or a 10-year commitment. So it gives them flexibility on the term itself. The second is the experience element that besides the physical space and interior, some companies are looking at end-to-end service, which some of the co-working / managed space providers are able to do by enhanced service, right from the entire internal facility management to the concierge and a couple of other travel support and everything. So definitely they've raised the bar in terms of end-to-end service. The third is the fact that as you rightly said, in certain locations, and I'm not a big fan of hub and spoke, but yeah, in certain cities, and my sense is it's only Mumbai and Bangalore where the travel distance between certain locations can be long. You may have a central large office, and you may have a small hub and spoke model, which is at a certain distance for certain employees who don't want to travel 1.5 hours. They'll say, okay, I'll be in a location which is close to home. And that instead of setting up their own offices, the companies may tie up with the co-working / managed service providers. So I think these are the three needs which the customers are coming from. I don't know about long term, because once the world settles and these larger companies start having visibility of long term, they may start taking more such long-term spaces with the developers as well, and it may reduce the current market share of the co-work / managed space providers. But in the short term to medium term, I do believe they're creating value. I think the co-working and managed space providers are also creating value in the tier 2 cities, where there are these short-term decisions companies are taking, and so it's working as a win-win for both the occupier and the provider.
Sure. Thanks, Amit. So Sanjay, over to you, coming to you from a different angle, is on, the new trend that we see is also fractional ownership. And those platforms also picked up, and now SEBI is trying to tighten it to make it, into a mini REIT.
To regulate, yeah.
What do you, and what so what do you see the impact of fractional ownership? Do you see any trend which supports, does it help you in the real estate sector? And secondly, your view on the REITs itself. Now we have 4 REITs, and do you see more coming into the market, or is it going to be a period of wait and watch? Both of you have significantly large assets which are REITable.
Yes.
So it'll
Yes.
be interesting to hear your views on this.
So let me take up fractional ownership, Gaurav. First of all, there is a very large market for fragmented commercial real estate, which was never attended to properly. And I think fractional ownership is empowering those small investor, retail investor, who often put their bets on residential, and when the values don't appreciate because the yields anyway are low in resi, they flock to commercial for better yields. And later they realize that if the asset is not managed properly, beside the first lease that they do, and subsequently they struggle. So I think fractional ownership is generally very good for the industry. For that retail investor, who's struggling to cope and manage. And also it creates an opportunity because not all the properties are REITable or can be regulated given the title issues, given the conditions in which they operate. But still there is a market for it. And many markets have a very different kind of capital to also go into such assets. So there is one for everyone. Talking about REITs, I think right now, you may probably get a private investor at a much lower cap than I'll have to do REIT. Tell you the truth, we did raise some money and we got, good value. So it really does not make sense for us to do. I do believe over 12 to months, the inflation will be corrected and arrested across the universe, unless we reinvent some issues that as human we are capable of and hurting ourselves. And therefore, the yields will come down, there'll be further compression. And who knows, at least I'm hoping that the cost of capital will come down to 5 and 6 in India. And therefore, REITing at 7 would be a doable possibility. Right now, I don't see that hope at all. So it will be wrong on my part to comment that is what lies in immediate future. It may be medium term from my point of view. Sure. I do want to make one more comment quickly to the point earlier Amit made is, the point that Amit was talking about. I'm sorry, I've lost chain of my thought, Gaurav, but I'll come back to it later when it comes. Yeah.
Sure. So Amit, a similar question would be for you. You're dealing in commercial real estate for a long time, and you've seen the REITs evolve, and you have a large platform as well. And given that 4 REITs have come up, what's your take on the REIT story? And do you think, I'm not going to ask you whether you're going to go for the REIT immediately, but what's your view in the in the medium to long term future perspective on REITs?
So if you look at the change, and good sometimes when the industry gets challenged, you kind of consolidate your strengths. So you look at the commercial real estate industry. Obviously, what's going in US is far more in stress, but I think fortunately in India we are a lot better. But the fact is that what's going common and what's making it work at this stage is the flight for quality. Now, flight for quality on account of the age of the building, the newness, area, which includes the new buildings with higher spec and upgraded tech and other factors. I would say the flight for quality in terms of amenities, the new age amenities which are coming in. The focus on the developers on ESG and safety sustainability. The focus on developers on employee well-being. And lastly, I would say the focus on creating an environment and not just like a physical workspace, but I would say an engaging workplace and delivering that experience. When you club all these 5 factors, which emerged as the new, I would say, core purpose of the physical workspace, by default, it becomes a highly specialized job, right? So it's a no-brainer that some of those fractional ownership buildings slash, even no disrespect to certain standalone ownership buildings, but the fact is that it becomes so specialized that some of those grade B and grade C setups will be challenged, right? And therefore, that is what we have seen, that on one side, the occupancy level across the country on plus assets is 95% and upwards, whereas B and C could be lower. Vacancy levels could increase to up to 20% or so, right? So you're already seeing the trend. It can go in that direction more so going forward. Now, putting this together, the REIT or the large development companies would be able to deliver this better, because it will require reinvestment. It will require reinvestment in the asset level, technology level, complete reengineering in terms of the resources which are going to service the assets and the ecosystem. So, when you talk about REITs or the large institutional developers, in the mindset of institutional, what's important is the institutional mindset and the institutional thought process. In both the platforms, they will be winner in the long term because of the large scale investments, thought processes, and I would say a futuristic, approach which is required. Right, REIT per se, we all know, is successful internationally. It is doing pretty well in India. It's only a matter of time. It should bounce back once the return to work and overall strength in the commercial real estate is there, because fundamentally the model is good, and it enables the private investment into that as a retail investment, and it also enables the exit route at the right time for certain institutional players who come in with certain value and want to exit at the certain value creation stage, and therefore giving a chance for the retail investors to step in and enjoy the journey from a long-term perspective. So it is a win-win for all the stakeholders in the system. So that's my view on this subject.
Thanks, Amit. So just, Sanjay, you also have a residential part. I just wanted to hear your views on the residential market. I think we're having the best last couple of years, and I think it's still looking very upbeat, in my view, that, residential is finally having a golden run, really, after, 10 or more years of real distress. So what's your view going forward? Is that demand going to be driven by, affordable housing, or you think it's going to be a mix of both luxury and affordable, and generally that everybody now post the pandemic wants to own a house for sure, and bigger and larger houses or whatever houses? So what's your view on the residential market in the medium to long term?
Across tier 1 cities, affordable is a dream, and they will always be premier and mid housing. Even if they start as affordable, they will become premium and luxury because the prices will go up in next 2 to 3 years. So I think tier 1 story is very different. So I think that's the answer. I think the benefit that residential gets now is that the investors are back. The moment we cross 5 lakh units, it is a clear indication that the investors are back, because the end user were not going above 250,000 units a year. And it worries me, while it encourages us to continue with momentum in residential. Why it worries me is because the speculation in residential sector eventually has to align and correct. And if that happens again, it may put a lot of developers at risk of piling up again with a high inventory. And the cost of carrying inventory now is very high. And the property taxes, the maintenance charges, the RERA responsibility. So imagine if you do a project, you complete it in 5 years. So the units that you sold, defect liability will end in 5 years' time. But if you carry the inventory for next 5 years, their defect liability will end at the 10th year. And you and I both know that the projects deteriorate, and it requires fresh investment into the asset to make it lively and vibrant for the new buyers over a period of time. And the societies want to cut cost and maintenance, and therefore they don't do as much as the developer does. So I think it opens up a lot of concerns. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope the economy continues to do well, which India is demonstrating. I think the government is spending huge on infrastructure. So it is creating new markets for developers. It is creating new investment opportunities which have not been exploited in a way. So as long that happens, it will really continue to support the sector. I also see tier 2, tier 3 cities thriving. And that's, I think, is a great story. And even on the job creation, because some return to manufacturing has been visible, and because the pioneers in the IT sector, which are like TCS, Wipro, HCL, Infosys, who are going to tier 2 and tier 3 cities because they already have talent from those cities in tier 1. So they know the talent of 40 to 50% comes from those cities. And now that talent is equally keen to go back to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. To those markets will also create opportunity for residential sector. So I think this combination will hold residential over a longer duration. But if for some reason, if the economy gets hit or excessive supply in fewer cities and micro markets piles up, then the journey may seem different and the prices may stagnate, in my opinion.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Sanjay, for that. That's an interesting perspective. So Amit, just one question on the technology interventions do you see that as a big thing in the real estate sector? Every other sector is disrupted, and the real estate sector is also disrupted, and we've seen many technological interventions. What is your view on the use of technology and how on automation, etc., how that's impacting you on the real estate commercial side?
So sure. I mean, see, fundamentally, we are a brick and mortar company. So sometimes the impact or the acceptance of the change can be slow, right? If you're a pure service organization and if there is disruption due to technology, you have to adapt it, otherwise you'll vanish. So fundamentally, real estate to that extent is somewhat safe, that even if the response is slow, you can still survive. But the fact is that you got to acknowledge that technology is making a big impact, right? At every stage. If you today have to plan a project, the amount of data and the research which is required, one should use technology. Otherwise, if your competitor or someone else is using technology or appreciating the data analytics and other factors, will have an edge. Today, there are enough tools which are available at every stage of designing, the project, at the stage of developing the project. And if someone uses, let's say, a BIM during construction, another, company does not use it, would there be a difference? Answer is yes, right? Both will make the building. Answer is yes. But then the setups which will use and embrace technology will have a better chance of driving excellence. Likewise, I'm a big fan of technology in operations, and I think it is very less utilized so far. There's a big opportunity of using it at the industry level. And I give example of something like the airline industry, where 60% of the airlines are run on the operations by a single company software, MEDS, right? So the airlines have acknowledged that for base operations, one doesn't need to have every airlines does not need to have their own softwares. They have an industry level software, and which helps the airlines and the whole traffic control also collaborate each other. I think at an industry level, we have to raise the bar as to what is at the operations level, which can be a kind of an industry level software ecosystems. It's over 100 startups trying to do the same thing. Everyone will do the learning curve, and they'll be doing more damage to each other. And then there'll be top up technology, which is a value differential, which every organization would like to have their own, and depending upon the spirit and the hunger, one wants to look at it. I do admire some of the global initiatives. I mean, JL Technologies is something which is doing fabulous job internationally. I mean, I visited their San Francisco office, so they actually have equity investments in a couple of real estate tech companies. They went even a step ahead in hiring a large office, and we're incubating the real tech companies. And I think all large real estate ecosystem who have the abilities should encourage the innovations in the real estate. I would say keep a certain funds for investing in certain experiments. Some may work, some may not. And this is how the tech industry has been working. While they have the mothership going, but there is always a fund of it. They keep it for innovations, and 1 out of 10 works, and that creates value for the industry and for the organization. So I think as an industry, we need to embrace technology. I also believe that there is substantial value creation in the operating side of it, tenant management, lease abstraction, data analysis of the operating tenant. There's a company called VTS. If you study that, they've done it a fabulous job, where you have, let's say, an entire portfolio, you put it on the portal. The portal is connected with the Bloomberg news feed, and it will tell you in some sense that which of your tenants are have the opportunity to grow and which one have at the risk of declining. Now imagine having that portfolio analysis over a 700 to 800 tenants. You makes it far more predictable whether you're a REIT or a large institutional player. And I personally believe that the capital market guys should emphasize a lot more. Currently, I think everyone is investing in business. Their voice should be far more stronger from the boards of the organization in terms of which tech platform they're using. Is there a value creation? I mean, I'll be happy if someone says that between A and B, they're valuing the portfolio more because the entire portfolio is on a tech. So I think that voice has to come in to make that big impact. Otherwise, right now, what's working is a bottom-up approach, and it's taking a lot of time. So these are my thoughts.
Thanks. So Sanjay, I just had a specific question on technology. So, we all talk about chat GPT and things like that. So do you see generative AI have an impact on real estate?
Substantial. And I think a lot of our developments, Gaurav, have been driven by supply. You see what DLF is doing, you see what Brookfield is doing, RMZ is doing, K-Raja Corp is doing, and then we create products. But we have never, for some reason, analyzed demand. There is no real estate research company, Gaurav, unfortunately, even today, which analyzes demand for housing, which gives you research that this is the typology that will work in this micro market. This is what the demand supply gaps are. You need 3 BHK in this market and 2 BHK. You can actually do Soho lifestyle oriented units because of millennials in this geography and catchment. None of that exists. And I think because of competitive nature of real estate development and the amount of capital that it takes and the risk that are at stake today, it is inevitable that you will see artificial intelligence, chat GPT, with other tools that you can leverage on, play a huge role in creating strategies for real estate. So that's really one. Talking earlier about technology, let me tell you that other than putting bricks and piling on the ground, Gaurav, everything that we use is immersed in technology in Tata Realty infrastructure. So when I buy land, we do a drone survey of contours and create maps without physically going on the ground. We do defense clearance by putting the coordinates of longitude and latitude, and we get the height clearance on the website of the defense. We do the same from airport authority. So everything is technology. Then when we sit with our design, Gaurav, I've now experienced and worked on software where I can put height limits, I can put ground coverage, land zoning, mixed zoning as parameters of constraints and do building massing on the software. And the moment I put longer floor plate, it shows on the dashboard that the constraints. So in 4 hours, Gaurav, I can walk out of the architect's office carrying a design print of my building.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
And I've just done that recently for my development. We were the first one in the country to do 3D printed precast house in Borivali, which is now a case study. We financially did not work at that point of time, so we didn't carry on. But the cost benefit analysis of precast technology and robotics in precast is now favoring robotics and not the labor manual conventional construction. So I think you will see the only problem in construction space, actually hardcore construction space, is the capacity of the these construction company who have not yet developed robotics to the extent that they can give you 10 to 15 million square feet in different cities. But I'm telling you right now, most of the contractors and companies are investing deeply in it. And because of high land value, the developers will be forced to use it, whether steel structures or robotics or precast. I think it's the MEP which became less, experience in terms of how to bring the services into the shell. So you can do a precast and steel structure, but there are different vendors from the MEP. If somebody can give a solution combined together, so there are synergies when you're building and merging services into the building, that will give you a perfect development solution for developers gaining experience. And I think in over 2 to 3 years, that will also be in place. The moment you do post-construction, let's say housing, we're already using artificial intelligence in lead generation, in qualified lead generations, and automated calls. Call centers are calling customers. The moment you put 3 BHK on the Google, a call will land on your phone, automated. So all of that technology is really out there. And when you go into property or asset management, it's already technology based. In fact, most of the companies, certainly Tata Realty and Infrastructure, we are using Microsoft Azure platform for entire enterprise management. All our compliances, statutory, company secretarial, finance, HR, everything is on cloud-based services. So which triggers the past, present, and future compliances on a single dashboard. We have stopped doing presentation reviews in the company. We log into our cloud. Everybody, depending on their levels, have access to the data point, and we review performance online and on our hand phone, actually. So we are totally immersed. So I think contrary to what others believe that we still a brick and mortar company, we actually are now totally immersed in technology. Even the kind of cement that we're using has synthetics and technology components built in it. The mesh that we use on ACC blocks, there is a science behind it. We are using certain kind of paints which give protection and from leakages, for example. It has a strong technology base. We're using glass facades on building, high performance and reflective, and saves energy. And you can monitor those energies through your technology tools and sensors, and therefore contribute in sustainable building and management, for example. So all of these are really helping us. And I think going forward, it will only become more obvious and glaring for others to follow.
Yeah, so I think my last question, Amit, for you and Sanjay, and Amit, you can start. Given the audience that we have is, really the future of our real estate sector. What do you think are the 2 things that they should focus on to be successful in this sector?
Yeah, I think the fortunately for us, me and Sanjay and everyone, we chose real estate as a career of choice, right? And therefore, for anyone to be successful, the core is that do your research on the career first, identify the dimensions, identify the dynamics, and early in life, really introspect yourself. That is it the career you want to carry on for the entire life? And the core to me is that to be self-introspected first. That is that something which you're meant for, or is it something what you love? Once you got that sorted, then you have the natural passion and interest and the ability and openness to learn. So that I think is a core. The second part is that how, as a professional, you always have a mindset, or what I call it as a mindset of self-renewal. In a world which is very dynamic, where everything which was the last year would not be relevant the next year. So how are you open for learning? How are you open for feedback? How are you open when you connect with mentors in ability to listen and reach out? That whole attitude is a very parameter for a big success. The third element, which I would also say, is sometimes people have the first two, but in that aspiration of possibly higher salary, etc., locations, etc., the job change is too fast. So I think I've seen in this industry that the credibility of the people also matters. During the highs and lows, are you working for your partners or the organizations, who have kind of trusted you, and therefore, while there is a easy way out, everyone likes to talk outside the organization, do that much of effort on talking internally in the organization on the aspirations, whether it's for the growth or learning, etc. And therefore, try working with your partner first. And they've the best success would be that if you can grow in the same organization and kind of move up the ladder through various self-renewal processes and feedback mechanism, and at the same time focus towards enhancing your skills, enhancing your learning. Today, fortunately, at every level, the ability to enhance learning and skills is there. I mean, in our careers, when we started, we would look at some people who had done masters in real estate from Cornell, MIT, and others. Today, fortunately, those courses are available online. So at any stage, one can refresh and figure out what is that content which possibly one has missed early, and one needs to do renewal. And then today, every learning organization is present in India. And you have Coordinate here, now ULI is entering here, RICS is here. So there is enough learning platforms which are also available. So those would be my recommendation to the young generation.
Sure. Thanks, Amit. And Sanjay, just concluding thoughts from your side on the two things which you would think is good for someone to be successful in real estate.
Over 90% of real estate developers are family-owned, Gaurav, and they'll have to become professional. I know the second generation is taking control over from them, in some cases, third generation. I think they'll have to let go of the control. The old man and the old lady still controls the business. And I know their children are trying at the age of 40 to take control over the businesses. So that is one. They have to professionalize their management. And I think that the second and third generations are professionals themselves as promoters. So that's really is going to help. A related point, Gaurav, is, India is a federation of states, and everything has changed, but the attitude of the state government. They're still using real estate as a tool to serve their vested interest. And I think the government must do something about unified development control across the country. And it will help institutionalize development. Because right now, the reason why we say that development is a local business, because I don't think you can master the every state. You can do 2 states, you can do 3 states, but there's still limit because volatility of the markets will make you suffer in some, given the nature or magnitude of the problem in this sector. So I think that's a related point that's very, very important. The government should change. The third one, we've discussed it already, technology. I think it will really make a difference. If the sooner we embrace it, the better. And future-proof. The related point to that is that you should make a very lean organization. And what that does, it gives you the ability to adapt to market volatility, which is the point that Amit was making earlier. That how do you, switch? You can only switch if you're agile, if you're lean. And therefore, have a very open mind and not perception and maybe a nature of the industry. The developers have to let go of this herd mentality. Use technology to create their own niche, whether it's student housing, senior living, luxury, premier, mid-housing, affordable, and excel and scale that business. So these fundamentally are related subjects which can make a difference.
Sure. So thank you, Amit. Thank you, Sanjay. With this, I would like to conclude this session and hand it over to Sapna. Thanks a lot for your insights. I think it's been great, and I'm sure the audience would have appreciated your thoughts. So thank you, Amit. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Gaurav.
It was fantastic session we had. Thanks, Gaurav Karnik, Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Amit Grover. I think this sets the tone for our next sessions that we will be having with the younger leaders of the sector. But in one sentence, if I have to just ask you, we are talking about the new generation. Mr. Dutt, you said the last generations will have to let go now. And Amit, you spoke about the workforce, the percentage of workforce that India has the contribution. So we all agree that India has an immense young human capital. But how do we, utilize them? How do we raise their productivity, so that we can be one of the biggest global human resource provider? In one sentence, if you have to say, what is that we need to do? Mr. Amit Grover, starting with you.
Yeah, so I believe that the world which is going forward is moving from the era of from competitive edge to collaborative edge. And I think the biggest value creation of a younger generation can be how to reduce silos in the organizations, how to cut across and drive collaboration in the organizations. And I think in real estate organizations, because the people come from respective domains, right? I mean, architecture, finance, legal, etc. How do you build organizations which are highly collaborative? And how do you embrace technology to enable that collaboration? And that can drive some of the product innovations and the operations innovations. So I would focus on that.
Right. Not to be in silos, talk to each other. And I think, that is what going to raise the productivity of everyone. Mr. Dutt, what do you have to add?
It's a very difficult one, Sapna, because I know the reality on the ground. While the industry is transitioning from one generation to another, the circumstances are not letting the second generation take control. You see, their parents had this gift of managing approvals in the government organizations. And the second generation doesn't like going to municipal offices and town and country development offices and managing approvals. Okay. So they are obviously going to outsource, and that's not going to work. So I think we are in the influx, transition stage. So you have to give, they'll have to adapt some traits of their founders and incorporate that in their management style and therefore lead it. So it's a hybrid for the second generation. That
right. I think working at the grassroots, they'll have to learn to that, being in the field and then working there. Mr. Karnik, your last words. What do you say? How can we raise the human capital of Indian real estate?
I think we have to modernize our processes, and I think Sanjay's point is very clear. The new generation coming in, we have to be more professional, and we can't remain to be the run by family, etc. I think that's very important. Bringing in professional management will really help develop this more.
Okay, becoming more professionalized, sticking to our grassroots way of operations, not outsourcing it, and not working in silos. What Amit said. Some very fair viewpoints from our speakers. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Mr. Dutt, Mr. Grover, Mr. Karnik, and for this wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Gaurav. Thank you, Amit.
So let's move on to our next session, where we will be talking about building new India. So we have had the setting of this topic from our veteran leaders. Now we are talking about driving innovation and technology in real estate. And we have two very wonderful speakers with us today. Let me introduce Mr. Piyush Gupta, Managing Director, Capital Markets and Investment Services, Colliers. With close to 20 years of experience, Piyush is an industry veteran with proven expertise in real estate investments, asset management, and exit strategy, deployment, and business development. He leads the client acquisition, developing institutional relationships with Indian and global funds, sovereign funds, bank NBFCs, AIFs for capital market businesses. Quite a lot to handle, Piyush, I think, on your plate. Introducing our next speaker, Let me introduce Mr. Darshan Govindraju, Director, Vaishnavi Group. Again, a young leader who's spearheading the residential sales, marketing, CRM, and the rapid expansion of Vaishnavi's commercial portfolio. He's starting Vaishnavi's growth story and has been instrumental in building and maintaining investor confidence, enhancing customer experience, driving new projects, and the development of brand Vaishnavi. He has incorporated technology and built internal capabilities, equipping the organization for growth. Another speaker joining us in some time is Mr. Yash Shah, founder and director of The Address. Yash Shah is a first and second generation entrepreneur. As a forward integration to the existing business, he runs The Address, which is currently Gujarat's largest tier 2 focused co-working service and managed office space provider. He's an avid angel investor and has more than 15 startups in his portfolio. So this is our set of speakers. Piyush, let me hand it over to you now.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Sapna. Thanks, Realty Plus, for inviting me. It's always been a pleasure to be part of Realty Plus discussion conferences and have a privilege to be part for many, many years across cities. A very good afternoon to all the audience. Good afternoon to Darshan and Yash, to join in. I think we have a very interesting, discussion, on innovation and technology. And if at all we see the way industry, Darshan is kind of moving, he's been a huge transformation, whether it's from a regulatory standpoint, technology, the way the business models are evolving. There's innovation at each and every stage. And what changes we are seeing in the last 5, 6, 7 years, right, and more so after COVID, has been a transformational change, which possibly we have not seen that for generations. So maybe we can just talk about today some of the newer technologies, which possibly we are seeing which are kind of transforming the entire, ecosystem of real estate. So maybe to start with, maybe we can start with some data analytics. Right. I think this is one space, where we have a lot of newer business models around prop tech, commercial real estate tech. There's a lot of information on pricing, trends, demographics, right? From your perspective, how do you see, you kind of use the technology platform to get the best of data analytics and use for the business? You're on mute, Darshan.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, Piyush. Good afternoon, fellow panelists and Realty Plus team. Firstly, thank you for having us. As Piyush mentioned, it's a great opportunity for us to all interact, collaborate, and learn on the common platform. And today we have a very interesting topic, a relevant topic today on hands today, which we look forward to discussing along with Piyush and our other panelists. So with regard to data analytics, Piyush, what I feel is today it is a buyer-driven market, which means that we cannot impose our views, our learnings from our various projects, etc., onto a particular micro market or buyer set, etc. So what this in turn means is that we have to dig down when you identify a piece of land, dig down into what is actually selling there. And as Mr. Sanjay was mentioning earlier, all real estate developers are very cutthroat and probably are not forthcoming with information sharing. So what we have to really depend on are the analytics coming from various third-party institutions and our own research on ground. So to find out what exactly is moving, what typology of unit moves, is an apartment the right fit for that market, or is it a villa or a row house? Or is there more money to be made and quicker than a multi-development project? So all these factors are important before getting into hitting the ground and beginning construction or the thought process of a project. So what we've realized is there are a lot of third-party agencies that are able to furnish data with regard to various pricing structures that are operating in the market, the typologies of units, etc. We believe from our experience, we see that these platforms are probably 80% accurate in terms of the pricing information that they reveal. But more importantly, what it gives us data about is transactional volume. So by studying this transaction volume, one can understand as to what is the right product fit for a particular micro market. So I think studying the market is extensively important before jumping into the drawing board to conceptualize a product, which I think most developers are doing today, whereas wasn't the case maybe 10, 15 years ago, where real estate was still booming. And any developer launching a particular project from a reputed name used to get sold out within minutes. Today, customers are equally informed, or probably more informed than the developers themselves as to what's happening in and around the market. One comes to the site having studied the developer, what the competitors around are doing. So today the customer is a lot more informed, which puts a lot of responsibility back on the developer to offer their best, put their best foot forward and offer the best product in the market, which would come only by virtue of studying all the data that is available from various platforms.
Yeah, no, Darshan, absolutely. I think the technology, I think, has brought in a lot of transparency, in the overall, ecosystem. Today, what customer has, and maybe through developers like you all, you get all the data, whether what's selling, what is not selling, what kind of product preferences, people have, and there is no blind spot in terms of product planning and design, right? So I think by and large, 80% you would know that this is what product will possibly sell in next 2 or 3 years time, right? And maybe if you see a decade back, it was just a call sitting in one of the AC rooms to decide. So and even from a customer perspective, today, from a click of a button, you have all the data available. No one can now fool the customer saying that, okay, my 80% inventory is sold, or I'm selling at this price. One is the RERA and all those things, and even the entire platforms are kind of bringing it together. So yes, I think it's been a great thing to kind of get transparency. Apart from obviously product planning, design, all those is definitely helping. Yeah. So if it all we look at the other aspects of technology, and something which kind of enables in different processes, or say for selling, how using something like a virtual reality or an augmented reality, what we've been hearing, there are a lot of startups, and maybe this is more prevalent in the Western world, but kind of doing a property tour, which looks as virtual as you are right in front of the property, and the buyers kind of taking decisions. So how you see the entire experience of selling is helping, and more so selling any product anywhere in the world. You think we have not almost evolved, or we think that there's still a lot of room to cover when we kind of get there?
Piyush, I think you've asked a very relevant question today, because sorry, was my voice echoing?
Yeah, no, we can hear you.
Sorry, yeah. It's a very relevant question today, because what we realize is the first touch point for most customers today is through the online channel. No customer, like I mentioned before, no customer comes to site blindsided. They have all the data available to them, whether on the company website, whether through a channel partner, whether through Magic Bricks or 99 Acres, etc. So most people are doing their research and before coming to site. So on AR and VR, coming to that is a big enabler for a business. I read a report which said that in 2021, 67% of home buyers used to research their property online. That figure jumped to 80%. And in 2022, and I'm assuming it'll be a lot higher, nearing probably 100% as we go further down with technological innovation just taking such a big stride forward. AR and VR are definitely important tools in the selling component. The technology has really gotten exceptional over the years. Whereas you would have needed specialized equipment to do AR and VR planning. You need special headsets, etc. Now it's all available, or you can do it on your iPhone or Samsung phones. Those technologies are embedded into those phones, so people can actually, by virtue of installing, having that software, are able to get a real life feeling or experience of a particular space without necessarily having to be there physically. So this helps with a lot, because today, let me just refer to Bangalore, traffic's a nightmare. The most visits are restricted to the weekends, is what it's usually the trend. I mean, it's usually a lot more crowded over the weekends than over the weekdays. So by having this AR and VR as embedded links onto your selling platform, a customer can do that at their whim or wish, whereas they can probably on a Wednesday night get a feel of the space through the software, and probably spend lesser time at site when they actually visit, because they got a good sense of it through the software. And this is very accurate to a great degree. So the difference, even over the past 3-4 years, the jump in technology, the improvements in technology have been vast. So that gives a great sense. It gives you almost realistic or real to life feel of a particular space. So that's one thing, and it also enables NRI customers of ours to be able to visualize the space again, whereas especially in for the investors, they don't necessarily have to visit a place, whereas they'll have their friends take a look, and then they can also get a feel of the space, not just through a video shared by their family or friends. They also get a feel of the space through these various technologies, Piyush.
And as a trend, do you see actually your conversions, right? People actually buying, somewhere, someone sitting in Dubai or someone, in New York, basis technology, seeing virtually and actually getting. You think that the trend happening, or you think at least that maybe is a first step, and then the visits are still really, really important. Visits are important. But is there a trend to see that even conversions are happening just basis of AR, VR?
I would definitely say, I would not conclude that they are happening because of AR, VR, but I would say AR, VR are enablers to closing a transaction. So, like I said, they will probably still have their families or friends visit the property in case they're not able to visit, but it enables them to take that decision a lot quicker. So it helps with closing, a faster closure of a sales process, and probably a good amount of convincing as well in terms of allowing a person to visualize the space.
And whether it's
one more thing, and another aspect of AR VR where it is a lot more helpful in terms of interior planning. So a lot of interior companies today, you can just scan a room and they will allow you to place their product, a sofa or a mattress, a bed or wardrobe in that particular space, and you can actually visualize how your interior feel will come out, and probably tweak with the colors, customize it a bit. All those kind of fancy things which really help in the purchase decision of a product, of an apartment or villa eventually, because you're no longer shooting in the dark. You can actually, before buying into a real estate product, you can actually visualize how the end product is going to look for you. So that again is an enabler by allowing many companies, such as I think the likes of LiveSpace, etc., doing it, where you can actually place a product after scanning the room there to see how it fits. It's actually great technology that in the end enables developers such as ourselves to piggyback on this technology and help sell more or help the sale process rather.
Yeah. So interesting, Darshan, on these newer concepts. From a developer perspective, do you see, developers also kind of investing in these, kind of technology, either to build their own platforms or maybe support some other startups who could be doing it? We have seen some investors doing it, like some investors who are, large investors, like an HDFC, for example, one of the largest investors, over 4 decades. Now they have a fund which is investing in more technology driven, companies for real estate. You think even developers possibly now to integrate the business, even a great amount of investment will also go towards developing their own technology?
I believe that developers such as ourselves, it's best to allow the experts to do their work and piggyback off of what technology, because our strength does not lie in technology development per se. What we can do is observe what the new prop tech companies in the market are doing. Like, as you rightly mentioned, the likes of HDFC and other institutions are heavily investing in prop tech over the past 5 to 7 years. So for us, we tend to observe that trend to see where the big companies are investing into, and then to see what kind of sustainable technology product these companies are doing, and will that be the right fit for a developer like us? Because again, we have to bite with caution, because not all technologies are applicable to all kinds of developers. We got to pick and choose the kind of products or solutions that work for you. For example, as much as people like automation today, it is not a one size fits all kind of solution. Some people within the same community, you would want some customers wanting to do the entire house automation, whereas some will say we'll just take the automation for ACs and the blinds. So it's not one size fits all. We have to probably tweak it to the nature of the product and to see what holistically supports a customer within a particular project, Piyush.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have to, always keep evolving, and no one size can definitely, fit all. Now, even, what we are seeing, Darshan, is even in the conventional areas of business, the technology has kind of clearly ruling it over. And let's maybe take example of financing. The kind of the models which are evolving, like the fractional ownership, right? This all is driven from technology that the platforms could enable investors to kind of invest in, and kind of make platforms for the investees also to come there, and you kind of make both the sides meet. Beyond to look at marketing and design and planning in the conventional part of business, which was always like a brick and mortar did the old ways. That also has been, fairly great amount driven from technology. So you think even from, say, raising capital or even project management, like we're seeing robotics, I think is playing an important role, from some of the large, good project management companies using that. Is there a good trade-off from a cost perspective?
So Piyush, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take your question and open it up a bit. Like you mentioned all the aspects. You mentioned finance. I will come to that eventually. But what we're seeing is the introduction of technology across all aspects of the real estate cycle, whether that be in terms of identifying a piece of land, whether that be in the design phase, post-construction, even the construction phase, and the sales and maintenance and marketing of a product post that. So I just joined the conversation a bit early, and Mr. Sanjay was mentioning where drones are able to conduct the surveys of land, which hitherto was a very manual process where surveys used to go the physical site, whether it be 100 acres, 20 acres, 2 acres, or 20,000 square feet, and physically conduct the surveys of the land. But today the drone technology has gone so good where you just fly the drone over a piece of land. It's able to chalk out to the accuracy of maybe a centimeter, or even less than that, I believe, the extent of land and even the contours of the land, which helps it bring it onto a design table at a much more fleshed out version than probably the physical surveys would have to do, because then you have to physically do a soil stability report, etc., to get all those details. So that even in a conceptualization stage, technology has enabled a lot more faster and accurate kind of information available to us to then be able to take a decision. So pre-construction, there are various building information modeling softwares, which is basically a digital representation of a physical asset, which brings up all the stakeholders, whether that be an architect, the developer themselves, the internal teams of the developers, structural consultants, or even MEP consultants, all onto a common platform where everyone's work feeds off of each other's. If the structural consultant is proposing something or the MEP consultant is doing something, the exact effect that will have on a particular product. So you can engineer a project to such a level that even the last screw is planned. So once the designs and plans are frozen, those are sacrosanct, and we will not have the perennial issue of consultants coming in midway through a project and saying, no, this is not the right way, let's do it this way.
Yeah.
None of those disruptions. But if you were to implement a BIM software, BIM software, all these problems could be assuaged much in advance, and you can have foresight as to what you're building much before the project takes off on the ground. When it comes to construction, I think precast construction is something that is of immense value in the country today. That has not been utilized to its greatest potential. but there are plenty of benefits of precast construction, whereas precast it's not over designed, so it's engineered to the right amount. So human intervention, or people are usually skeptical sometimes about when conventional construction, they over design just so that there is no risk thereafter. But many of the buildings are over designed with more concrete being poured in, more cement being used, more structural steel being used. Whereas you get into BIM modeling and then precast construction, all of these can be, all the wastage rather can be minimized. There's lesser water being used in precast for the precast construction, lesser debris and noise pollution at site. So there are a lot of environmental advantages to precast construction, other than the fact that it is immensely faster than conventional construction, ideally, under ideal circumstances. And yeah, that's basically about precast construction. You mentioned project updates, right? So the same drone technology can be used over the lifetime of project, where it captures images and videos of a particular project from a heightened level, and it's able to relay that onto the CAD drawings which are available, which are fed into the system. So if you're working remotely, you can attend to a project maybe that day, you have an actual update of what is going on, not just a video photo update, but actual a layup of the work completed versus the schedule. So that gives you an accurate representation of how construction is happening at site. So again, drone technology has been a big enabler for construction management and planning as well. So finance, you did mention fractional ownership. I think fractional ownership and REITs have been some of the best things to happen to real estate investors in India. It's really democratized the whole investment system, whereas the ticket sizes have come down drastically and affordability has gone up, where even a person who would not be able to buy a portion of a space in a building, whether that be access to this information, access to the sale, or even a budget, today is able to purchase and own portions of a floor or units of a REIT, which is really great to see, because Indians in general love to invest in real estate. And hitherto, if you were not able to invest in a home, a plot, an apartment, etc., commercial real estate yields are far greater than residential investment yields as we stand today. So for people to be able to exploit that is actually a great sign for the industry and the market in general. And so it's also given real estate companies more ways to raise money by because you have more fractional ownership companies buy out more floor plates, which they're able to sell. So it opens up a new customer or a new kind of investor for real estate companies who are looking to start or sell the particular space, for example. So it is very heartening to see different modes of finance being operated, enabled by technology today. Yeah,
no, absolutely, Darshan. I think so. The business models are really evolving well, and I think so. One space, I think we are seeing huge amount of growth in the entire shared space or shared living models, right? Whether it's co-working, co-living, student housing, and the one point generally which comes across is that residential does not give you good yields. Yeah, that's a reality. The India's demographic dynamics are that way. But with the entire shared living concept and the managed residential space, right, the yields, definitely there's a clear bump up, and hence we have so many models, we have so many investors who are investing in the entire shared spaces model. You think that itself now, so from a you develop perspective, is that another as an asset class is part of your plan and part of a think tank before now you kind of take a call to design and plan your product?
Definitely, Piyush. I think with the influx of various co-living or co-working or managed office space players, let's first talk about that. What's happened is the model that the co-working or managed office space product has changed. It used to when the early players came in, it used to be more centered around freelancers who used to come in, give a nice feel of the space and different working experience, etc. But now they focused more on enterprise clients with a larger uptake of space, 50 to 100 seats on a minimum, or those kind of. So the models has really evolved over time, and I think it's stabilizing to something which can generate a lot higher returns for a co-working or managed office space player today. So it's heartening to see that over the course of maybe the 8 to 10 years, we've seen all those. We've seen some consolidation in the market where there are a few big names doing most of these transactions, and which is heartening to see, because at the end of the day, those ones who will stay and probably be a tenant, give you more business, etc. So co-working is also very interesting. It took off in a big way prior to COVID, but what we saw was a big dip in this model post-COVID, because people who were on the fence during that time seemed to take the leap into property ownership instead of using this kind of model to for their habitation purposes. But we've seen a resurgence in this model as well over the past 2-3 years. There has again been a shift in the operating model. People, co-working operators are no longer co-living operators are no longer necessarily investing into the fit out of a space. They are basically tying up with the landowners or owner of the property, asking them to invest money into the product, and then doing the rental there with them by maintaining the property as well. So they go in capex light as well, which honestly helps with their business operations and makes them more agile, and not really locked into one property. Now they can focus their strengths into expanding and working with various other owners, and instead of putting money into one asset and making it waiting for it to yield a profit. And by virtue of this, their returns returns for the owners also, I believe, have gone up over commercial real estate returns in some prime properties. So it's interesting because we have residential yields, we have commercial real estate yields, and then we have co-living yields as well. So it's good to study all these before, and it's heartening to see as a developer, because there are various models for us to explore before fitting in on the right product for a particular micro market or location.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This definitely, I think it's a win-win for all, for developers, for investors, and also ultimately the final customers. They have optionalities, and student housing is one space. Senior citizens, housing. Senior citizen housing need not be possibly, for example, at outskirts of city. Now it's being planned as part of the larger township or one block, with a city centric, right? So I think it's kind of creating a win-win, an environment for all. Now, another aspect, is everything has become very customer centric, and the entire thing of ESG, being good to the environment, carbon neutral, social angle, and also governance. Earlier we were talking about certification, say for an office building, on whether it's gold or LEED. Now we talk about wellness, right? So it's all about focus how we can keep the final person who is using the space happy, right? So how do you see this transformation, and how much more effort developers like you all are now putting in, to see the final customer in mind, whether it's designing of office space or is for residential buildings?
You're absolutely right, Piyush. Earlier, the target still remains to get an IGBC gold or platinum or a LEED certification for each building. That goes without saying, because again, it also leads to long-term efficiencies or optimizations in the operating cost of a particular building. But as you mentioned, wellness has become a very prominent factor in the design process today, whether it be in apartments, which is definitely a factor, because customers today want all the amenities, all the sporting activities within a project. They want a crash, they want a banquet space, they want a library, they want a reading room, etc., which the developer strives to provide to the customer, because at the end of the day, customers in an apartment society don't want to live in isolation. They all want to probably congregate a lot more within the communities and have all these offerings for them. With regard to commercial buildings, hitherto we were not really, the focus was not on providing all these wellness facilities. It was more on optimizing the floor plate efficiency, getting that to the highest degree, whereas that would be of benefit to the end tenant, because for them, they could pack in more people on a particular floor, etc. But now even the occupiers are moving away from that mindset. There's a lot more focus on wellness, a lot more open areas. People are asking for maybe like an outdoor area for them to have kind of some kind of sporting activities. So all these are being planned within parks and open spaces portion of the development. So it is heartening to see, and a lot more breakout spaces within office space floors as well. Whereas the density has come down, density per square foot of occupiers, putting their team members onto the floor. And yeah, it's basically a lot more focus on wellness, and that has also resulted in an optimization in the design philosophy behind designing commercial and residential spaces over the past few years.
Yeah, well, absolutely, Darshan. And I think I think that the mindset in the overall ecosystem has changed from all these things from good to have to must have. I think that has to create a very positive, difference. I think Darshan, we are possibly, short of time. Maybe we may just, request, Sapna, if at all we have any questions from the audience, or if you would like to ask any question.
Yes,
to
we
Darshan.
have quite a lot of questions, and in fact, this gives us an opportunity to take quite a few of them. But before that, Piyush, you have been in touch with a lot of industry stakeholders, developers. You are in that position. In terms of innovation and technology, what is the scenario you are seeing?
No, I think the Sapna, clearly there's a intent and the action to invest directly in technology. We are seeing developers themselves kind of building platforms, nurturing, incubating some companies, whether it's on project management side or on construction side. Financing is obviously an evolving field from that perspective. Like even from Collier's perspective, we have a project management business, and we have our own platform which involves in robotics, which does day-to-day construction, management and all. So I think that this is the part of the business, and we are seeing more and more investments, coming in the entire ecosystem of real estate. And what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. I think we'll see, as the time moves, we'll see more and more coming in. And from a new business perspective, we spoke about shared living, shared working space, data center. This again is a technology driven business. It's an extension of real estate, but it's more technology. Here we are seeing huge amount of investments coming in with all the data now to be stored locally, and the India advantage which India brings in. I think it's a huge newer opportunities kind of coming in. I think it's a huge opportunity which possibly we see.
Right. As you rightly said, it's just the tip of the iceberg. And as Darshan also said, we are exploring newer options. But one question the question that has come to us is that technology can make it easy to achieve scale, but there are multiple challenges such as fragmented real estate market. How do you gain traction and achieve scale in this scenario with or without the help of technology? So Darshan, if you would like to go first.
Sorry, could you please say that? Fragmented real estate market? Could you just say that?
Yeah. So how do you achieve scale? It is a fragmented market. So can technology help, or we can do it without technology? How to go about it?
So I think Mr. Sanjay, towards the latter half of his conversation, did mention that real estate is a very local business. He did mention that because of the limitations that the business inevitably has. So technology, yes, can optimize efficiencies in terms of your operational efficiencies, in terms of planning, etc. at this stage. But it could also help with selling to a completely different set of audience. But in terms of entering new markets, I would probably have my reservations with that at this point in time, because again, real estate is a very person-oriented business as it stands today. It's not been optimized to levels where technology will be able to enhance your opportunities to go enter new various markets, because at the end of the day, as much as we probably dislike it or like it, it is a very localized business. And Mr. Sanjay did have a very valid point as to the need for professionalism in family-oriented businesses as well, because that will be the right, those professionals will be the right people to bring in their strengths and probably lay the groundwork for real estate companies to thrive and grow in a changing business environment today.
Right. So professionalism is one thing that professionalism can help in that to gain traction, to scale up. Technology has its limitation, probably in newer markets, it's more customer centric and people centric approach would work. Piyush, what would you like to add? When I think it would also differ from segment to segment, probably residential, commercial, and other segments. But our technology is there, but how ready are the real estate stakeholders for that?
No, so I think Sapna, I think no, adoption of technology is no more good to have. It's a must have. If one does not adopt technology, you can't market, you can't sell effectively, you can't raise capital, you can't project manage, you can't construct. Right now, for example, for any project to be economically viable, you have to execute maybe say in 3 years' time. Else you will start incurring losses, right? Now, to do that in 3 years' time, you have to construct fast, you have to sell fast in the most optimum way. Now, that is only possible when you use best of the technology, right? Whether it's for construction, management, marketing, sales, using AR, VR tools. Darshan, spoke very elaborative in the early part of the discussion, right? So this is a must-have, and hence, if you see in last 5 years, there has been a huge consolidation in the entire real estate industry. The number of developers, what they were in all the markets, this is not for cities, specific. It's in all the markets, they have maybe 1/10 of developers have remained. Now, who all have remained, who are, better governed, professionalized, better balance sheets, and who have kind of adopted to the changing ecosystem. Whether it's talk about transparency, adoption of technology, the customer needs have changed. You have to, whether it's your office customer or whether it's a residential customer, the way a customer now looks at things, he's a boss. So now you have to look from a customer's mindset and then design everything. So all those who have kind of embraced this transformation and change are here to stay. Else, people will be out of the business, and hence what we have seen, the huge consolidation is because of this. And I would say it's a good result. Now what we have are the good, well governed, maybe technology driven, we can call them, right, but who are the torchbearer of change of the entire real estate industry.
Right. So I think it's not only technology in isolation, but it has to be the overall thing, your financial discipline.
And also another point is the regulatory, being in transparency. Today there is very hardly any opaqueness. Today, in any part of India, you want to know in a specific building how many flats are sold, right, at what price they are sold. Everything is available online. Right. Some is because regulatory, and then through regulatory, technology platforms have come in, they have kind of curated to put everything together, So I think the transparency and looking in the customer's interest in mind, I think have been the key drivers.
That's fantastic. So we were talking about building new India, and that is what our speakers have to say. So Darshan, Govindraju, and Piyush Gupta, a fantastic conversation. I think a lot of valuable takeaways from there, where we did talk about innovation, we did talk about technology, but some of the fundamentals have to be, followed. And I think, as Piyush rightly said, transparency, compliances, and discipline is something that, and be agile to change. I think that is all we need to do if we are looking at the future. Thank you so much, Piyush, and thank you so much, Darshan, for joining us today and for this fantastic conversation that you shared with us.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darshan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this was our conversation between two very eminent speakers, where we spoke about innovation and technology. Our next very exciting session of the day is on the topic of next gen shift, evolving disruptions in the business of realty. So let's talk about disruptions that we had touched upon in our last session. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ghulam Zia, Senior Executive Director, Research, Advisory, Infrastructure, and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Ghulam Zia has a vast experience across the entire gamut of real estate, from valuations, consulting, transactions, and project management, to working with clients across governments, corporates, and public sector companies. His current role comprises the firm's strategic initiatives, managing key developer relationships, and implementing growth strategies for advisory, retail, and hospitality sectors. Let me introduce our speakers of the session now. Mr. Abhishek Kiran Gupta, CEO and co-founder, CRE Matrix and Index Tab. Mr. Gupta headed research at JLL for over 5 years and had headed real estate desk at Bank of America for 5 years. Currently, he leads CRE Matrix and Index Tab, the real estate analytics startup offering accurate, real-time, comprehensive, and authentic data on offices, residential, warehouses across all major Indian cities to developers, brokers, banks, investors, and home buyers. Let me introduce our next speaker, Ayush Puri, Head Anacity, Anurag Group Business Services Private Limited. He has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the community management industry in the GCC region, building Anacity as one of the leading community management solutions in a very short time span. As a data-driven individual, Ayush is passionate about exploring emerging technologies. Our next speaker, let me introduce Gopal Sarda, founder and CEO, Vibe Realty Private Limited. Gopal Sarda has also been the ex-group CEO of Koltepaltil Developers Limited and has a proven track record of getting capital allocation right, structuring unique deals, generating strong returns, and envisioning and executing long-term blueprints. His leadership and his 360-degree business strategies made his past organization outperform all its competitors. Next panel member is Nihar Thanawala, Managing Director, Motilal Oswal Alternates. Nihar is responsible for deal sourcing, investing, monitoring, managing exits, and fundraising with focus on North and West markets. And prior to joining Motilal Oswal Real Estate, he has worked with Ask Property Investment Advisors and Ernst & Young, and Thanawala also brings with him entrepreneurship experience. Our next and final member, I introduce Mr. Parth Mehta, founder, chairman, and managing director, Paradigm Realty. Parth brings with him over 15 years of expertise and leadership in the areas of real estate analysis, strategies, valuation, business development, fundraising, corporate sales, and investment with due diligence. He is a seasoned real estate entrepreneur with deal-making acumen in SRA and joint developments, joint ventures, and development management format. So let me now hand it over to our Mr. Zia, a very fantastic seasoned players. We have young players, but seasoned in their own way. So Mr. Zia, over to you now. I think you're on mute, Mr. Zia.
Hi, so to start with, it shows that an old man still has a problem starting a mic. So thank you so much, Sapna, for giving us this opportunity. And I must tell you that starting this session sharp at the time given was great. It's very rare that the seminars follow that absolute timeline. And I would love to see that we hand it over back to you within the time that you've allotted to us in an hour. An hour is good enough. I think I have a pretty good panel here, very diversified experiences, and I'll be glad that I won't have to speak much. I would love to see them talking, interacting amongst themselves, because I still find myself out of place, perhaps the oldest of the lot. And I would love to see them interacting amongst themselves, because the theme that we have today to start with is 40 under 40 to start with, which is appreciating the youngsters who are now flooding the markets. On the other side, talking about disruption. So just a little backdrop, or the way I look at this whole subject is, I read about it that when Mr. Narayan Murthy started Infosys, he was in his late 30s, and that was in 1981. And today I have here likes of Ayush Puris, etc., who are starting their own businesses in their 20s. And if I then look at many other such, especially the proptech firms, etc., and a few of them have been big ones. We got investments from the likes of SoftBanks, etc., billion-dollar kind of companies and so on. And all of them have been led by youngsters in their 20s, late 20s or early 30s. So there's a big shift. And that's exactly what the disruption perhaps is what we are today focusing in this session. How the youngsters are bringing in this huge shift of mindset, bringing in new ideas to the industry, which is supposed to be very, very archaic. I would want to believe, I'm a civil engineer, 35 odd years of work ex. In engineering technology per se, there's hardly any change that has happened. So you go to an L&T, ECCs or etc., Shapoorji Palanji's, I don't really see much of a change in actual construction technology. The huge change is coming in is from the client perspective, from PropTech, a lot of these solutions, which I'm sure Ayush and Abhishek, etc., will talk about. And likes of Parth, I would say, who have been using or who would love to infuse these technologies in the industry to make more efficiencies, bringing in more efficiencies, profitabilities, and so on and so forth. So here it's a heady mix of experience as well as youth energy. So to start with, I would love to start, and all those who are closer to my age bracket, please don't take an offense. I would love to start with Ayush, purely because it's about disruption. And purely because it's about, the whole technology that the disruption is, the technology which is bringing in that disruption. So Ayush, at a macro level, I'm sure you would love to talk about the community software that you're doing and so on. But if you have to look at the macro picture, what's your view? How is this huge, big change coming in? And what is it that you would want to see the developers like Path, etc., to use your services to bring in more efficiencies and value for stakeholders? Over to you, Ayush.
Super. Thanks for that. So just a couple of things here, in terms of the real estate industry, and I'll focus a little bit more on to the Indian market. Real estate has been one of the last adopters of technology. And this is what we had faced when we were starting in about 3 years ago with the PropTech platforms that we had built. As compared to a GCC, wherein we were very quickly able to, capitalize onto that market. Real estate in India has been one of the last adopters of technology, and rightly so. There has been resistance in adopting technology within real estate because in India, traditionally, a lot of the developers have been non-tech. They've been very successful without really this kind of digitization disrupting them. And the other thing is, even currently with the millennials, they're moving more towards the FMCG or banking or fintech industry, right? So not as much into real estate. But the encouraging thing for India is that we are one of the last industries now to be disrupted by technology. Of course, after COVID-19, the government's push, customer awareness, they all have really accelerated the pace of which digitization is occurring, which is very good news for solution providers like us. Everyone knows that after COVID-19, we had one of the largest and fastest shifts of human behavior, which we as Anacity then also capitalized on. Aside from that, the Indian government is really pushing on digitization. And we see this in all the sectors, not just real estate. But they're sort of making up for the last, many years of lost time within this sector to adopt this kind of technology. So I think that's really helped. And lastly, of course, customers today are more inclined to go digital. So as you mentioned, developers such as Parth and multiple other developers within the Indian real estate segment. They are also now realizing that their buyers or the customers, they are more digitally aware and digitally connected. So, the focus really needs to be on these residents, on the buyers of these particular units, whether, it is phygital, not completely digital. I mean, even something like an Amazon Fresh is still phygital, right? You still have somebody as a support manager that's there to take care of sort of the queries that come in. But at the same time, we've now seen that the Indian market is opening up to PropTech. The developers are now also more open to understanding the change in customer behavior, becoming a little more agile and nimble in terms of adopting technology. And we'll hear more on this panel as well. And within the Indian market, you see that over the next few years, at least globally, we've seen that it's now going to be about a $30 billion industry, and we are very excited about coming into the Indian market. And we've seen a quick, rapid growth in this space, and we've learned that technology can really disrupt any space. In any kind of technology, in any kind of prop tech, new players that are coming up. So that's a little overall in terms of macro, where I definitely see real estate adopting technology, and would be great to hear a little bit more in terms of from Abhishek, from the panel as well. And over to you, Ghulam. I'll let you direct it.
Thanks a lot for making a backdrop of what technology and how the disruption it is bringing in without getting into the specifics. Thanks a lot, Ayush, for setting the backdrop. Now with that, and because I can't say no to Ayush ordering me to go over to Abhishek, so coming to you, Abhishek. So Abhishek, and also because we are on technology, because the users, I'll come to the users slightly later to start with, because the tech domain is what the two of you bring the huge experience upon. So Abhishek, to you, I recall, I can share that about 8-10 years back, my own team had started getting into the whole data domain, etc. I realized that selling data was the toughest job those days. I don't know if it has changed at all, but here it is. Two things I would love to seek from you, Abhishek. One, how difficult it was to start with an idea which was, while all of us knew, I'm sure while you were in JLL, Abhishek, sitting on the other side, and trying to make sense of what is happening around without help of that data. Then you started creating or putting together that data yourself. Now that data, selling it to the users, how tough was that? Have we still reached that stage where we could see that we have arrived? Because I do see a serious dearth of data. Even for my business, we need huge amount of data, and we don't really see it coming in so easily.
तो मैं उसको all the time हुए, फिर भी मैं उसको 2-3 क्वेश्चन इसीलिए पूछे कि उसको ऐसा ना लगे कि क्या मैं किस लिए आया था यहाँ पे, So,
Sapna, I'm sorry. Can I request you to mute yourself, please? I think unless you have a question for Abhishek. Sorry. So Abhishek, over to you. This entire change that India is looking into with availability of data at your fingertips. And also, I would love for you to also say, where is the future heading? Because we do see, as I speak about, some big bang names who are not there anymore. Technology is at a cusp where we all say that we need technology, but the question that technology is future right now, how is it going to be? I understand Ayush made a very valid point that digitization in the country happening, broadband, everything else, infrastructure is huge. But at the same time, a lot of these big firms are also falling by the wayside. So Abhishek, slightly wider a perspective that I would seek from you. Over to you, Abhishek.
That is a long question, but let me see how much of it I remember. Okay, so Ghulam, 6 years with JLL trying to create data, and then 5 years at Bank of America, where I became a client of my own REIS product. So I've been on both sides, and I realized where the lacuna is and what do people want, right? All our lives, we worried about commercial real estate because it was a smaller market. It is still a smaller market. Malls, there are not more than 50 malls in Bombay. Probably not more than 10,000 offices in Bombay. But look at residential, that's the big brother. And that nobody did. Nobody did it. So when we started CRE Matrix, we said, let's focus on everything. And I think being on both sides of the fence really helped me understand what the B2B customer wants and what the B2C customer wants. Let me throw some questions at you. Okay, and to everybody. Would you, and this is B2B and B2C both. Huh? So one side, let's talk about a bank, and the other side, a home buyer who wants to buy a house or rent a house. Do you think he knows what rent his neighbor is paying and at what price he bought the house? No, he did not know that. After an index tab, that answer is possible. The answer is yes. Okay. Now, does Nihar validate and verify all the sales assumptions that Parth would, Parth and Nihar met the other day, right? When we were in a conversation, would Nihar know whatever Parth says is correct? I mean, I will sell X number of houses in X number of period. Very fair. He'll do it. But we need to validate and verify the data. We can do it for them, right? Do Parth and Gopal know how many apartments are sold in Bandra and at what price and who's selling it? No, they would not know it. CRE Matrix and it can happen. Ghulam, yourself, would you know how much is the total value of housing sold in MMR last year? Maybe you know it, but many people don't. CRE Matrix and Index Tab have made this happen. 10 years back, this was a dream, a pipe dream. Now it is a reality. This is disruption. And a very, very prominent Blackstone CEO said, it's better to make no decisions sometimes, and making poor decisions, it can cause a lot of loss of money, right? Especially from an investor coming. So to my mind, this is disruption. And these two brands have taken us 7 years to build where we are today. A lot of rich content is given to the market, and you can just open the app. You can open Index app and just go and search for any building. Look at Path's building. It will tell you everything what Path has sold at your fingertips in your pajamas sipping coffee.
So my question is that now connected to that, Abhishek, very valid point. And here it is. The gentleman that you spoke about, a quotable quote, etc. But for last so many decades, ever since the Industrial Revolution came, the work was going on. I'm sure today when you're talking about, perhaps it's more of an efficiency, but what is a big game changer? Not taking a decision was obviously an option for last 7 decades and more, but people did take a decision and also survived and perhaps did better. We are in a situation today when we have all that access to data, and many of the countries are falling by the wayside, inflation and economies falling apart, etc., etc. So where is that logic that you don't take a decision if you don't have the data?
Okay, so I'll answer this question in two real examples. These are real examples. Bank 1 wanted to open a new branch in Powai. They called us and they said, we want to know all the other banks in Powai, what are they paying in terms of rent? Okay, the quote that they got from the landlord was 2x at what some of the other banks were paying. Now, had they gone ahead with that deal without data, God bless them, somebody would have lost their job, right? And I don't want to be rude, but you can imagine 2x for a bank to pay on a 20-year lease would be a lot of money. Right? And banks, you just do the math, 1,000 square feet branch, even if you would have paid, 50, 100 rupees extra, that's a lot of money. This is one example. Second, we get love letters from people who look at the app and tell us, I've looked at your app, I've gone to the landlord and got my rent reduced by 2,000 rupees. A gentleman who's paying 20,000 rupees rent monthly, if he gets his rent reduced by 2,000, that's a lot of money saving for him. And mind it, even the Supreme Court cannot dispute this data because it's coming from the actual registered stamp duty paid document, right? So that is the authenticity and power of data. Now that wasn't there 10 years back. It was all anecdotal. It was all what the developers felt. Yeah, they made wonderful buildings, but they made some wonderful mistakes also.
Sure, I'll come back to you. And because you had brought in our last discussion where Nihar and Parth were supposed to meet, I'll come over to Nihar now. Nihar, a very valid point that Abhishek put on the table, that you have access to data which makes you take better decisions. Obviously, do your own background checks, etc., before you sign the dotted line, etc. But is that it? Is that what all disruption is all about, Nihar? You have been on the other side. You have been on the financing side for so long, and because we're talking about a financial scenario where you would have somebody like a Path knocking your doors for a good deal, etc. But is that it? Just the data is what it takes for you to arrive at a good decision, Nihar?
So I'll tell you, I think, I agree with a lot of points that Abhishek brought out. I think the availability of certain data has certainly helped us make better projections and get a better handle. More importantly, remove the gap which may be there between what hearsay is and what reality is, right? I think there is still a lot of journey, right, to be covered in terms of having the right kind of data available. I'll give you a simple example, and this is a discussion I keep having with the team, that we have everything that we want to know with respect to what's happened in the past. But unfortunately, the most important thing for a business like ours is to project what's going to happen in the future. Because if we are going to invest in a particular project, we want to know what kind of supply is going to come up in that market. There is no information available on that. For an industry of our size, if you go to any other industry, any FMCG, anything, you have such granular data available. But in an industry of our size, which is probably the largest one in the country compared to the others, nobody can tell today that if I take any micro market, what's the upcoming supply in the next 1 year? 1 year. I'm not even saying 3 years, 1 year alone, right? So I think one is data definitely makes a difference. But I'll be honest, we talk about technology. Usually technology becomes by default akin to information technology. And as a result, things like data, applications, mobile, I think a lot of focus that we are now putting is what kind of evolution developers have gone through with respect to other kinds of technology, such as construction technology, development technology. Because what we are seeing is somebody who is upping their game on that is saving at least 10% on the bottom line by constructing 20 to 30% faster than any other developer. That is a huge saving. That is a huge plus point, because if there is a certain amount of bottom line that can get enhanced, eventually the goal is that you can share some piece of the pie and the larger piece can still go to the developer. More importantly, it becomes a good margin of safety and becomes a good edge. You can price your product better and sell better in the market. Overall, timely delivery means better brand. So if you think about it, right, it has such a cascading effect, positive one, right? Just being able to do that. So that's one front. Second is, there are certain brands which will be maybe the top 5 brands in every city, who will obviously have a certain premium and they'll sell well. But what we've observed is even a lot of other developers who are not as large brands sell phenomenally well. And the one thing that distinguishes them from the others who could perception-wise be even larger is the way they market, the way they track, how their leads are getting converted, how they are working around that. The way they go about doing that in a clinical manner gives them results, right? And they actually use those data points for the next project and so on and so forth, right? Things like lifetime value, things like, lead to conversion, things like cost per acquisition. None of these concepts existed in this sector, at least. These are very common terminology if you go into the startup fraternity, but out here, they didn't exist. Today, we see some people who are actually tracking these data points, doing something about it, and actually generating better sales. So with time, this data that Abhishek spoke about has certainly been of help, but these are other kinds of, technology inflection points that we see, right, which are actually making people run business far more efficiently. And we are now giving a lot of weight to some of these things also.
Thanks a lot, Nihar. I think that's exactly where my next question will come towards Parth. And of course, Gopal, will come to you in a short while. But because what you raised, and something which I started in my backdrop as well, as an engineer, 30 odd years, 33 odd years of work ex, and I haven't really seen much of a difference in actual construction. आज भी हम साइट पे लाइन डोरी ओलंबा और वो सब उसके बगैर काम नहीं होता. I'm sure Parth would relate to it. So here, while there is a lot happening all over the world, including India as well, Parth, now coming to you with this specific thing which even Nihar spoke about, that technology is happening, but it is very superficial because it is assumed to be information technology. What about the hardcore engineering side of it? Because as a developer, I'm sure you would give a lot of, if not equal importance, to not just, marketing and sales, but also to construction, also to strategy, also to, maintenance when Ayush will come in the picture, taking care of the assets, etc. It's a very, very wide, gamut of things, but our focus is, at least the way it appears, is very, very narrow. So Parth, the question is to you. Out of the whole, bouquet of, whether it is prop tech, fintech services, whatever available to you, how many are you using and as a developer? And what is it that you aspire to get? I'm sure there'll be some ideas coming out of exact need of a developer. So Parth, over to you with this question, please.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Ghulam. Good afternoon, everybody. So adding what Abhishek mentioned, Ayush, and what Nihar added, see, real estate being the core brick and mortar business, technology is one enhancer now, which gives us a very clear data points, very clear, objective, accountable losses, non-results. We're able to get that. But as an organization, coming from a background who I've been all my life working under corporate culture or growing developers. So when we started our own company, we realized there was definitely a need to stitch all these things together to get an efficient product. Because we realized one thing, that everything narrows down of how reasonable can you sell and how better product you can give in terms of efficiency, fast delivery, etc. So for example, as an organization, what we follow is something like a BIM technology in terms of our designing and architecture. So we know at every level what are the wastages, how the building is shaping up during the course of construction. Today, conventionally, a 40-story building used to take 6-7 years to deliver, having 600-700 apartments. Today, we are proudly saying we're delivering under 32 months, 750,000, almost 3-4 million square feet with 700 apartments. So that's only possible when everyone is integrated. Now, in that, what are the things that as a checklist that an organization should ensure? This is a slightly on the technical side because you'll have uninterrupted RMC support. So you should have a close tie-up with a batching plant or have a batching plant in your own system. 2, in a city like Mumbai, where you are close to the ocean, westerly winds, you should have a facade consultant on board because every building has a different system where in terms of rattling of noise with the aircraft moving in or water and wind blowing together. So every window, it cannot be one for all for one. It has to be a la carte. Design of windows and monitoring how you're using the sections. 3, what kind of waterproofing systems you're using. Conventionally, kya tha, khali bathroom mein you've made a waterproofing and you've given it all. But today we ensure that we do proper waterproofing full floor. That tomorrow when Gulam changes the marble or tile on his floor, it should not leak on Ayush's flat below, where it spoils his false ceiling and interiors. A conventional things like what Hiranandani used to do since 20 years, have a double wall, external wall, so that tomorrow any kind of issues happen across 20-25 years also, water will not seep in through the dead wall, etc. So now when coming from a family who's been into contracting business, we understand few basics have not changed from generations, but how to sequence it in today's manner, where how we educated people are able to stitch and intertwine these things are all that's going to result into a good product. For simple things, today in a city like Mumbai, people don't plan an outlet, inlet, or a drainage pipe for air condition. So you go in any compound, water is leaking. But these are the simple things that a provision need to be kept. Or a simple thing like a gas line. After OC, people drill into the plaster, water comes from there, it will start leaking. But you can keep a provision of a sleeve where you know that technically that glass line is going to come after OC. Now, these are certain FAQs which today's time, what I see in the new generation of developers who've come scratch up or who able to get a good team in place are very clear that these are my SOPs without which I'll not make a building. Now, this is a differentiating, see, good product, good quality tiles, good branded elevator, good gym equipment, good rooftop areas, good landscape is given. Without this, no customer will come to you. But what is that X factor that you're able to bring in as a developer to your product of what kind of quality versus finesse is something that's going to derive sale in time to come. So I think all the people who are here right now are prevalent to how the new way of working is, but B, also the information flow and the awareness that the customer has, he's far more technically more sound than you. So only sales pitch is not going to lead to a conversion. It's going to be how hard-hitting facts and raw details you can give to your client that tomorrow when a door shuts, it should not get a crack on a plaster. So what kind of rubber you're putting on the door? It doesn't flow. How my plaster shouldn't start falling off after 5 years. So I believe in today's time, if as a content-wise your product is not good, there's no way you will get sale velocity or a price pent up, and you'll be lost in the clutter.
Good, thank you so much. Perhaps one or two things still remain to be answered, but I'll come back to you with that part. Now, coming to Gopal. Gopal, you have been, as a CEO of Kolte Patil, have seen the traditional way of constructing buildings. No, I hold Rajesh Bhai in high regard, but then I'm sure he's here for maybe at least 3-4 decades. And here you are, starting your own venture now, also getting into it with more of the wisdom that you have picked up from there and the youth energy coming on the table. And because the subject today is about disruption and essentially about technology, prop tech, this, that, and so on, how do you see you will be able to deliver your products to your stakeholders in a more efficient way than what were you doing earlier in, say, Kolte Patil as a CEO? Over to you, Gopal.
Thank you. I think you have given me a lot of room to just explain the heart over here. I think it's a very valid question because traditionally people were going in a repetition of products. Like, pre-pandemic, it was affordable, was the flavor of the market. Then post-pandemic, the luxury has started moving up. The sizes have gone down and up. Now, I feel the entire flavor of the market, the customer behavior pattern has been completely changed. Earlier, the sizes were on the lower side. Now the sizes on the higher side. See, I feel today only delivery is not going to be the game changer. See, before RERA, delivery was playing a phenomenal role because customers were going to a developer who are on time, and there were a lot of developers who are fly by night and they were not delivering on time. So delivery was playing a significant role. The one who was delivering on time, he was achieving maximum sales and he was sort of leading the market. But now post RERA, I think on-time delivery is a common factor for everyone because we have a stipulated guideline we have to deliver on that front. Today, developer has to understand one thing: FSI is what they are getting, but they can't only run behind FSI. They have to plan such a manner that they are taking care of the consumer behavior pattern, what are their likings, how the changes are happening, at the same time maintaining their profitability and margin. Because if you only go for FSI consumption and just planning design around it, then you won't be able to catch the zeal of the market. You won't be able to attract the price premium. So I correlate this with the design. Nowadays, design is basically the heart of real estate. Entire thing is moving around design. Based on your design, your product pricing, based on your design, your velocity, and based on design, your cost optimization and on-time deliveries, and also in RERA, you have to phases the overall consumption so that your cash flow manages. So we have to focus on the best design wherein you are taking care of sunlight, ventilation, proper utilization of the floor plans from the customer perspective. There are new things like somebody wants a small office in the residential premises, or probably work from home concept, or probably somebody has sort of a lavish living dining. So you cannot go with your old pattern. You have to bring the design aspect and mix it so well that sometimes you avoid going vertical and you are consuming on the horizontal manner, then you are killing the landscape. So for me, product innovation and product development comprises of three things, which is your floor plan, then landscape, and the specification amenities around it you give. Once you have all three things as a collage package, then you see the game. So that's where the changes happen, and we have to think completely different manner. We have to improvise on the product front, because the old way of doing repetition in products or probably delivering in that zone of just sort of a typical 8 to a 4 buildings, we have to innovate. Sometimes we have to take probably a triangle shape to give a 270-degree ventilation. Sometimes we have to take probably a 2-floor apartment when you are going for a premium to give a 360-degree ventilation, and come up with unique designs which are acceptable, not like as a 8 to a 4 where in the middle apartments have only one side ventilation. So from all the perspective, if your cost is going on one side, you can recover that and at the same time maintain your velocity and the cash flows and financial closure. So I think these things a developer has to be, he has to change his mind. Sometimes he should not have to be worried on the cost front. He can recover that on the pricing front, but he has to mix the FSI with the better design to ensure the overall business plan and financial closure has been achieved. And at the same time, he is gaining loyalty on the customer front. He is ahead of his competition on the product front. And then that's where the brand recall value comes. Probably that helps in their business development dynamics also going forward. Once you are good in your product deliveries, also on-time deliveries, then sometimes you don't have to go too much of upfront investment. You get a lot of JDs. So overall hygiene is very important. And the one who focuses on the product and timely delivery, I think he's going to be the leading player in the market that will stay a longer.
Great. Thank you so much, Gopal. And here now, next 10 minutes, I would want to spend with all of you contributing together. And how? Let me explain what I have in mind. The way I look at it, this team can be divided. On one side, you have the youngsters who are into the midst of the technology boom, who are part of it. They're creating all kind of products and services. On the other side, we have users. So I would, if I would put Parth and Gopal on the user side and Abhishek and Ayush on the other side, the technology creator side, and I would place Nihar somewhere in between, because I know as lenders engineer, I have worked with many of such people. Their role is all through from end to end. Nihar would love to see how even a cost of construction can be reduced. Nihar would love to see velocity of sale increasing. Nihar would love to see how financial closures can happen efficiently and so on. So he is actually sitting in the center. And both of you guys are on this side, developers, one key stakeholders, on this side, technology. So I would call upon to start with Ayush and Abhishek to perhaps make kind of a pitch, which a developer like a Parth or Gopal should not refuse. Then I would call Nihar to give his verdict, which way he thinks that the whole dialogue went on. So over to you, Abhishek and Ayush. Take your call.
You want us to make a pitch? You want us to make... Okay, Ayush, you continue.
We'll give it our best shot. So I might just get a new client here. So I'll take it forward. So I mean, key foundation today is technology. If you don't adopt technology, we all know it's a costly affair. Huge opportunity cost. I think gone are the days where technology was still optional. It's not really an option anymore. It's the need of the hour. And getting technology, be it in pre-handover, post-handover, will just strengthen the organizational immune system within the the developer within the industry. And we've seen a lot of large-scale developers come in and move out. And we discussed this a couple of days as well, that a lot of large-scale developers that were possibly Cat A and had been in the market for decades are no more to be seen. So I think that omnipresence of technology is 100% required within this industry. A couple of things which I'd probably touch base on, which I heard whilst Parth and Gopal both were speaking, was that it's not only just the data side. I'm sure that data, yes, is the new oil. I'm not going to counter that, and there's a lot of usage of the data that we are collecting. But at a lot of times, it is that the tech guys build the tech without actually fitting it into the business, right? And this is what we had faced about 3 years back. I was working in tech, and I understood in terms of tech what needs to be built, what my business would require, what my customers would require. But at that time, it was completely divorced from the business, right? So my tech and business was completely divorced, and it was clearly like a square peg in a round hole, right? Which now a lot of the tech companies have also understood, considering there's so much influx of startups, so much funding coming in, and you're really sort of fighting with each other for this kind of funding post 1-2 years after COVID. A lot of the tech guys have understood that the adoption by stakeholders is not going to happen in the case that the tech and business is divorced. So I think that's just a little bit of context setting and the understanding that a lot of the tech businesses have now got. But for a developer, for somebody who is still focusing on the manual way of operations, if you don't move within, or you don't get onto this bandwagon of tech, somebody else will come and disrupt it. And we've seen that in the past, that a lot of the, as I said, large scale companies are nowhere in the industry because somebody else did come and get the first mover advantage. Abhishek.
Since I'm pitching to developers, I only have 5 points for them, and I'll try to keep it short. If you want to know what is the appetite of any market, come to us. Okay, you need data. If you want to know who's selling and who's not selling, come to us. You want to know what is the age profile and the income level of buyers, come to us. So we have answers to every question that you were only anecdotally thinking 5 years back, 10 years back, right? And to ensure that the referee Nihar is on my side, going back to his question, now that we have 15 years of data, 15 into 4 quarters, 60, it is statistically sound, and we can do predictive analytics as well. I'll rest my case.
Good. And before I get the developers to start talking, for both of you, an elevator pitch. Suppose you are with Parth, 2 minutes, with Gopal, just one, a quick 2-sentence one, Ayush and then Abhishek.
Yeah, done. So just a quick one, Parth, Gopal, you want to increase your sales by 2x, you can come to us. We know exactly what your resident is buying. We know exactly the app that we have, the resident uses it more than any other social media application on your phone. He opens that app at least 3 times a day, right? So that is 3 times a day opening the application. You know exactly what project he might buy next.
Okay, my pitch is also the app. Open it and you can look at any project of your choice in your favorite city, and it'll tell you the unit number, floor number, area of the apartment, and what your competitor sold it to, and who did they sell it to. If you need that information, open the app.
Well, that's great. From the technology side, over to Parth and Gopal. Take it over, please.
So guys, talking straight, pointed question. So I appreciate that what your app is providing. But as a developer, if I want to look at two things, one on the sales side, that how I can reduce my cost of acquisition by having a more target audience oriented business rather than having a more walk-in oriented business. Because every first I have to pay my wage bills, I have to pay my EMIs, I have to pay everything, and we spend so much on acquiring a sale, where the sale in a weaker site is about 2% of walk-in. In a great site is maybe 5% or 4% of your total walk-in. So what solution can you give me on the sales side that I know that my sales guys are putting in the pitch to the right target audience rather than only let's say the fishers or someone who's just looking around. In terms of, I would like to know, does he have an affordability to buy, or does he have the income ability to spend on that? So how can you integrate your technology which helps me get more conversion rather than more walk-ins?
Okay, over to you, Gopal. Please write down those questions, Ayush and Abhishek. I'm sure these are questions coming to you and perhaps bright ideas. So please hold back till Gopal completes his submission. Over to you, Gopal.
So I think both of them have just talked about app and data. So one way it's definitely helpful to us, but that is not giving us a complete solution. So per se, I think we are using their data for two things. One, when we are looking for a business development opportunity, and if we are looking for any land buying in that particular micro market, so I may not have to send my guys to just search about all 20-25 projects. I just log in, I take their data, and I get all the understanding that these are the 25 projects, how the pricing have moved, and how the overall absorption is happening. And second, probably on the consumer behavior and pattern, to some extent, they are giving us the closed transaction data. So basically, I have met Abhishek, I know him very well. And as Ayush has also pinpointed, post possession, I think he has a fantastic app, and that's going to be a very, very sort of ease of doing business. And it's amazing, helpful stuff. And as far as the data, which is being considered on a registered sale basis, but there are a couple of things which have still not been addressed. Is one, so we want to be a demand creator, right? So sometimes we have to enter into one market, may not be there is a sales history, but you have to come up with the product and you be the demand creator. So how to be a demand creator, they have to also provide us some sort of a data, like probably if the total sales has happened, what is the percentage of salaried class, what is the percentage of business class, what is the percentage of investor, how the overall sales is happening from all the geographies. This is on the actual front, and also they have to give us some sort of forecasting that the last 3-4 years the CAGR growth is on this front, how they are predicting the next level of growth, and probably we create the kind of products which will not only generate us the desired profitability, desired sales, desired pricing, but at the same time helping us to be the demand creator and not just the product seller. Because on that front, they have to come up with the lot of solution. And while tracking the consumer behavior and pattern, what we are getting is only about that this guy has come from this location and this is his profile. But what he liked, what he don't liked about our product, and how they felt that obviously at one point of time customer will buy our apartment, because if you have decided that in that location he have to get the apartment 20%, he may be compromising on the price he's buying. But wherever he has compromised, we need that input also to improvise on the product and come up day by day. We have to come up with a better solution, and we want to completely be a believer in a TQM principle, total quality management. So a lot of scope is there in the form of data, which will ultimately help us to expand the business and achieve larger targets.
So there it is. So both sides have spoken. Yeah, Parth, sorry, please, Parth.
Only one more thing so that they can think on it and answer, and it becomes interesting. Adding to what he said about demand creator, if you realize our project cycles are minimum 2 years to maximum 4 years, 5 years, depending on how fast we do. We have data of what is previously available, which has been a stimulant to what was to be made or what is sold in the micro market. But we don't have the data that what is actually required in that micro market. Because in 4 years back, a guy before COVID, there was a fad, like we were the first guys in Borivali to start 350 square feet apartments in 2017-18. It did wonderful till 1920. But had I started that same project in 2021, I would have been a massive failure, because then the demand there was of luxury 2 and 3 bedrooms, 700 to 1100 square feet. So the data in your app or in the service that you're providing is giving me what has worked earlier. But if I'm starting a project in 25 or 23 and I'm going to complete in 26, how pointed solution-based information is available, that what is the demand of, for example, that micro market, which will ensure that my absorption of such a large inventory, which I'm risking tremendous amount of equity and borrowed capital, how it will fruitile into a successful business. Over to you all guys.
Sure. Okay, now the tech guys, you have very little time, and please conclude, because my judge also is sitting in the hot seat and he has to give his verdict, and we have to also close. So time is running out. Perhaps a quick 1 minute from each of you, Abhishek, before Nihar takes it over. You're on mute.
Okay, am I going first? So Parth did mention that the second part he mentioned was he wants to know what's going to happen in the future. Now, the event that Parth mentioned was very black swan, so I'm not going to comment on that. That happens once in a lifetime. I hope it never happens again in my lifetime. But given that we have so much bad data and we have economic indicators, income levels, what people like, dislike also to overlay on our property data, we can attempt doing predictive analytics. I'm not saying that we are there yet, because India is still digitizing, as we all know, but at least there's something to look forward to compared to what it was 5, 7, 8, 10 years back. So yes, something is possible. Residential makes it easier because it's far bigger and there's more data available, right? So it's easier to do residential than a mall and a commercial office space.
Over to you, Ayush.
Super. So I'd love to talk in detail. I know we're short on time, but and I see a potential partnership with Abhishek on this. I'll come to the post handover. So, we have 2 million residents onto the application. That's across 600,000 homes, right? So we are bringing you in that 600,000 as leads. Because as a developer, and we've done this for DLF now, we've very recently gone live on a white label app. DLF is putting up all their new projects onto our application. Which is across their 30,000 users, 30,000 apartments, sorry, that's 60,000 users. They are posting these advertisements onto our application to all these users. So the leads that are generated, there's not much effort that needs to be put down, because as I said, everyone has to download the app. If you're living in a community by DLF, you by default have to download the Anacity application, and you have to use it once or twice a day to let a visitor in, to raise complaints, or to pay your service charges, for example. Right. So yeah.
So there it is. Nihar, over to you. You are in an unenviable position to give your verdict. Over to you, Nihar.
So I think to begin with, thankfully, Abhishek and Ayush both look at products which are probably in different life stages of a customer's journey. So fortunately, I think both are relevant to this discussion. I don't have to form a view between the two. So I think some of the points that Gopal raised, I think they're very valid points, even what Parth raised, right? It kind of goes towards what I was also saying, right, about this predictive analysis. For example, though we say that COVID is a once in a while event, black swan event, but everybody knew that e-commerce is going to do well. Everybody knew that technology is going to do well. Why did nobody think that everybody will want to buy homes, right? And therefore, Resi is going to surge. Everybody put the worst case scenario in all the analysis, all the models, thinking it's all going to go downhill, right? Look at any other industry, for example. Let's look at cars. The kind of technology and features we have in cars today, right? Nobody went and said that this is what is required, but somehow there is data available to know how people are going to think and what people are going to want as they move forward. I think the biggest point is, and it's probably a necessary step for the next journey, but we are still catching up on what's happened. So everything we're talking about is, what's happened and, trying to catch up on that. The true disruption, I think, will be when we have data to suggest that what's going to happen as a result, right? And I guess to some extent, a lot of data that Abhishek has is going to give some, insight through the keyhole into what's going to happen. And I guess what Ayush's application does, because I'm also a user of a similar application in where I'm staying. But basically, it's a one-stop shop for managing everything, which apart from being information, it also really gives you a good insight into what people want, what people prefer, when they're staying in a complex. Nobody knew before now for us to see how path or now that we're in place for it's a good enough time now to actually use the data from these applications like the one Ayush has to then decide how I need to redesign my building or redesign my spaces so that they can have a better experience afterwards, right? So I think it's a marriage. And I personally think that even developers are still playing catch up on things like sales data and who's buying what. But I don't know, and if I'm wrong, I'm very happy to be wrong. I don't know if people have reached a stage where Gopal or Parth are saying, great, from Ayush's app, this is what I realized, this is what people want, right? This is what people have an issue with. So let me keep that in mind when I design my next building. I think when that entire loop feeds into itself and becomes a circular loop, I think that's when, honestly, I feel disruption will really start because of technology in real estate.
Great, thank you so much. That was quite I would say I couldn't have done that much of an assessment as Nihar has concluded. Thank you so much, Nihar. And, I think last time we're talking about Abhishek was sending me text messages. It's all about disruption. Well, from my side, I have done this bit. I changed the whole way how a seminar is done. This was a disruption where I put the two of you together and made one of him to sit on the words and give a verdict. So disruption here as well. So here it is. I think we are just about exhausting the time allotted to us, and because we're given the mantle, the stage right in time, it's our duty to give it back again right in time. So here I would call upon Sapna to check if she wants to do some kind of a question answer session before we call it quits. Over to you, Sapna.
Well, I think it was like watching Shark Tank on Realty Plus platform here. So thanks to Mr. Zia. But, I think a lot of points, Mr. Zia, you were able to cover. We have one question which talks about standardization. We are talking about technology. We are talking about standards, real estate. But transparency, while we talk about standardization, is something which is not, discussed quite a lot in terms of technology and how their fitment with real estate. Mr. Zia, your viewpoint on that, how do we bring standardization among processes, technologies?
Sapna, your point is valid. On this platform, what we spoke about was, actually we were debunking standardization. I recall Gopal was talking about it, Parth was talking about it. The whole idea of what should I say, a client requirement to be on the front and tailor-made apartments or spaces to be created, etc., has been the discussion in last 40 odd minutes. But on the other side, there is a huge market, which I believe none of those who are sitting on this platform address, which is the affordable and low-end market. Somewhere, I'm sure Abhishek's data will be able to substantiate that. We want to believe that all the known developers of the country don't cater to more than 10% housing requirement of this country. The remaining 90% is where the standardization comes in as a subject, Sapna. And because our panel is such that most of them are focusing on a certain market, standardization could not be spoken about. And I also don't want to take much time, just say that if it is affordable housing, reputations and doing the same, more of same, etc., comes in because cost is more a question than customer satisfaction, etc., which most of us sitting over here are mostly nominally discussing. So that is why standardization is not here on the stage today. Extremely important. Perhaps you can keep it for some other session. Over to you, Sapna.
Right. So this was all about disruptions, what we can do more customized for the customers, for the end users or for the developers. Another question that we have is about, are we going to see more collaborations, JVs in residential, collaborations between flex and commercial spaces, collaborations between property management and technology? Mr. Zia, you can choose who should take that.
I would love to quickly get somebody like a Parth to, or maybe Gopal, starting with Parth. Would he tie up with Ayush today? Ayush did mention that DLF has interacted with them, and perhaps what appears to be more of a, scratching the surface. The depth of this tech platform is immense. Maybe they're just about starting. But Parth, if it is to be you, how would you answer Sapna's question? Do you see any tie-ups happening with the tech platforms for you to do your business efficiently?
Definitely, Ghulam. For example, today we are already talking to a few agencies where post handover can become easy, because we realize that once we get the OC of a building, our facility management team and post handover CRM team is engaged with the society for almost 1.5 year post handover also, leading to redundant teams being absorbed into projects which is not throwing any new cash flows waste of time, repetitiveness of problems. So there we are talking to agencies, for example, small issues or snagging, desnagging issues that someone's regulator is not working, a flush valve is not working. Why the person needs to call up our person, we call up the agency calls up the society manager, then he sends. There is so much wastage. We are trying to put it up to our agency. I'm going to definitely talk to Ayush for the same, where why don't they put it on the app and the person says this time, this slot, this person will come and he'll address it. Why there has to be so much of...
I will ask Gopal also to answer. Ayush has already got a customer. So Gopal, would you also be...
I'll send you the commission on this, Gulam.
So Gulam and Sapna, I'll answer this in three phases because we typically as a development process, pre-construction, during and post. And I think we need these take tie-ups at two levels. One, as already Parth has rightly mentioned, which is post-occupation in terms of maintenance, day-to-day updates. But at the same time, once somebody books, so typically the customer should not feel that till the time we want to collect his first check, our sales guys are behind them for 5 calls, 6 calls, and once they have collected the check, then they have to call 10 times and our sales team is answering only for 3 times. So I think to create post-booking entire thing, their entire sort of documentation can be created in a digital manner on the app. Secondly, all updates on the site, like which all slabs have been casted. Suppose if we are sending them the demand letter, everything they can see that whether actually we have casted or not, because sometimes they also feel they have forwarded for the post slab, whether they have casted or not. So the pictures, their demand letters, their documents, everything can be put it on the app in the digital manner. And there we need the tech support so that automatically the CRM efficiency goes to the next level. And see, we being a developer, ultimately to grow in the industry, we have to be very, very effective in our service. And service is going to be the game changer. So first on that front, and the last aspect is post OC. And second part, I think just on your last question, Sapna, on the standardization front, I think I would love to contribute there also. Standardization is very much possible. So basically, let's assume, suppose affordable side, we do G+12, we can create a standard structure. This is the structure, this is the product, these are the specific amenities. Then we go in the 70 meter, the MIG, and then we go the high end and 100 meter. But typically what happens is that one way we are standardizing, but second way at the same time, you people will only ask us that these guys are not upgrading, these guys are not bringing the innovation. So we have to balance it, wherein 75% of, first we'll start with 100% standardization, and we have to always keep that 25% room towards upgradation, innovation, and changing as per the consumer behavior and pattern. So that way we can address that. Continuously standardization for next half a decade or 1 decade is not possible. Standardization starting with the 25% of upgradation, innovation, we have to be flexible because the consumer behavior and pattern keep on changing. You look at the sizes, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, compact to again luxury. So we have to have, then in the tilings also, initially we were just giving vitrified of 30 to 35. Now me and Parth, we know that to have the look and feel of the apartment, we have to go with the vitrified designer tiles. 100 rupees square feet, the minimum dalna, otherwise the look will not come, it will look like an affordable product. And then from there to a Khar, Bandra, Santa Cruz side, we have to give Italian marble, and that ranges from 250 to 500 rupees per square feet. So I think those kind of flexibility is required. Even in windows also, sometimes UPVC soundproof, sometimes Finistan, and sometimes regular aluminum. So 75% things can be standardized, 25% you have to keep it open. I think due to time constraint, I'm submitting as
correct. I think we got the gist of it, that while we are looking at standardization, it should be there, but we also need to have room for customization as per our client requirements. And yes, collaboration is the way to go. We have seen it here happening right here on this session. So Mr. Zia, just to wrap up this session, your last thoughts.
That I would just want to thank everybody, all the panelists, and it was so it was so enriching. About a couple of days back, we did a mock session, and that mock session was as good as a real session. I was telling somebody we should have actually recorded it and played it instead of doing it physically. So it was so much of fun interacting with all of them, new ideas, young concept, youthful energy. Great. And if you allow me, I would want to say hi to Yash also. Long time. He's the next panelist. I don't know if there's a partner. This is a rock solid wall between us, so we can say hi to him. So that's it. Thank you so much, everybody. I enjoyed every moment of this interaction with you all. Hope you all also enjoyed it, and your viewers as well. I hope they had a great time. Over to you, Sapna. Thank you so much.
Yes, we enjoyed it really. The disruptive session As you said, we have created disruption in this session also. So fantastic. We all enjoyed it and very informative as well. So thanks, Parth, for joining. Abhishek, Gopal, and Neha, thanks for joining. Ayush, thank you for joining. And Mr. Zia for that wonderful conversation. And I will be going back to that recording that you have shared for the mock call. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us, sharing your views and knowledge with us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
So that was our one dynamic session that we just concluded about disruptions. And we also saw how we saw Shark Tank on our Realty Plus platform, which was something disruptive for us as well. So now let's go on to our next session, which has some dynamic young leaders once again to talk about unlocking PropTech value from evolution to necessity. And in conversation with these young leaders will be Yash Gupta, managing partner, YGR. Yash Gupta is an accomplished business person with over 30 years of experience and is recognized for developing some of the best office buildings in India. He is currently focused on investing, acquiring, redeveloping, and managing commercial real estate assets. He has also partnered with Akshay Sethi of Stellar Group to co-found Soy, an office platform that future-proofs mid-market assets, helping tenants win the war for talent. His most recent initiative is teaching course in real estate at Ashoka University in India. And previously, Yash Gupta was the senior managing director and country head of Heinz India. So thank you, Yash, for being here with us today. Let me now invite our expert speakers in an alphabetical order. Vinita Dalal, founder and managing partner, Mount K Capital and head fundraising, Rustamji, is joining us for this session. Ms. Vinita Dalal at Mount Capital oversees the fundraising and the development of the projects for the investee companies, and having over 14 years of experience working in the real estate finance and development fund management industry. She is also the head of fundraising at Rustamji Group. Vinita is also the joint secretary at CREDAI and convener for banking at CREDAI National and CREDAI MCHI. Our other speaker in this session is Sudarshan Lodha, co-founder and CEO Strata. Sudarshan Lodha leads the team at Strata, an investment platform offering premium commercial real estate, enabling investments accessible to everyone. He's an experienced legal counsel in the real estate industry, having expertise in advising, drafting, negotiating, and vetting transaction documents pertaining to real estate acquisitions, investments, financing, and funding large-scale real estate projects in India. So this is our fireside chat panel. Mr. Gupta, over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. As always, very dynamic and extremely well organized sessions that you do. I don't know if I can see everyone. Can people see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, there, here I am. Hi guys. I hope you both took very note of the fact that the young people in the room are Sudarshan and Vinita and not me. So the energy is really going to come from the other two. I have to apologize. We did not have a mock-up session like Zia did, which was animated. I completely missed the fact that I was moderating the session. I thought it was a panelist. So my apologies to my two panelists for going on the flow with me. But I'm really, really glad that we have some really smart people with me who will make the job easier and more fun. So the session today that we're really talking about is PropTech. Is it really a necessity or not? Has it become mainstream or not? And I think what I'm happy to see here on our panel, and the audience will appreciate, is we have two very distinct points of view. We have an investor in PropTech in Vinita, so someone who actually gets people's capital and her own and allocates that capital behind PropTech ventures. So someone who actually is telling people that the PropTech is something worth investing. And then we have Sudarshan, a practitioner of PropTech, someone who's taking money from people like Vinita and other people and saying, you know what, this is really the next big thing. And if you invest with us, this is an opportunity for us to make a significant difference in the industry, as well as reap some profits and benefits along the way. So guys, I mean, we have 30 minutes here, and it's great that we have two divergent points of view, one from an investor and a capital allocator's point of view, and someone who's actually using the capital. And I want to break the session really into 5 different questions. And we'll go by those questions one by one, allocating somewhere about 4 to 5 minutes per question. Get each of your point of view on those, and then we can open up to Q&A if you want to after that. So the question around the questions around, is PropTech really a necessity or not? Should it be the 5 things I'm thinking of? Why is PropTech a necessity? Number 2 is where do we really believe technology within the real estate ecosystem can make a big difference? And Sudarshan, you may have a biased view, and we appreciate that. Third is what? Who is doing that? Who are you? Is there a case example that you can think through where this is the necessity is actually becoming the evolution is really becoming apparent, and how are they doing it well? And the last part is challenges. What are the challenges that we're seeing in this really becoming mainstream? So let's start a little bit about before we get into these 4 or 5 questions. If I can start with Benita and then Sudarshan, go to you as to why did you guys get excited by PropTech, and when did you get excited about PropTech? And what exactly are you doing in PropTech today, just to set the context for the audience?
Thanks, Yash, for that very well, I would say, thought of and detailed overview and expanse that you've covered on PropTech. Both Sudarshan and me, genuinely, I think would have added more to everything that we're doing. And I'm going to kind of take some parts of it from that in my next session whenever I have to speak on PropTech. Well, that's very, very kind of you to cover it in depth, and a lot of all the work that you did while curating this session. Thank you for that. A bit of about what I'm doing in PropTech and what we're doing. So we are a real estate developer out of Bombay, been in business for about 25 years plus, recently listed, and that's the real estate part of it. We also built a fund management company called Mount K Capital, which is now a fund which invests in real estate projects in that. And while we were doing that and the fund management business enticed us, we also got into building a PropTech fund. So we're building a $100 million PropTech fund along with Venture Catalyst. And that's where we kind of started this entire PropTech journey. Why PropTech and how it's important? So if you see the way the entire tech boom has happened across the years, the only industry that doesn't really see this as yet, as much as most of the industries are seeing, is the real estate sector. It's still very nascent. It's still very, very, I would say, what we see in our cities, real estate across the country is a little different from that. What you and me see while working on Zoom and, kind of getting into a site and seeing the cleanliness, seeing, CRM managements and stuff. A very, very large part of the country is still getting into that phase where they are moving from Excel as an accounting way of working to probably a ERP and so on and so forth. So this industry has a huge potential of tech changing the way this industry works, right? From how you do construction, sales, post-sales management, as well as stuff like, Sudarshan has invented, where you do investment and management. So, and ownership of your assets. And with blockchain and Web3 coming in, we were very enthused to kind of be the people ensuring that you are part of the change that's going to transform you. The only thing that can disrupt you is an unknown change. And that is a reason why we kind of started working on a PropTech fund and working on PropTech as a sector, because that is the unknown change that's going to change the way you and me work. Who knew we could do a session online? We were used to doing conferences in person, traveling, spending the entire day with a group of people in the room. And now we're doing all this online thanks to the pandemic. So that's when we kind of started our journey on PropTech, and we started building this with Venture Catalyst, and our fund is called Spire PropTech Fund, which is already on road, and we're building it up from there.
Excellent. So 3 things, Sudarshan, that Benita said. One is the fact that PropTech has been a little bit of a laggard as far as industries are concerned in the adoption of technology, or in the use of, or just even the appreciation of technology within the field of real estate. The second thing she's talking about is the fact that she says, before I get disrupted in my main core business, which is real estate, by technology, I should be leading that by being in front of it and being an investor in it as such. So I guess the two things that really she is saying. What is your take on why prop tech is important today?
Thanks, Yash and Benita. Very important point, right? When people talk about prop tech in general, I think there's nothing beyond just a property classifieds website when someone has to think of prop tech, right? And there's so much more to prop tech as such. And the only ones which have scaled is a simple advertising website for listing your properties as such, right? All these companies, whoever you name it right now, the incumbents who have done big are only and only focused on property discovery. So property discovery is one part of a very, very small subset of the entire PropTech journey and the issues what customer faces. Please understand from an India standpoint, real estate is still the largest asset class where one deploys. On an average, Indians have almost 70-80% of their portfolio only exposed to real estate, right? So it's an illiquid asset class. People don't have expertise in asset management at all. The tenant engagement structure has changed. You could have been that lava landlord earlier who could say, "Ye mere terms hai, you want to come, otherwise go to hell." Now you have to go run behind tenants and please them also, right? The times have changed around it. So I think from a prop tech standpoint, it's not just this, but I think a huge scope of asset management, and that's what we saw as a large opportunity. Discovery in terms of pricing, in terms of the affordability, and how could quality assets be offered to people, over a period of time. So that is one thing. But like what Benita touched, there's a lot more on construction material, on construction management, on even procurements for that matter. Asset management. Even your let's say your power management in future. Water, there are a couple of companies who are doing as such, but again early because the eventual payers of this technology or the service eventually come back and ask this question. As a developer who's going to take this eventually, or the owner of the asset is, okay, how much am I making as part of this thing, right? If I'm not making money, I'm not interested to do something like this. So this is where I think adoption, unfortunately, has been very low in comparison. We've also run a battle for the last 3 years of telling people that, okay, we're going to charge you a management fee for doing what we do. People are like, why do I need? I get my CA who can do this. Why do I need you for this? It's just that over a period of time, people have realized the value which we can bring on board. But otherwise, we've also had the same challenges because at the end of the day, it all revolves around how much cost saving can you do is the technology which people are going to adopt, rather than how much time it can save for them, etc. So I think there's still a little journey for convenience, where people are ready to pay for convenience. I think Swiggy, Zomato have been able to do that where people are ready to pay that convenience fee, but it's taken them 7-10 years to reach where they are today. But I think prop tech is a little far away because it's just too large an asset class for people to adopt as such, right? So I think the second question which you asked about what Benita was mentioning, I think it's a very forward-minded approach what Benita is taking in general. Instead of being disrupted, let me be a part of the disruption. I think it's a fantastic, and very few people have this proactive mindset to even think to take that kind of call.
Or the vision, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hats off to them.
Kudos to just the vision and the courage, more importantly, to think from that standpoint. So you're going completely against all the odds. I'm sure many of her developer friends are like, yeah, all this sounds good, etc. Paisa kitna bana rahe ho, end of the day, that's what they're going to ask her. But then it's a matter of time where she'll be the laughing person on the other side of the table, where she'll be saving and being part of the disruption.
And that's a very good point you bring up, Sudarshan, which is that a lot of the technology in general and PropTech specifically, a lot of the benefit is such a long tail that people just don't recognize it in the short term. I heard a very nice fact, which still blows my mind. And there is this whole concept of half-life, which is how much something kind of keeps on moving in their half distance. But they say when a technology has 1% penetration in the market. So when a technology has 1% penetration in the market, an exponential technology that is, it has reached half its journey. That means the time it takes for a technology to go from 0% to 1% adoption is the same time it takes for the technology to go from 1% to 100% in a scalable technology. And I think people like us who think very linearly just cannot get our head around the log curve that there is in a situation like this. So you're right, there long tail. But Sudarshan, you picked up on something very interesting, and I'll go back to Vinita, which is the second part of what we're talking. Vinita, Sudarshan said that the people are not appreciating the fact how much cost, how much time a technology can save you. And ultimately, if we really break our industry down, I think it comes down to three factors that we use technology for. And the way I qualify that, either you're using prop tech or technology for reducing cost and time. That's number one. Second, you could use it for increasing revenue, whether you're talking about classifieds, whether you're talking about reach, whether you're talking about any which way you can. But that second is increasing revenue. And the third is to really improve quality, whether it's the quality of your customer interaction, whether it's the quality of your product through construction management or contact, you take it whichever it is. But very, very big buckets, very, very high level. We're either talking about reducing cost, increasing revenue, or bettering quality. In the three, if you had to pick one of the three, Benita, and it's an unfair question, where do you think technology and prop tech would be most significant?
I think all three.
You have to choose one, or just rank them. Rank them if you want to.
It's a little tough for lots of reasons. And I'll tell you also, just to add to what Sudarshan said, that, people are actually not conscious about the fact that PropTech is coming in and what you mentioned. So this fund that we're building it with the industry. So about 5-10 of us got together from the real estate sector and we said, we want to build this together. And we got backing from an industry body to come and join it in terms of CREDI, where the industry is supporting this change.
Yeah.
And being part of it. So that awareness is the first thing that honestly we all had to come together to create, because a lot of people today, if you see construction, and it's true for India even today, the way we construct our buildings in the cities vis-a-vis how we constructed in our tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's still very, very different. So that wave is now taking place, and you'll see a lot of people who are actually in the tier 2 cities using stuff like prefab, precast, preform, and starting to make buildings and homes over there. But coming back to your question, where you say you have to choose one of the three,
or rank them.
As much as one doesn't think or have the ability to see it through, but PropTech was definitely something that's going to save money.
Sudarshan, would you agree with Benita, or would you have a different point of view?
No, completely with her. It's about seeing the long-term vision. Like you said, it's a long tail. Unfortunately, so you're not going to get your immediate returns. But unfortunately, like I said, the adopters of PropTech are going to be developers in a large scale. And they unfortunately look at short-term value propositions rather than the long-term value propositions. That's
so would you say that you would, technology companies that are helping you increase your revenue will get funded first? Or do you think technology companies that are going to help you reduce cost are going to get funded first?
I think Benita is a better person to answer this.
What do you think? Benita's already answered. She said cost.
So it's a two-way thing. Obviously, first is cost, because that for a developer, it's income minus expense profit, right? He's not going to look at anything beyond that for a particular project per se. So definitely that is how he's going to look at it. But obviously, long-term wise, how much more revenue I can build. Like for instance, even when you do simple things of better air quality management or the kind of sustainable materials which you use, these are things which certain occupiers have started appreciating of late. My view still 95 out of 100 might still say yes, but eventually go for whatever the cheaper rent is at the end of the day. But I think it's a slow adoption which will happen over a period of time as such. But I think generally the occupiers in India look at more like a back office, right? It's not front office for them. So end of the day, cost is the only thing which is their 95% decision-making ability at the end of the day. So it might take some more time before the revenue generating might take over the cost saving thing, but I don't see that at least for a decade happening.
Very interesting, and it's interesting to note that all three of us are real estate insiders, and maybe a lot of the audience today is as well. And it seems intuitive to us that the most important thing where technology can help us is cost and reducing cost. It's most tangible. It's something that can be easily measured. However, if you look at the investment data, at least over the last decade, the technologies that help you grow revenue have actually been the highest funded. Whether it's a WeWork, which kind of just allowing you to grow revenue by fractionalizing spaces, whether it's listing services, because of the fact that they can just increase the reach. And the reason why increasing revenue has been funded better than reducing cost is because of the fact that A, it's more exponential, and B, it does not often disrupt your core way of doing things. It is just augments them. So you can always sell through the channels that you're selling, but yeah, you can also have a website. Yes, you can also do a multi-level system. Yes, you can also list somewhere else. And that's okay. That's just an addition to what you do. Versus reducing cost often has to change the way you actually do the thing today. And that is a very big behavior to change often. And you have to change not just the technology, but your entire organization and your way of process of doing something. And that's why it's always been a little bit more friction. But you're absolutely right. What seems most intuitive is cost is where the focus should be from a technology point of view, especially in an industry like ours, where cost is a very large portion of your, or cost of goods sold is a very large portion of your total revenue stack. But that's the where portion. So we talked about why, which is why is prop tech important? Why are people thinking about it? How it can disrupt the industry? We've talked about where should the technology really be focused on, and what do the industry practitioners think about? The third part of what we wanted to talk about really is the what. I would like both of you to think through one example, either of your own company or of a company, Vinita, that you may have invested in from a technology company, where you can talk a little bit about the what of this thing. What did that company do? What is the process they followed? How do technology actually change a little bit of the industry or the way things were, such that it's become a necessity? The focus of today's panel is really about, is technology or prop tech becoming a necessity or not? So it would be great to pick on both of you to talk about an example there where you think that it's a great example of how prop tech has become a necessity. Benita, if you can start with you again, sorry. And I'll start with Sudarshan next time.
No, that's okay. I think very well said. And, even in your last point, when you said that, it's about revenue and cost, and the last decade has been revenue. No one really spoke about cost. That conversation started only after lockdown, when everyone got into cost saving and they realized, oh, you know what, we don't really know what's going to come our way, and revenue is not a visibility. Let's just look at costs. I think that's where cost has come into focus for a lot of people, and people realize money has to make money. So that's where even the valuations were no more required, but profit was required for most startups. But your current question, when you talk about the fact that you're looking at what is it that changed, there's a tech that all of us use very simply, like, in your post handover, when you form your societies, you've got something like Apna Complex, which is owned by Anurag. When you go to your commercial spaces, it's something is called MyGate, where your entire entry exit process has been like simplified. That today is like a non-negotiable amenity that you have to give, to the extent that most people and developers have gone ahead and created their own apps to kind of bring a community and a society together. It's more also a focus today that I think for me was a post handover experience of a customer, where the ability of people to look at it as an amenity and as a handover in a post, because lots of developers look at it as you're done, you've given the OC, you handed the keys, people have moved in, and that's it. But consciously, we took the call of having all these things available in our societies upfront, which actually was something that for us became a necessity as an organization. So that's something that is for me, that seems like a huge tech changer in the post handover process, which has not been the focus area of a lot of people earlier.
What an amazing example, Vinita. I really appreciate that. That's actually true. For those of us in the audience who may not have understood what Benita is talking about, but she's talking about the companies that she named is MyGate and Anurag company, Anna City, where they basically are a community management or a residential complex management software, and how it started as something to just reduce the friction of kind of coordinating between people and doing various tasks that are required of having certain processes within a residential community, but which is where it started, but actually ended up having so much more intelligence, where they actually started building communities, started getting people together, starting to do events, dissemination of information, etc. So from a small use case of security, which was really the main reason why it started, which is why it's called MyGate, it became a much, much bigger thing and evolved organically into that. So again, from the evolution of prop tech into almost becoming a necessity, and as Benita said, that today almost no complex can exist without it. Excellent example, Benita. Thank you. So Sudarshan, what do you think could you think of as an example of prop tech where it has now become such a necessity that people just can't live without it anymore?
So I'll just add on to what Beda mentioned, right? So Migrate has just evolved not just from this, but now they even have integrations, let's say with an urban company or services what an urban company offers, right from plumbing to electrical work, which is also a large pain point for a lot of the tenants or a lot of the homeowners as part of the business, right? So this was also another problem. So Migrate has evolved, and hence it's become a very important thing in general for people like Vinita and developers to have this as a prerequisite, because now the homeowners are also asking for something like that. So I think
Absolutely.
apart from this, in commercial, one thing which is a larger problem which people are facing, at least let me talk from a CBD standpoint, because a good focus for us right now is CBD acquisitions. In a large way is parking management in general. I think it's become a very large issue, and companies like what Park Plus Security and bunch of other guys were trying to do, I think is a phenomenal thing. Especially let's look at Hyderabad as a market today, where I think there's a law that you can't charge parking fees in a large way, right? So most of the developers over there have left the parking management as an abandoned thing altogether. Like anyway, I'm not making any fee, let it be just like that, right? But again, opportunities for people to look at it from a different lens and try giving the best of services. Probably look at companies who can use this as a branding activity, generate your fees or revenues out of that, and offer free parking at the end of the day, right? So, but rather than just abandoning altogether, because all these smaller parameters deteriorate your building quality over a period of time, from security, from quality, maintenance, everything standpoint. So that's a very important point. In generally, again, I think while it's not a necessity yet from an occupier, but will soon be, I think whole building maintenance management is a large thing which today is done in a more ad hoc manner. Done by just appointing one of the FMs to do it and they just give updates. But I think having more real-time update where you can take real-time involvement or updates from your occupier of the issues which are not resolved over a period of time. And there are companies who are doing that, it's still at nascent stage, but I believe over a period of time is where a lot of control will start having with the occupier as well as with the landlord, which is right now hanging on trust purely with the facilities manager, unfortunately, right? And it's a real experience which you don't want your occupiers to have over a period of time. So I believe this is going to be one of the large evolutions which we will foresee, while most of it is developer controlled, etc. But let's look at the mid-market segment where not every developer has that kind of bandwidth and expertise to do that. I think is a very large white space worth consuming and trying to capture market share over.
Again, excellent point, Rachin, and talking about how parking management systems and Park Plus, Amit. I actually was in touch with Amit Lakhotia yesterday, and how he left something like Paytm to say, no, this is a huge market, it's completely unaddressed. Let me find a way to organize it, and it's taken a lot of the friction out of the system to the point where you can't even think about having a parking system that works without an automated solution today. Is a great example of a necessity. But Sudarshan, talk a little bit about your own business as well, because I would say that even fractional ownership, given the fact that you talked a little bit about how Indians like to have a very large portion of their net worth in real estate, whether the number is 80% or somewhere within a very large number. So how do you think that what you are doing is going to become a necessity in the future from investing in real estate point of view?
Well, this is an ambitious point of is for us that everybody should have us as part of their portfolio over a period of time. That's at least the larger goal plan. We are there with about 3,000 Indians. We are still short of probably 145 crore Indians, whatever, as such, right? But broadly, from our standpoint, the kind of technology what we are adopting is more from an asset management, the whole investor experience, whole documentation management standpoint, which is usually a very broken system for people. Like when you want to buy a property, let's say even from an HNI, sometimes our due diligence takes 2 months just because they don't have all the documents in hand. While it's a clean property, we know title is there, but without the documents, they can't move on. Also, I feel there's a large opportunity for property or title insurance, which is not there in India in a large way. Large phenomena in the US. As insurance sector evolves in India, this might also be there. Again, there is some linkages with the government trying to digitize most of the, all the property records. With that, title insurance can probably be a go-to. But having said that, this is what we do. Apart from that, we give the investors an experience which they've never had through mobile application where they can invest, they can track, they can liquidate over a period of time. Eventually, I believe we are getting Sorry, am I still there?
Hello. You froze too?
Maybe if you kill your video for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sudarshan, I can see you back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what we heard you say basically is that what you're doing is really helping people own real estate in a more professional manner, whether it's the way and get cheated, whether it means that they'll get cheated less because there's better due diligence on what it is, there's better paperwork, there's better trail, there's better maybe even title insurance tomorrow on that, or whether it's better management of the property itself. And you talked about how in the beginning, how people used to say, listen, my CA does it for me. But obviously the CA doesn't have the competence and the sophistication that you would have in asset managing a property, whether it's with a tenant, whether it's getting a tenant out, whether it's just managing it on a day-to-day basis. And I think these are, again, great examples to show that people just are used to doing things in a certain way, and they think those things work till they find a great technology solution, and then suddenly they realize, shit, how did we work before this? This is so amazing in many ways. And I think that is really where Vineta has kind of seen the vision and is a little ahead of the curve by saying, listen, I'll put my money where my mouth is, because these things will become the de facto standards in the time to come for the industry, and it's a great way to do. So
And sorry to interrupt you, Yash, there's
Sure.
one thing which we do very proactively as a process which we started. What we realized is, let's say there are two realtors working or two brokers in the market who are trying to do. One has a tenant and the other one has a land, but they don't talk to each other because they feel the other one can take the other thing, right? So we are trying to also run a platform which is Strata Reach, where partners can come on board, register certain things, and we act more as an evangelist as part of the trade, where your interests are secured, because our job is we're neutral to both of you. We've done about 4 transactions ever since we started, where we created an asset or created a supply ground up where partners came on board and did the entire transaction, and we funded it eventually, right? So things like that will also create a lot of disruption in asset building also over a period of time, where the ecosystem is seeing assets. Like I know multiple of our tenants which we talk to, they're like, hey, we want a space in different parts of India as well. And go through the whole process of finding a local guy who'll find me land, who'll find a developer, eventually find an investor, a bunch of things. Again, we become a catalyst at that standpoint, where it's a stop solution for them, where different stakeholders can come together, work or use our platform to their best advantage. Obviously, today we're restricting only where we are putting our money into it, but I think over a period of time, this could also become a large platform as we move forward.
Excellent. No, sounds very exciting that you are finding spaces where there are where you can just smoothen the entire matchmaking process or fulfillment process using technology in a trust-based manner. But that brings us to the challenges that often we find in the adoption of technology and therefore the scaling of the companies. And in the same manner, Brita, you might be finding that it might be difficult. I don't know if that's true, but sometimes it might be difficult to convince people to invest in prop tech companies or in a prop tech fund. So talk a little bit about some of the challenges you have both faced on 2 fronts. One, as an investor, where the companies have a great solution, but they're finding it difficult to scale up because the industry is used to doing things a certain way, number one. And number 2, what you have done, which is amazing, that you're saying, listen, we will get the industry kind of both organized and rallied behind this war cry. And let me therefore get the best experts in real estate to become the investors. And together we will invest in these companies. But I'm sure that too must be having some challenges along the way. And why are people hesitant to invest money in prop tech companies? So 2-pronged answer for you, Vinita, and if you can talk a little bit about how you guys with your fund are kind of solving those problems for the industry, please.
So that's a great question, and honestly, that's the need of the hour right now. If I was just looking at some data a couple of days, and the total investments in prop tech startups from 2021 to now has only been $2.4 billion.
Wow.
Which is very, very small. Okay. Not for any reason, but because this industry, if you see the kind of revenue it generates and the cost it does. So costs cover almost, say, about anywhere between 75 to 80% of the revenues that we are doing. So if only 2.4 billion has been invested in prop tech startups for an industry which is known to contribute almost 7 to 8% to India's GDP, the gap that you're finding there is really, really large. Why is it that people have not been able to invest into startups or have not put it? I think two reasons. A, the awareness is really, really low even today. If I tell you that the total amount of prop tech startups, including the housing.coms and Sonicons and unicorns in total, are not more than say about 90 to 100, that number is very small. When fintech as a revolution started and banks went digital, it took them couple of years until which the market was created, and then you could see Paytms and UPIs and so on and all come and forth. It was almost 7 and 8 years before Paytm really became Paytm and you kind of knew what Paytm does. So I think we're there. It's not that far away where you'll really see people coming in and going all out in it. And I'm also seeing prop tech founders becoming a little more mature in their approach. They're not the ones who just got up today morning and have lived the Zomato and Swiggies of the world and lived those areas where they can go ahead and, come and talk about valuation and someone will give you money and then go on and so forth. They are now coming with tangible solutions which you can actually see put through in your day in life. It's becoming really easier to have a conversation from anyone in the sector on prop tech, because as we may all see, the second and third generation has already started to step into real estate. So they are very, very intrigued and enthused about tech as a concept. If you ask Sudarshan, his investors also, most of them would be second and third generation or people between 20 to 35, or who are either working somewhere, have surplus money, don't want to put it in stock exchange, don't want to buy something and probably want to own a piece of a asset which is giving them yield. So that awareness has come in, and that change has started to come in, and that's where the conversation is easier. Where I still see difficulty is I still find some founders who are trying to teach an engineer to do engineering better. That is a bit of a challenge, where I think they need to understand that I will never know, probably I can't predict, or I cannot teach English in a college, because that's not my diction and that's not my forte. But I can build a building. So I know exactly what happens from start to end. You can probably come and see that process along with me, and tell me how to improve that process and how I can change it to make my building or my commercial building better. But you can't come and tell me that, you instead of going and putting a shore pile, probably all you need to do is put 3 things on the side, and your site will be more protected against any kind of mishaps or any kind of cave-ins of land. So that's where I'm still seeing a little bit of challenge in the convincing of a product that your startup founders are bringing on the table. But if I see the idea state startups which are out there right now, and the way they are kind of coming in with new age technologies to make it convenient, not just for a consumer, but also for a developer to see the construction progress and delivery. I'm very, very, I would say, positive and enthused to see that through. And that's something also that we will be kind of taking up, where we kind of bring in an incubator as well for such people who can actually bounce off the ideas to the industry. Because better to handhold you from the start than to kind of come in at a later stage. So that's what we are trying to do also in our next phase.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just conscious of the time because we have just, I think, 2 or 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
But just to summarize, I think there's something that Benita said, which was very powerful, that if we think India is about a $3 trillion economy and 8% of the GDP is real estate, which makes about 240 billion, only 2.4 billion, Benita, you said, has gone in how many years? In how many years?
2021 to now.
So in 2 years, 1% of the revenue has gone into prop tech over 2 years. So that's 0.5%. That's all that's gone in. And if we really do believe, and if you were convinced after this panel that actually prop tech is a necessity, then I think you should all go and invest in Benita's fund. Yeah. With that, Sapna, do we have time for?
As a part of it.
and have Sudarshan as a part to after they've invested in Benita's fund, then Sudarshan will take all the money that you make and be invested in properties for you. So, Sapna, does that wrap it up for us, or do we have time for Q&A?
Yeah, fantastic. I think, but yes, you have seen, as our earlier speakers had mentioned in the panel, that we are just scratching the surface for PropTech. And you are the one who started when, the initial stages of PropTech, you started with that. How have you seen the scenario changing? We started with the discovery platforms, aggregators, then the consolidation. If we say these are the two phases, what is the next phase you are seeing?
So great question, Sapna, and this is the reason why. I mean, it depends on really what your business is and how do you focus on it. When our realization is people have been scratching the surface of PropTech for a long time, and it's an industry that moves very slowly. It is a very brick and mortar industry by definition. So our view has been that we don't want to be the SoftBanks of the world who went and funded WeWorks. WeWork is a great solution. We think it's a fantastic product. It just didn't have the right capital stack, like people are realizing. So with any disruption, with any technology, new technology, there will be a learning curve. Some things will go right, some things will go wrong. People like me have a lot riding on or at least have learned, have enough other things to do with our main real estate business that we focus on. That we're saying, let PropTech go through one or two evolutions. When it stabilizes, and once it's stabilized, that's when the big money will go in. So as in even in venture investing, you have seed, you have early stage, you have growth, and then you have buyouts. We are more the growth guys. So we will come in after Benita and Sudarshan have proven out that their investee companies or Sudarshan's own company have got to a certain scale. That's when people like me would like to come in and give them a lot more money to kind of go and own the market. But the people who are actually going out and saying, I will invest in 5 different people, and Benita will spend her own personal time telling the engineer to stop doing engineering beyond a point and to listen to the industry as well. That is something that Sudarshan and Benita are much better at. And I think I'm really happy that they're doing it, because I think it improves the industry for all of us. But each one plays a different part in that journey. Would you guys agree?
For sure.
Yeah, I think
that's
you
where we are.
rightly said. Yeah, with every new thing, the learning curve has to be there, and that is how any technology or anything.
And mistakes are very much a part of learning. People think mistakes are things gone wrong. Actually, I think mistakes are things gone right. That's how you become better at it. That's the way we see it. Yeah.
That's why most startups, the founders, after their first failure, the second and third become unicorns.
Yeah, right. Very well said.
That's
well, thank you, Sapna, for giving us this opportunity, and Sudarshan.
That's a very positive note that we have
great
ended
panelists,
on. Yeah, fantastic.
You guys
Thank you so much, Yash, for that wonderful conversation, and Benita and Sudarshan joining for this talk on how to unveil PropTech and
my apologies for realizing I was the moderator just before the panel started.
But that was a fantastic job done. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Bye,
Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
So this was one session where we were talking about unveiling PropTech and how we are going about it. Now let's move on to our next session, which takes off from there, where we are talking about vision for future, how startups are revolutionizing real estate market. And we are going to have startups from across segments here in this session today. So let me first of all introduce our session members. Moderating this session will be Vyoma Pandit, co-founder Flow Realty India. Vyoma Pandit is an IIM Bangalore graduate and an avid marketer, known leader in real estate. Having spent over 13 years in real estate across companies like Lodha, Brigade, Shriram, she is known for her disruptive marketing strategies and use of new age tech to create case studies in real estate turnaround. Let me introduce our speakers now in an alphabetical order. I invite Mr. Amit Bansal, co-founder and CEO, 91 Square Feet. Amit Bansal is a serial entrepreneur with interest in construction tech and augmented reality. In 2019, he co-founded 91squarefeet.com, a platform that helps offline retailers scale faster by providing property identification, store design, development, and maintenance services all under one roof. Our next panel member is Sanjay Mendiratha, founder and CEO of HeatCure. Sanjay Mendiratha has been the founder and CEO of HeatCure since 2018 And Heatcure is a nanotechnology glass coating firm that provides a solution to heat-related difficulties. With an exclusive patent for their Japanese nanotechnology, Heatcure innovative and energy-efficient technique meets the growing need for sustainable solutions and an expanding list of respectable clients who rely on their remarkable outcomes. Our next panel member, let me introduce Saurav Vora, founder and CEO, Alive. So Saurav Vora comes with over 14 years of real estate experience. His skill set lies in disrupting the traditional operations of the real estate market, and his expertise includes business development, marketing and sales, business strategy and operations, relationship management, and leading startups to successful businesses. Shiv Parekh, founder and CEO, Edgebits, is our next panel member, and he founded Edgebits in 2019, a leading fractional ownership platform in India that democratizes access to real estate for everyday investors. Under Shiv's leadership, Edgebits has attracted over 50,000 investors, making it the most experienced and leading fractional ownership platform in the country. Next and final member for this session, I introduce Sunny Garg, co-founder and CEO, Crib. Sunny Garg is a young and ambitious serial entrepreneur. At Crib, he serves as the CEO and co-founder, leading the property management app in the country. The platform's goal is to simplify the property management processes and make a significant impact on the real estate market. So this is our panel for this session. Let me hand it over to Vyoma now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Vyoma.
Hi, Amit.
So all our speakers have joined us now. Vyoma, you can take it over from here.
Okay. All right. We're live, Sapna. I thought you were going to give us a few minutes before we go live with the audience. Okay. Yeah. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the special session on PropTech startups that are revolutionizing real estate. Before we all start off, and for the audience being very honest, Sapna did not give us much time to connect with each other before the session. So we're going to all get introduced to each other now. And before we start with the whole panel discussion, I'd just like to take about a minute from everyone here to just run us through their journey in, what has led up to the startup and what was their background before they started their current company. What is the key product or service they're trying to deliver now in the real estate space? Yeah. So we can start with Amit. Amit, everyone here knows you founded 91 Square Feet. And I also believe you're currently having a very interesting AI-led app, Yoda app, right? Where you're trying to get an infographic-led content creation platform. Yeah. And before that, you had a very different background in Quiffers, right? So if you could just shed a little bit light on your journey before starting 91 Square Feet and what kind of solutions are you trying to offer with your current startup?
Okay, thank you, Roma. I hope I'm audible. So before starting 91 Square Feet, I co-founded another company that goes by the name of Quiffers, QUIFPRS. It was a logistics automation SaaS tool wherein we created an algorithm which help you create or optimize your logistics costs. Like if it is for the FMCG manufacturer, they have a various combinations of SKU which needed to go to multiple distributor points. So with our algorithm, we kind of optimized on 22 parameters and give them a route plan along with the truck selection, along with the loading pattern, so that they can save on their logistics spend. So the tool was a hit amongst multiple of FMCG manufacturers and last mile retailers like Vijay Sales, Dabur, Marico, Anchor, Panasonic. Even till date, they're using that solution. We happened to sell that company to a logistics MNC. And at that point in time, my thought process was we are a little late into logistics, and construction seemed to be a bigger opportunity. So we have been for the 4 or 5 years, we've been focusing on making logistics more efficient with technology. So why not build a similar kind of technology to make construction more efficient? And to our hypothesis at that moment was the logistics has seen a massive technological adoption in the last decade from 2010 to 2020, and similar kind of technological adoption construction is going to see in this current decade. And that year 2019 seemed to be a good start point for us. So that's when we took that call, and we wholeheartedly focused our efforts into building technologies to make construction more efficient. Along the way, there were multiple, you can say, tributaries in our journey, wherein when the COVID hit, we were strapped for funds. We started another app, Yoda app. We raised some funds there. We kind of survived. Then towards the end of 2021, we realized that, there's a bigger game in construction. We should not be diluting our focus in multiple areas. So we ceased operations at Yoda, returned all the money back to investors, and wholeheartedly focused on developing 91. Right now, 91 square feet.
I was trying to find the app on App Store, and maybe that's the reason why.
Yeah,
we do something totally different, and then I went on to read the description again. So maybe there's already a Yoda app doing something else.
Yes. So we were off to a good start, but we had to take a call somewhere because things were moving very fast at 91, and even ourselves amongst co-founders and investors, nobody was liking it that we are riding two boats. So that's where we needed to consolidate focus on 91. So currently, 91 square feet is a 200 people team across 3 offices: Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore. We have a construction management software called R-Dash, which is used by almost 100 plus contractors and co-working companies and builders and developers to manage their construction project. Along the way, we also opened a design and build vertical, kind of went hands-on into doing the project ourselves, and that vertical also scaled to 100 crore revenue annualized. So things are going well for us.
How long do you take to finish a standard size retail store?
So it takes somewhere around 35 to 45 days, but with a smaller format, we are also doing in 10 to 15 days if we get a lot of. So depends on the kind of format it is. It hovers between 15 days to 60 days. But for a standard 1200 square foot retail, you can say 35 days is the benchmark. But we have kind of evolved past retail. We are doing lots of commercial as well as warehouses, design and build projects as well.
And what kind of time would you have crunched as compared to before? Like what percentage of the time do you do it in now versus traditional formats before?
So the benchmark, the way we studied it, we believe that the typical time to close a project is around 60 days, and we have crunched it by almost 40%. Is the way how we believe it, but there's no standard parameter or measurement established in the industry. So data is up for argument. But yeah, I think that we have made some definitive headways in the way we are managing our project with technology as well as the solutions we have deployed on the operations front. So yeah, so I'm very confident about the speed we are bringing in, the right benchmark, maybe 20, some may argue 20%, some may say 40%.
Great, amazing. Yeah, so very, very interesting format. We'll come back to this as well in the course of the discussion. Yeah. Moving over to Sanjay. So Sanjay, you founded another very interesting startup, and I'm very curious to know, how did this whole transition happen from leading corporate sales in Dish TV to going and finding almost like a material science kind of company, right? In heat resistant solutions, nanotech based company. So over to you to share your journey in brief.
Yeah, thank you, Roma. Hi, everyone. So being from the corporate background, I have served corporates in various streams like banking, telecom, media, and last happened to be Dish TV. While joining, I thought that 3 years stint would be enough, and I'll serve the, whatever is required, the role, and then probably move out. But it took 9 years to quit. So every time I used to go, and there was a new assignment which was waiting, and it was obviously lucrative. So, and in that stint only, we were actually looking, the digitization happened. So that is when all the set-top boxes were mandatory and cable connections were going off. So we were in the process of chip sourcing of a set-top box. And there was this Japanese company who we were supposed to go meet, negotiate, and close. So I was closer to the founder, Mr. Subhash Chandra, and his son, Puneet Goenka, as well. So they wanted that, okay, you go negotiate, close the deal, come back. So with the technical team, I was there. The meeting happened in a day, and next day I came to know that in the same place there was a conference happening for nanotechnology-based products. So I happened to enter there, met the manufacturers originally. They were doing things like, making nanotechnology-based paints for spacecrafts to reduce friction, and then, on the utility front as well. So, and there was this product which was talking about heat block being transparent. So I understood, and once I wanted to know better, and they simply said, no, this is a pretty futuristic product for India. And Indian market we don't think is ready for such a futuristic product now. Somehow convinced them, started R&D, put in my papers, got the product done, first batch came, and that is how the journey started. So this is basically a nanotechnology-based chemical that you do on the glass. The application is done from inside. So we see nowadays glasses are being used extensively in all the structures that are coming up. Three basic reasons being, it is definitely cheaper for the construction people who are, stalwart sitting here. No, it is a cheaper solution than doing a facade outside. Plus, it is a no maintenance fixture later on. At the same time, looks aesthetically pretty good. But and glass industry is growing more than 300% year on year from last 6 years now, and shortages are a daily routine there. So you don't get what you need immediately. There's always a waiting period. Processing units are running high and dry. And so I knew that glass industry is going fine. And this is a product that rides on that industry. So whenever you put a glass instead of a wall, you are actually allowing the entire heat and cold to come inside the structure. Right? Wall is a natural insulator. But when you replace a glass with a wall, it allows the entire heat to come in. A very classical example that I generally give during my presentations to clients as well is you hardly find a teacup without a handle. But a regular paper cup, a regular Starbucks coffee cup, or a barista cup, cardboard cup comes without a handle. Which means that glass has a tendency to transfer the entire heat outside immediately. Same happens with our structures also, but with strong HVAC solution and strong air conditioning, we somehow manage. And at the same time, there's a huge load on energy.
Neil Thakkar, could you please put yourself on mute? Great. Yeah,
Okay, so this brings in actually a lot of load on energy, and are not only India, across the globe, every nation is working towards getting carbon neutral going forward. And global warming, climate change are few issues which are always on top of mind of any bigger deal that happens. So I could not find myself aligning towards e-vehicles and battery business and everything. But I found this quite interesting, and we bought this product to India. So this coating, once it is applied on the glass, actually blocks 85% of heat on the glass itself.
Understood.
And keeps the glass transparent. Life of the product is good 12 to 15 years. So, and wherever we started pitching it, everybody was very, quite accepted towards it. So we thought, let us develop it further. So now we are working with clients like Radisson Blu, Domino's Pizza all across India. We are a part of the project team. A Domino's outlet doesn't open without this coating today. We are working with Leela Hotels. We are working with Marriott's. A lot of prominent brands are equipped. And now we are planning to open a distribution channel where we can have glass dealers, distributors associated, so that the product can be made easily available to a B2C client also.
Wonderful.
This is what has been so far.
Yeah, wonderful. Great. So I think you're solving a very important need that will also arise out of global warming. And I'm sure people and your clients will be thanking you much more in 3 to 5 years' time.
Yeah, hope so.
Yeah. So, Saurabh, hi, good to see you again.
Hi, Vyoma. How are you doing?
Good, I'm good. So, Saurabh, with you, I have a very specific question. You have ventured into Aleph. It's just been about 2 to 3 months now.
No, Alive is now almost 10 months old company.
10 months old? Yeah, I think it's been in the news for about the last 3 months.
Could be, yeah.
And it's a vacation rental and fractional ownership concept, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So with you, I have a very specific question more than a general introduction. Has been that, and Shiv will vouch for that. Fractional investments have been around for a long time, largely focused on commercial real estate, right? And because that has been the highest dividend yielding asset class in real estate, right? Also offers steady, high quality clientele. And of course, though, exit cycles are yet to be figured out, but it has been one of the most promising fractional investment platforms for people in the country. So what has been this whole thought process behind offering vacation homes for fractional investment and a long-term rental? And how did this whole thought come about?
So first of all, Amit, Sanjay, good to hear about your journey and look forward to hear from others as well. So, Yoma, as you are aware, I was with No Broker. So I was the founding member at No Broker for almost 7 years. 2015 is when we started No Broker. So I think so. It's just during COVID second wave, what we saw is that the demand for holiday homes on our platform, which is No Broker, was increasing. But somehow we were not able to do a lot of transactions on the platform. And when I deep dive, what I understood is it's not only the discovery which needs to happen when it comes to holiday homes. People don't see value buying a holiday home due to a couple of larger reasons. The first one in itself is they don't think it makes any sense to buy a 1 crore, 2 crore holiday home if I'm just going to use it for, let's say, 20 to 30 days in a year. Second, I think so buying a holiday home also comes with a lot of hassles in terms of managing the property. For a common public, managing their first home is a hassle. Managing a second home which is far away from your first home, it's a big hassle in itself. So we at Alive intend to solve these two larger problems. A, we are making holiday homes commercially accessible, by fractional ownership into holiday homes. So one holiday home we sell to 10 different people. So we max it to 10 people. Each one owns 10% of that home. So each home is bought under an LLP and there are 10 max shareholders. Everyone gets to use 35 days in a year. So how we are different from a commercial fractional is that ours is more of a lifestyle product where a person gets access to use their own holiday home. The only thing is he never thought it makes sense to own a 2 crore home if I'm just going to use it for 20 to 30 days in a year. Here you own the same home at a 20 lakh rupees. You get 35 days to use it. And the beauty about the model is if you're not using the property for 35 days also, we rent out on your behalf. So the entire property management on ground or managing your rental, taking care of the legal compliances, everything is end-to-end managed by Alive. Not only that, we also take care of the exit for people. So when it comes to secondary sale, let's say if I bought a 20 lakh share and after a year, 2 years, I want to exit at 24, 25 lakh. We as Alive, our secondary platform helps you find the right buyer also. And it's a share transfer which happens between an incoming and outgoing shareholder.
So it's almost like bringing together the old concept of timeshare, right? Like what Sterling Mahindra Holidays would, combined with the concept of asset ownership in a fractional platform.
Correct. Because I think so the major difference between any timeshare and a model like Alive is you don't get to own the property. And we feel, all of us over here, we know how important the real estate investment is. So when you hold an asset for 5 to 7 years and you get access to all Alive properties within the same category, the capital appreciation comes to the genuine buyer or the real buyer. So we are trying to democratize the holiday home space. In fact, in Goa, we have launched apartment where the share price starts at as low as 10 lakh rupees. So a person can actually own an apartment in Goa at 10 lakh rupees, get to use it for 35 days. And if he doesn't use it, we rent it out on their behalf. So our entire intent of setting up Alive is we want this holiday home as an asset class to be accessible to the middle class population, because out of some 290 million families in India, only 2 lakh people own a holiday home. So we feel there's a great potential here. And the way now Indians holiday, people prefer a villa or an apartment more than a hotel whenever they are, going to these locations. So we feel we can add tremendous value when it comes to building supply in these locations.
Understood. Wonderful. Great. So Shiv, since you have been a senior in this field, one of the largest fractional investment platforms there is in India today. Okay. Fractional investments have gone through various journeys over the last about, say, 5 years since they've come into play, Strata taking the lead, right? But one thing that has been happening across all the platforms, and you can maybe add to that later, is that one, it is limited to commercial real estate. Two, we hear of a lot of investor interest coming in, but the exit strategy is still quite unclear because there is still a perception of real estate and also a fact of real estate being a relatively illiquid asset class, right? With REITs, only a couple of REITs being listed on the market and not inviting too much fancy investor interest, right? And fractional platforms are trying to do it in the unlisted manner by way of LLBs. And unless SEBI comes in and changes the regulation, that is going to be the path, I believe, for some time forward. So, two-part question to you. What do you see as the long-term solution to liquidity in this whole, especially commercial real estate fractional platforms? B, do you anytime in the future see SEBI coming in with different requirements and regulating this sector? And how will that impact this whole fractional investment platform space?
No, I think that's a very important question for investors. And before I jump into that, just great to be on this panel and good to meet you, Vyoma, and my fellow panelists. So yeah, I think exit is the most important thing in any investment, right? It's easy to take money from someone. You have to be able to give it back, which is very, very important. I think the beauty of firstly as a business model in terms of fractional ownership, you're making 9% a year. So in 5 years, you've already gotten back 50% of your principal. So in that sense, it's a relatively safe investment. And like you rightly said, it's while it's been about 4 to 5 years that this industry has really picked up, and companies that have come up. I think that's what's really important is figuring out which property an investor invests in, right? So what I mean by that is I think we're one of the few fractional players to have actually given exits to investors, exited at 17.5% IRR. So what determines whether one is able to exit or not, right? One is what price you go in, right? If you go in at the right price, you'll get the appreciation. You'll be able to exit at a good price. So one needs to really look at the price that one is getting in, and either one has to, and that's where the platform that one is dealing with is very, very important, because you have to look at the team behind the platform. You have to see that they have the real estate experience, the real estate background, to be able to figure out what the right price to pay for the property is. So for instance, us at HBits, we go really, really into the micro. We study each and every deal that's happened in that micro market, and we make sure that our property has been picked up at a below market rental as well as capital value. The other thing is your secondary exchange, right? Your secondary liquidity. So if someone wants to exit in a year, right, you get appreciation in real estate generally over a longer horizon. But we've had multiple investors who wanted to exit in a year and a half, and it could be for various reasons. For instance, one of our investors had a medical emergency, another investor had his son going to university, so they needed to liquidate. So I think there, what's really important is you look at the platform's user base and investor base. So we have about 50 to 60,000 users on our platform. And any investor who's wanted to exit, we've been able to facilitate an exit for them. So kind of two major things, right? Getting it at the right price point, looking at the background of the team, and then looking at the investor base of that platform. To answer your second question,
it's almost like a volume that the stock trades at, as in when you want
exactly
to stock in the
exactly
you look at the volume. So
exactly. It's about
the platforms that will survive and thrive are probably the ones who are being able to generate investor volume to a certain extent, where
right
happen.
Correct. Exactly. You have to have that kind of volume on the platform, and that will happen when that platform is investing in the right kind of properties and able to actually give those initial exits to investors.
Right.
And I think then your second question is a very, very pertinent question. You asked about SEBI and regulation. So we've been part of the consultation process with SEBI, and in fact, they came out with a consultation paper in May. Detailing out, they're calling it MSM REITs, right? Medium, small, and micro REITs that kind of regulates the whole framework. So in a sense, that really helps your liquidity as well, because now what SEBI has proposed is that the units will be listed on the exchange. So again, that enhances the liquidity that's available. SEBI's also proposed a 10 lakh minimum ticket size. While most fractional platforms, at least commercial fractional platforms, are at 25 lakhs. So again, with a lower ticket size, there's obviously a larger universe of investors. And with SEBI coming into play, obviously even further enhances investor comfort. So we really welcome this SEBI regulation that's imminently expected.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will create a whole liquidity tradable platform over a period of time where you will have listed REITs in these segments coming up, and also kind of having a consolidation in the space where only the meaningful platforms with high quality assets will survive.
No, exactly. I think that's exactly it. Because see, if you look at the REIT market, which you said, there are only 3 REITs that are listed today with a total market cap of about 55,000 crore. But there's 7 lakh crore worth of grade A real estate in India. And I think that's because the traditional REIT model is only limited to a handful of the 5 largest developers in the country.
Great.
But there are a lot of mid-sized developers where this MSM REIT platform will really add value.
Interesting. Very, very nice insight, Shiv. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm sure it helped a lot of viewers understand what's coming up and what's going on in the fractional space. So yes, over to Sunny. Thank you for being a patient listener so far. Finally, your turn. Right. So Sunny, you also had a very interesting journey. You have been, college founder, ISB, right? You started your first company while at ISB, and I think you have had an exit as well, right? And currently you're on to starting Crib. It's a property management platform. So to you again, since you operate in a different space, but a space which has been around for the last 7-8 years, right? There have been property management automation apps being available in the market. I think from a product point of view, many of them have matured to a stage where the product is very, very strong today, and so is their penetration. So currently, if you see, there are about 2 to 3 apps which dominate the property management space, if I may say, right? What is your view on what's happening in this space? Where do you see there is space for some disruption happening, and how at Crib are you trying to solve that problem?
So thank you, Vyoma. First thing I will clarify that I didn't start my last company while at ISB. So I didn't join ISB at all. I was there for 2-3 weekends and then I dropped out. So I started my last company when I was at Ramjas College, University of Delhi.
Okay,
So
that's a star on you. That's a badge on you, like college dropout young founder. I'm sure
kind
you
of.
do.
So I come from Delhi University, and this was 2016 when the co-living boom didn't happen in India. And everybody around us was cribbing about their hostels and PGs. So we started a co-living company with the name Yourshell. We ran it for 2.5 years, did 20 crores in revenue just out of college, and sold it at a good valuation to India's biggest player, Stanza Living. But while running that company, we realized that even this market is very mature and has been for decades, PGs and hostel market, but there is no software to manage it. We were the coolest, youngest co-living operators out in the country. We were 21, 22 when we were running it. The maximum technology we were using was WhatsApp. We used to send reminders to people manually on WhatsApp, and that was the maximum technology we were using. See, the property management space, there are different segments. So for commercial real estate, there have been players who have been around, but for the residential space, specifically for hostels, PGs, co-living and student housing, their tenant size is large, and you need a property management space software only when the tenant space is large. And when we talk about apps like No Broker or No Brokerhood or MyGate, they are not property management. They are more on the society management. They cater to who is on the gate and who is coming, who is going. We cater to what is the rent of the property, who has done the agreement, who is the tenant, what all is happening in the property. So, and that is why when we launched in the market last year, we got a very amazing response from these hostels and PG owners because they didn't have any other software before us. So currently, we are live across more than 2,000 properties, 150,000 beds. So that comes out to be gross rental of around 1,200, 1,300 crore a year, which is kind of being managed on our platform. So I believe this is a very new market that is evolving, not just in India, around India also. Like we have demand coming up from UAE, or the whole MENA region, or Singapore and all of that, because there is no software to manage co-living.
Wonderful, great. So we're now getting to like a stage of, PropTech startups where the core problem is solved, but now we are getting into the niche of, managing certain asset classes or providing services for certain asset classes, which probably weren't even existent about 5 years ago, right? I mean, the whole thing of
Going vertical, building vertical solutions about it.
Exactly. So there, co-living as a vertical itself wasn't existent till about 5 years back, right? Now in itself is an industry, and within the industry, you're trying to create service solutions to manage that better. Right? Great.
See, co-living has been in India for decades. Like they were called hostels and PGs. Like I talked to PG owners who have been running this for 30 years. It's just that co-living as a concept, co-living is the broader term for the whole.
And organized, yes, and organized chains is that. Hostels were more unorganized, independent buildings with no standardized guidelines for management. But now you have a much more organized industry. Yeah, great. So now that we have a little bit of an insight into each of your spaces, the products and services that you operate in, a few open-ended questions, any of you could take that up, right? So one of the things that I'm sure everyone wants to know is PropTech in India has been around for maybe about, in a mature way, maybe about 7-8 years, around. Most of the early solutions were in the space of doing some AR, VR for selling real estate. And, a lot of players came in that. And then maybe we figured out that, hey, that's not exactly what a high involvement asset like real estate needs. There have been a lot of improvements and solutions in the backend space where Mr. Sanjay is operating in about using different quality of materials, about automating processes in construction, automating procurement processes so that procurement and construction become more efficient, etc. And then there have been another category of host of services that operate on top of products where you are giving service-based solutions. It could be, it could be managing an apartment complex. It could be having sales and marketing services, right? It could be providing labor force aggregation, etc. That's happening. The fourth thing is about investments. So there have been a host of fractional investment layers and raising funds through whether it's the whole VC route, getting private equity players into real estate, or having fundraising through these fractional investment platforms. So in each of these spaces, we have one founder today who's operating in all of these. Just wanted to get some insights as to where do you see the PropTech scene in India as compared to what is happening in more matured markets. It could be, in Middle East or US or maybe even China. If any of you have had direct comparisons in your field or otherwise with what's happening in these matured markets in real estate, and what do you think is the need of India right now in that space?
So I can, just add a few thoughts, Vyoma. I think you mentioned that PropTech is relatively new, relatively 7-8 years old in India, and it's kind of been lagging behind other techs, for instance, in India. And I think there's a reason for that, or there was a reason for that, but that's dramatically changed now. I think the reason for that is, if you look at how real estate was in India in the say in the last 40-50 years, except for the last 5-10 years, it was a very supply constrained industry where developers had a lot of power, and the ability to construct, the ability to acquire land was something that was restricted to a few individuals. And that's where the real value was in the whole industry or in the whole supply chain end to end. I think India as a country, as an economy, and then real estate specifically has really professionalized, has really become a very organized sector compared to where it was, which allows kind of the development land or the land acquisition part of the business to become a little bit more simpler and a little bit more easier. So then for the customers, you have to have PropTech plays that allow players to either reduce their costs, increase their quality, or increase revenue. And that's where PropTech really adds value to businesses. So for instance, if you look at, if you look at our industry, if you look at fractional ownership, in the US, you had in about 2013, 2014, the Jobs Act changing, which allowed a mushrooming of fractional ownership players to come up in the United States. I think in India, at that point, you probably didn't even have enough grade A supply. Your first REIT came into India in 2019. The understanding and the maturity of the asset class wasn't there 10 years ago as to what it is right now. In the US, you have these companies like Cadre, for instance, which is a comparative to us in the US, $10 billion under AUM. right? And I think people in the US and external markets have really appreciated the ability to invest directly in these properties. They've had REITs in the US for 20, 30 years, but the direct access, the psychological comfort of saying that I'm a 1% owner or a 2% owner in this property is very different to a REIT, where REIT is like a mutual fund, right? You're trusting someone else. So I'm not saying one is better or one is worse. REIT is like a mutual fund where you're investing in a basket of products. You're trusting the mutual fund manager, the REIT manager. While fractional ownership is like stock picking, where you want to say that you studied the balance sheet, you looked at the financials. So in our case, you looked at the title report, you looked at the leave and license agreement, and then invest in that property. And I think these are things that the Indian customer now demands today. They demanded it 10 years ago as well, but they didn't have the ability to demand as much as they do today because the value chain has moved and India is just maturing as an economy.
Great. Yeah. I think in that, I do feel very strongly that one of the things that happens brilliantly in US and is yet to come to India, and which could be a game changer for this industry, is the secondary market ease. The ease to transact a property, it could be residential, commercial, or holiday home, etc., in the secondary market. Because as Indians, we are still chasing primary market. Everybody wants to buy a primary product. Right. And of course, it's the quality of the construction. It is, having so many brands around where it's very difficult to put a value to a secondary sale. So there is neither a valuation mechanism for a secondary exit, nor there is a marketplace, a healthy, strong marketplace or a system around it created, which can ease secondary market transactions. So I think that's definitely something we could learn and develop from the matured markets. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Great. Amit, you were saying something.
Yeah, so on the first and second aspect of the problem statement or the opportunity areas that you shared, especially on the construction, the way the construction is being carried out, there are very mature tools and techniques which also have a deep adoption in the way the construction is getting carried out. So for example, there's a company called Procore in the United States, a public company, started almost 12 years ago, now doing $1.5 billion in revenues and almost $20 billion in market cap. The name of the company is Procore. So they offer a construction management software, which basically brings all the aspects of managing the project into one single platform, one single place. So the problem which I see is happening with with all the, I think, the low income and the middle income economies, the way the construction is being managed, we are basically rising from the roots of traditional processes, adopting some bit of technology in silos, and the current state of systems in which the construction is getting carried out, the procurement and finance is getting managed in one ERP, the progress monitoring happens through emails and WhatsApp, the tracking happens through different kind of tools, and so there are different silos of information around every single project, and basically a lot of people are in between who are bridging the gaps of these silos, right? And that makes the whole process very tedious and inefficient from the time perspective. From the cost perspective, it is still manageable for India because the cost of labor is still affordable. But as we go along, when our economy per capita rises from $2,500 to maybe $4,000 in the next 10 years, or $5,000 in the next 10 years. So eventually it is going to put a pressure on both cost and timeline, right? And definitely the way the aspiration of the country is growing, the way the kind of investment and growth we are to see in the infra segment, I'm quite hopeful about the way technology is going to percolate in the way we operate our projects on a day-to-day basis, and not just on the L&T and the DLF level, but also in the smaller project domains, be it a small retail or a small fit-out project. So this is, I think, one trend, and to give you some stats around it. I sold a logistics SaaS solution in India for 4 years, and the traction that we used to get in closing one deal, the lead time used to be around 6 months. It took us almost 3 to 4 years to get to an ARR which was sustainable, right? And now when we are selling the construction management software, we are selling it to contractors and design studios predominantly and developers. So these are the three personas that we are selling the software to. The solution is just taking off in the last 4 or 5 months. So either of these two things are happening. Either India, as as a market as a whole, is waking up to the efficiencies the technologies can bring in the ecosystem, and probably the whole software consumption market in India is growing, and that's where construction is basically kind of getting benefited from it. Or second, or maybe construction specifically, right, is going to get efficient in leaps and bounds in the next 10 years. The pace of change we are going to see, and we are not the only operator. There's a company called PowerPlay. There's a company called I don't know. I'm forgetting. There are like 5 to 10 mature homegrown construction ERP softwares which I'm seeing ads of on a day-to-day basis now. So it has already started happening. So this is one definitive trend wherein not just on the ERP side. Like if there are people on the listening side who wants to build some software solution for maybe SMB market or for enterprise market, there are specific great solutions which are now getting very popular in USA and Europe. So for example, there's a company, I'm again forgetting the name, but what this company does is it helps small contractors get their payments from the homeowners for which they're developing the house. So this small app, they recently raised $5 to $7 million in seed, and they are doing absolutely phenomenal. So these simple solutions, wherein this is a very pinpointed solution, picking up a construction use case and just solving it very deeply. So these kind of solutions are flying like rocket in Western, and there are multiple bunch of other in the construction domain. I know at least 5 or 6 category of pointed solutions wherein somebody has solved them deep, and the solutions are flying very well. So I'm hoping that this kind of trend will also kind of follow in India, as India SMBs and enterprises kind of wake up to the or maybe becomes more aligned to the consumption of softwares to improve the economies of the business.
So you're essentially saying that there are these softwares which are going to help bridge the material gap of getting material from the supplier to the developers, or B, getting the labor connected with the supplier and developers, or C, get the cash flow moving faster, like you said, the collection solution for contractors. Right? So if you get the labor or the material or the cash flow collected and move faster, from the source to the destination, it is essentially going to help you make the supply chain and hence the construction timelines much more efficient, and probably at a much lesser cost as well, by removing the middlemen who are present today.
So Vyoma, actually, it depends on what kind of solution you're building. So what we are building solves kind of everything to a certain depth, to a certain level of use case. Definitely, it's not for everybody to use, but for a certain level of use case, we kind of solve all these 3 problems. There are other companies as well which kind of solve one bit of problem for a very vertical, large, different kind of a customer spectrum. But the part of the question you asked, I think the categorization is one is there are process improvement things like our software or multiple other software, and then there are actually the supply builder companies, like companies which are actually building the supply side of things, where there are companies like Mystery Store, Zipmat, the Material Depot, Infra Market, Off Business. There are lots of companies in India which are coming up, which are catering to construction materials, right? And then there are multiple other companies which are catering to the manpower requirement of the site. And then there are companies which are catering to the cash flow and finance which is required by the contractor. So there are supply side ecosystem as well, which is shaping up, and there is a technology side ecosystem which is shaping up. Yes.
That's great. Great. Yeah, lots of insights from that one. If I can ask Sanjay, in the material side, right? I know you are dealing with your solution, very interesting. We all got an insight into that. Apart from these heat solutions that you're already dealing in, where do you think is a disruption happening in real estate in terms of changing the kind of materials and construction technology that is being used today, and where do you think it's going in the next, say, 3 to 5 years?
See, nanotechnology, as far as our product is concerned, plays a very, very vital role not only for this window glasses, but nanotechnology based products and chemicals are moving quite fast in the construction industry. Nowadays, stone sealants, products like epoxy flooring, which was so common earlier. There are sealants which are available. There are anti-graffiti paints which are there, which actually eventually reduces your cost in terms of upkeep also. At the same time, work hugely and have a very, very huge impact on energy conservation. Why I'm talking about energy conservation so much is because if I'm right, Modi ji has a vision to make India carbon neutral by 2030. And that's a huge task, huge task. So entire government machinery is today working towards, reducing load on energy consumption. Every government structure which comes up today, whether it is the new parliament building, whether it is a new Nyaya Bhavan, whatever comes up, Supreme Court of India, anywhere a new structure that comes up has to be green building certified by a government body, which is called as Griha. So the entire thing is today, if I actually see any destructive movement happening today, is in terms of energy conservation, because ultimately it reduces the load on the planet as well as, upkeep of the buildings and maintenance later on going forward. So this is what my take is.
So where do you think there is space for young startups, say young entrepreneurs who want to start off and address some solutions in the green building space? Can you name one or two areas where you think there is a great opportunity in a little more specific space?
See, what I feel today, we have recently started operations in December in Middle East. So we have opened up an office in Dubai. And we were of an opinion that Dubai as a country is ready for facing that kind of climate. Right? Climate is harsh. It reaches 52, 53 degrees. You hardly find any non-air conditioned space. And we were of an opinion that, okay, though we are launching, but that launch was, very, I would not use the word half-heartedly, but we were very, very speculative about how it will behave. But surprisingly, even a country like Dubai, where you have top-notch professionals across the globe are being hired and put in there. So companies and brands like MR, Nakils, all these guys have put in the best of the classes. Still, when they see our product, we have been doing quite a couple of orders. If you ask me honestly, maybe next 3 months we'll be doing better job in UAE than in India as well. Because number one, acceptance to a new product is higher there, paying capacity is good. At the same time, people are actually, relating towards the issue of global warming and climate change.
Yeah, it's a newer space to solve a problem.
Yes. And now where I see, number one, yes, glass industry is something which I am looking very closely at today. Saint-Gobain's, Asahi, and if you have to think of a third company who can do a better job in glass, you would have to actually rack your brains around it. Who's the next one? So glass, I feel, still has a lot of scope to be done. Glasses are being modified. There are low E glasses which are coming up. But I came across a very, very, strong glass manufacturer in China. But because it was China, so we are going a little slow on it. They are developing a glass which acts as a, not only it blocks the heat equal to what we do, but it has transparent solar cells placed on the glass, which means the glass looks like a glass, but actually acts as a solar panel for you. Amazing. So the entire energy which we today block and just block outside to save the energy inside the structure, they are actually creating the energy there.
They're harnessing the energy, to be used.
Yeah. So that is what we are looking forward to bring up next, but in a more reliable manner. Today, I feel it is like half cooked. So that is one space which I feel, and if you see nowadays, all the commercial structures come across only on the frame and glass. If you talk about the facade.
Right. True.
So that has a huge scope.
Yeah, great. So one is keeping how to manage the problem of global warming. The second thing is how to use sustainable energy in buildings that we are constructing, maybe even at a residential level and not just at the commercial building level.
Correct.
Great. Okay. So for Saurabh and Sunny, very pointed question, because you deal with a lot of these younger customer bases, right? For Saurabh, you're trying to reduce the ticket size of a new generation clientele who is okay with spending money on experiences, on holidays, but they also want to have a flavor of investment into it, right? And for Sunny, because you have in your previous venture and even now, you are dealing with an audience in probably their late teens or in their 20s who are staying by themselves. They're probably single, and they are okay with, not investing into real estate as a space, right? So where do you see disruption happening in the space of, say, a rent versus buy kind of question, which has been in real estate in India for decades now, right? Or where do you see real estate consumption changing in the Gen Z audiences? Any insights from where you have dealt with your customers, and what do you see the future of real estate is for this younger generation?
What I have realized, see, I meet a lot of young people, as you say, and these influencers, a lot of finance influencers are all my friend, and they keep selling that renting a property is way better than buying a property. And people understand this also till their 30s because it is a better financial decision. But after a point of time, what I've realized in life, apna ghar apna hi hota hai, and this is something our parents have told us and their parents have told them. So what I've realized is the younger generation earlier wants to kind of a belief that we want to rent properties and not buy. But as we mature in life, this thinking changes and everybody wants a permanent place to themselves.
And as you have more money, I guess that also
more money, more disposable money to place there.
Right.
See, if you would have asked me 3 or 4 years back, Sunny, what is your take on rent versus buy? I was 100% in the favor of renting and not buying. Currently, I am 70% rent, 30% buy. Maybe 5 years down the line, I will be 30% buy, 30% rent, 70% buy. So this evolves as you grow in life, as you make more money, and as you understand the importance of a permanent home in life.
Sure. Okay. So you're saying that essentially, while disposable incomes are increasing in the younger audiences, maybe the desire to own a house is only coming when you are in a slightly later phase in life, maybe towards your end 20s or maybe towards your mid 30s. Or
when you have, see, when you are young, like for example, I started my career in Delhi. After selling the company, I moved to Gurgaon. Now I moved to Bangalore. So when you are young, you don't want to fix yourself to a permanent place. You want to be as flexible as possible. You can travel, you can, like I meet a lot of people who are working from home, and they're not even working from home. They are traveling to different states, different cities, and they are working from beaches, working from mountains and all of that. But as you grow and when you have kids, they have a permanent school to themselves and all of that, then you kind of understand the importance of home. Like I have friends who graduated out of ISB. Earlier they were in favor of renting. Now they have ended up buying properties on maybe EMIs and all of that. And somewhere you realize that the kind of rent you are paying in cities like Bangalore and Bombay, you can give a good amount of down payment and the same amount can be an EMI of the house also.
Right. And that's also an interesting space where a lot of new startups are coming, is one to solve the rental easing, like rent in an easy way, and also hop from one place to the another, one city to the another in an easy way.
This co-living has been a really game changer in terms of hopping from property to property. Earlier you have to be kind of, if you want to take a flat, you have to take a 11 months lock-in, fix up furniture, fixtures, get a maid, get a cook and all of that. Now you can go to a co-living space and you can start living from the same day. You don't have to buy furniture, you don't have to get maids and all of that. So this is kind of the India adopting the Western culture, wherein they don't buy properties.
Giving scope to these startups as well, of rent living and co-living, etc. and all, and also possibly increasing potential for fractional investment platforms also to expand to these audiences who are probably not paying an EMI every month for a property that they own, but they do have that disposable income, which in some way could be diversified to real estate as well. And that share of the wallet is then getting diversified into something like a fractional platform.
One thing I also think is that earlier when I was in college, there was not a lot of people who were giving the importance of trading stocks and all of that. So even now today, I don't trade in stocks. I have a wealth manager who does all of that. I don't know trading, but the current Gen Z generation, which is in college right now, they have a lot of finance influencers and all of those people telling them that do stocks, do investments and all of that. Even in my office, people who just graduated out of college know a lot more about stocks and mutual funds than I do. So I think this generation is going to put in a lot of money in stocks and mutual funds as compared to real estate initially in their career.
Understood. Right. So Saurabh,
Yeah.
one thought from you before
Yeah,
we
so-
wrap up on either this, or if you want to shed some light on how can real estate as a sector attract a lot more younger investors, than
So-
what is done.
I actually both are related to me. I'll tell you one thing. I rent versus buy. Ever since No Broker happened at 2015, at this we have been dealing with a lot of rental and resale and buy and sell transactions. So, I think so. To me, this entire thing is pre-COVID and post-COVID era when it comes to the rent and buy section. Pre-COVID, the typical age group which were renting these apartments, especially in a larger city, were a lot of people between 30 to 45 years, which are the millennials. And the buying, I think so, used to happen after 40, 45 years because people wanted to get more stability in life. They were not sure whether they would continue to be in the same destinations or not. And we always saw reasonable increase in rental with never being a problem of supply. Aaj aap Bangalore rehte ho, Bombay rehte ho, you typically get supply. You used to get supply very easily. I think so post-COVID, what happened, one, influx of people coming back to the larger cities, along with offices opening again. There was first time a dearth of supply in a lot of larger cities where the rental shot up drastically, where we saw rentals going as high as 12 to 18%, which was unheard of. So I think so people realize even after interest rate going high of home loans, people started buying homes and we saw massive jump as far as the primary sales is concerned in the country. And so, so as people started now buying properties in outskirts and even holiday home destinations. So I think so post-COVID, the buyer attribute has changed and suddenly this income group of 35 to 45 years have now started investing into real estate in a big way. And hence we'll see a lot of developers also adopting to the mindset of the millennials. What are they looking at? Larger apartments, working from home. So I think so that is there and that is bound to be there. According to me, the buy phenomenon has come, and to all of us, I think so it would be a great move where we will see this demand in entire residential space and commercial space would only go high from here, is what my sense on it is. Yeah.
Great. So the whole economy and the more disposable income that has come because of a lot of foreign money chasing India, and of course a lot of Indian startup economy founders or employees taking advantage of that, having more money to take home. And the chunks of money that are coming are much larger than what a generation before that would have had, right? They were mostly salaried and the EMI was limited by the kind of salary they're making. So now people make money in chunks. And that by itself is giving that whole boost, I believe, to real estate, where when you get a large chunk of money, you start thinking beyond stocks, mutual funds, and those monthly investments, and start thinking to invest in an asset class which is much bigger, which is possibly the closest comes is real estate, right? So great. We've had a fantastic time. I think it's time for wrap up. The next panel is also here. So if I could just wrap up the key takeaways, and we've had some very, very interesting discussions, made more interesting because we have such a diverse set of startup founders who have been with us today, right? So for all the listeners, the key takeaways, in my opinion, have been that number one, things are going to get changed in the investment way in real estate, because a lot of democratization of investments in real estate are coming, where a much bigger portion of the country can start investing money with lower ticket sizes. And with the SEBI regulation changing, which hopefully we will see in 1 year, if not 2, a lot of these investments in real estate will become a lot more liquid and a lot more tradable. So that's one space that is changing very rapidly. The second space, if I may, is one is the ease of labor and movement that is happening from the supplier to the end user, right? And which has been traditionally in real estate a space where a lot of middleman and a lot of red tape has been happening. So that is traditionally how people in real estate have made money. There is money exchange while trading in land, while doing procurement, while awarding contracts, right? So because of a lot of startups coming into this space and removing the middlemen, the construction is becoming faster, the deliveries of the projects are faster, and also the efficiency of the ability to procure at lower prices is being able to give the end consumer a better product at a very reasonable price. So one is the ease of material and labor movement. The third possibly is making buildings which can survive the upcoming global warming predictions that are there, and making more heat resistant or global warming resistant buildings, green buildings, and possibly using a lot of green energy efficient materials in the kind of buildings that we are making across commercial, residential, and more, right? The fourth trend is possibly using a flexible living economy, if I call it that, where a lot of people are now not okay with having a fixed space where they will be operating out of, living out of for the next decade or so. And they're looking at a flexible living arrangement. A lot of startups of co-living, rental easing, trading and creating secondary real estate transaction spaces are coming and disrupting that space, right? And possibly a fifth one is making cash flow very easy in real estate. And this has been one of the biggest problems that has plagued the sector, and which is why you can see only about a dozen real estate companies listed in India today from the traditional sector of development, right? So cash flow has been one thing in which a lot of players do not survive for more than 5 to 10 years, or a lot of players remain localized to the market where they have operated in. So a lot of players, including us at Flow, we're also trying to disrupt the cash flow entering real estate. A lot of funds are coming to India. They see Indian real estate up for a much, much more mature delivery than it has for the last few decades. And a lot of good money has started chasing Indian real estate and the prop tech space as well. So it's been a great session. I hope the audience also had some good takeaways from it. Thanks for being a wonderful panel. Amit, Shiv, Sanjay,
Thank you.
Saurabh, and Sunny. And thank you, Sapna, as always, for organizing this platform.
Thanks, Emma. Very nicely you wrapped it up and gave us, the summarized this entire discussion. And thanks to all our eminent speakers here. They are all startups and doing such great work within their segments. I think kind of a lot of takeaways for many other startups, I think, from them. So thank you so much for that wonderful session, and Vyoma for so nicely putting it all together. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Shiv. Thanks, Mr. Sanjay, Sunny, Saurabh, and Vyoma, everyone here today who have joined us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you for being here with us. So that was one session where we were talking about startups and what they are doing right to get success in the space of real estate. So let's move on to this very interesting session that we have now to conclude this conclave. Real talk that we will be doing with two of our eminent speakers today. So let me introduce our speakers of this session, Real Talk Inspiring Success Stories. As first speaker, let me introduce Anshul Singhal, Managing Director and CEO, Welspun One Logistics Parks. Anshul Singhal has over 18 years of leadership experience in the infrastructure and real estate sector, with strong track record of establishing 5 new businesses from the ground up. In 2019, Anshul founded One Industrial Spaces, an integrated fund development and asset management organization focused on the warehousing sector. His entrepreneurial venture was soon a part of the Welspun Group and went on to be rebranded as Welspun One Logistics Parks. Our next speaker, let me give a brief introduction of Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO, Residential, Bhartiya Urban, and best-selling author. Ashwinder is a seasoned CEO with extensive experience in real estate demand, supply, and funding functions. Currently, Ashwinder at Bhartiya City Urban is responsible for overall direction, strategy, and growth, as well as marketing at the group level. He is also the author of the #1 Amazon bestseller, A to Z of Residential Real Estate, and has recently launched second book, Master Residential Real Estate. So thank you, Anshul, and thank you, Ashwinder, for joining us today. I gave a brief introduction of you both, but to hear it from you in one sentence, if you have to describe yourself. Anshul, if you would like to go first.
If I had to describe myself in one sentence, yes. Wow, I think my wife would answer that question much better than I would, but I can give it a shot.
I think she can answer in one word.
I think she can answer in one word. But if I have to actually put a word to it, it would probably just be determined. From the beginning of my career, I think determination has been the single biggest driver that when you commit something to anybody, whether it's your, because I started off as a CEO at a very young age, and I was reporting directly into Mr. Sajan Jindal at the time in JSW, and learned very quickly that when you commit, you deliver, come what may. So that determination of meeting commitments, whether it's with shareholders, whether it's with employees, especially with employees, whether it's with investors, whether it's with bankers, whether it's with customers, and while this entire journey is happening, you'll face some million obstacles on the way during this journey, especially in real estate and construction. But that should not take away from the commitment that you've given. So if you're determined to meet your commitments, which I think I am, if I had to describe myself, I've always been determined to meet commitments. Then I think that's the best way. I think my wife will have a different answer, but yeah, that's my answer.
Okay. So Anshul Singhal is a determined person to, fulfill his commitments to delivery. Ashwinder Singh, what do you have to say?
Sapna, good evening. And you always start with a very tough question, which makes your life easy.
Correct.
In one line, Anshul just reminded me that I became a CEO at 40 when I became the CEO of JLL Residential in India. And it's been 7-8 years I've been doing a CEO's job. In one line, I would define myself as a lifelong learner, somebody who's going to learn all his life, because the more you learn, the more you realize that you know very less.
Right, that was very philosophical. So Ashwinder Singh is a student for life. So fantastic. I think we had a fantastic opening of this conversation. Moving on, like Anshul, you said, you had been with JSW Fairfield, and from there on, now you have moved on to warehousing segment. Ashwinder, you were with financial sector before on, and then moved on to real estate. How did that shift happen? And, how you see that transformation? Anshul, if you would like to go first.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, when you start from the ground up, when you start from construction, and, I was luckily always in industrial construction. So in JSSL, we started making buildings in a factory. So it was really amazing. And I'm not an engineer, right? So it was really amazing to me to see these massive buildings come to life. And then it wasn't just a building, it was, these massive constructions, then they kind of created so many employment opportunities, which then helped, grew so many families. And then eventually a lot of this industrialization part of it, what we were doing was helping the Indian economy. And then I quickly started to realize that, it's not just about the building, it's about the community, because it's real estate. It's about the community that it kickstarts a whole spiral effect. Especially the areas we were constructing in were all very, very, backward areas with very little infrastructure. And then when we moved to warehousing, when I started the first warehousing, when I set up, it was in the boonies, and the multiply impact of creating the warehousing was much more satisfying than just being in the construction space. Because in the construction space, I was a little below the pecking order, where I was like a contractor. So as a contractor, my job was to deliver the client's dream, full stop. But then as a developer, I was able to have my own dream and my own vision in how I could create new spaces. So it was a very natural progression, moving from a contractor, from a construction to a developer, or moving up the pecking order. Because see, once you've done that enough, then what's next? And at the same time, the passion of creating these beautiful structures and parks, like now the minimum project we do is 40-50 acres. We go up to 100 acres in 2 of our projects now. So each of these projects create anywhere between 20,000 to 50,000 jobs, directly or indirectly, both within our parks and outside our parks. So that the ability to be influencing that and helping the economy makes life a little more worth living, makes the struggle worth pursuing. And I think it was just, for me, it was very natural to just move from construction to real estate. And I honestly just love
progression and more fulfilling also for you.
Yes.
So great. I think Ashwin, that same question to you, from financial to real estate. How did?
No, I think, Sapna, this has been a very interesting journey for me. When I look around and look at the entire industry, my competitive edge lied that, inherently I was a finance person working with Citibank for 12 years, and then Government of Singapore for 4 years, Deutsche Bank, and then 4 years of mortgage with Bajaj Housing Finance. And that has given me a very big edge, because that mostly CEOs in real estate do not come from finance background. And I had this experience of funding as well as understanding the sales and distribution side and the marketing side. So which gave me an edge, and that is where my career path was far more I would say interesting, because I could take holistic decisions. When some problem would come onto my table, I didn't have to run to my CFO or to the finance person or to the salesperson, because finally finance is so inherent. And if you have that experience of finance as well as sales and marketing, then you can have a 360-degree view of the business. What is the P&L impact? How does revenue operate, and what is the difference between revenue and profitability? Because most of the times, if you look at startups, and I was looking at the last session also, startups do well when they look at revenue, but when they look at profitability, challenges come in. So finance helped me to kind of bring a lot of value add to the table for my promoters, for the management, and it finally became my biggest strength. And obviously with sales and marketing experience from JLL, and then I co-founded Anarock as the first CEO of Anarock. So I had the experience of building, one of the most successful real estate startups in India. So all of this has come together very well for me in helping me take the right decisions and building a great team and growing a profitable franchise.
Right. I think coming from a different field became the USP, in fact, for you, and
Yes.
gave you more well-rounded approach, well-rounded view of the sector.
Yes, because I did not think like other developers, or,
right.
There was a fresh perspective to it.
Right. I can relate to it because I come from not a journalistic background, but from an architecture background. So that kind of created a USP for me, because I could connect with people more easily, understand their language.
Right.
So I can connect with that. Coming to the specific questions, like Anshul, we mentioned in your introduction also, you launched first AIF in the warehousing. So what led to that? What made you, create that?
Yeah, that's an easy one, Sapna. Thanks for now bringing easier questions along the way.
No, we'll go back to the difficult ones. Definitely.
More factual ones. So yeah, see, it was a gaping hole in the opportunity space. I was running the Embassy Industrial Parks platform as a CEO for 6 years. From within no time, we created a business from zero to being the second largest warehousing developer in India. It was backed by Warburg Pincus at the time, which obviously that platform exited to Blackstone, which was the largest exit in industrial real estate till date. Now, after doing that, I realized that two things really. One, there was $6 billion of foreign money, which was invested in Indian warehousing, but there was not a single Indian fund investing in Indian warehousing, which honestly called out to the Indian in me and said, why can't we do it? If some pension fund sitting from US, Europe can invest in Indian warehousing, why can't an Indian fund, homegrown, be set up? And then obviously I faced a lot of, the naysayers always told me that, you can't do it. It's very difficult. Retail investors will come after you, this and that, all that, we heard. And then we, of course, ignored all of that because it was all rubbish. So, we set up the fund and we moved forward, and we realized that Indians love real estate. Indians love to invest in real estate. And then what gave us the next set of conviction was that we were financializing real estate. See, you did not have to now physically own a warehouse. By investing in my fund, you could now own a part. You could own like how originally shares were in physical form, and now shares are dematerialized. Similarly, we have financialized or dematerialized real estate investments in warehousing. And warehousing was far more attractive than a residential or an office. It still is, right? Because it is more core. It's more linked to the e-commerce growth, the India story. So if you believe in the India story, then you believe in the warehousing story. So, these are the factors that we saw. And of course, as like anything in life, when you take the first step, you see the conviction that yes, the first investor, when he says yes, and I can never forget that, and you start getting the conviction that others will follow. We raised 500 crores in 14 months in our first fund. And we raised, as of this morning, we are at 1,300 crores in 4 months in our second fund, right? So, I mean, and of course, our first fund is clocking a good return. We are hopefully doing our first exit soon. Our second fund is now, already made its first investment. We're about to make our next 2 investments. So it's doing well. And we've built a big team. We have 150, 160 member team now. So that's how, I mean, for me, it was just obvious opportunity.
It's quite commendable. Yeah, quite commendable. First of all, thinking of that need, that as you said, that there was no Indian investing in this, while foreign funds are investing, identifying that need, going ahead with that. As you said, there are always people who are saying no, you cannot do it, but then going ahead with that and then creating it into a success, that's definitely commendable and great achievement on your part. Ashwinder, you have again gone on to a different track and become an author, written 2 books in real estate. So why you thought that you should do this?
I guess I wasn't as dynamic as Anshul, and I couldn't start a fund. And I think Anshul has done a phenomenal. I loved one of his thought processes that you mentioned, Sapna, that why should just the foreigners have a fund and do something? And most of the brain there also is Indian. So my congratulations to Anshul on doing something.
Thank you.
So interesting, fantastic. And, it's all about finance. I think, I started thinking about writing a book when I was running JLL Residential, Sapna. And I figured out that there was no reference book on the most important decision a person takes in his life on home buying. And you end up talking to a channel partner or a local person, or if you're lucky, you might know somebody who's in the real estate industry, and talk to them and take a very uninformed kind of a decision. And invest your most important and the maximum saving that you have in a home. Secondly, you remember by the time I started thinking, there was no RERA also. And I took 3-4 years to write my first book, which was A to Z of residential real estate. And it did so well that I was myself taken aback, surprised, because there was no operating leader who wrote a book that these are the things that you need to keep in mind while buying a home. Whether it is, how do you look at affordability? How do you look at location dilemma? How do you, kind of do when you are confused with options? How do you figure out a project credibility? What is a loan sanction? Emotional versus rational choices you have to make. So all of this kind of came in together, and that book, I launched. And after that, there was so much of push. And I started disliking my first book because I felt there was so much that I did not kind of mention, and I need to kind of relook at it. And that is when Master Residential Real Estate came out. And it is a whooping success. It is a #1 Amazon bestseller already, and it's quite an expensive book. It's a book worth average 2,000 rupees, because we invested a lot in terms of how to explain the entire process. So I think there was a genuine problem that I was trying to address as an operating leader. I took my time, as Anshul addressed a problem of not having an Indian AIF in this such a growing, high potential industrial warehousing sector, and you always get that first mover advantage. So, at any point in time, Sapna, there are 5 lakh to 6 lakh home buyers in India in the top 8 cities who are thinking of buying a home. And imagine they had nothing to refer to.
That's
So
right.
this is how, this kind of
And
came
especially
together.
coming from a credible leader of the industry. That's, I think, what sets apart because there are a lot of people who are writing books on this thing, a lot of
Yes.
professionals writing it, but coming from a person who's actually doing it
Doing
and
it.
is a credible leader of the industry, I think that's what sets your books apart. Now, Anshul, coming to warehousing again, you've been in this segment when it was in a very nascent stages. It's grown quite a bit now. There's a long way to go. If you are to say top 2 or 3 transformations that you have seen over the years, from where it started and now where it is, what will you have to say?
As a sector, as a warehousing sector.
As a warehousing sector, yeah.
Yeah. So firstly, I think Ashwinder, you are far more dynamic than me. I think, what you've created is so thanks for the compliment, but I think what you've done is harder in my view, because, being able to address such a simple answer in such a lovely manner, I think is a lot of hard work. So hats off to what you've done. I really appreciate it. Sapna, to answer your question, when we started warehousing in 2013-14, we saw a very different world from today. So a 1 lakh square feet warehouse, I would run to meet that customer for a lease, right? For a 1 lakh square feet. Today, we don't even get those inquiries anymore. Our minimum inquiry sizes are between 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs. It's like the smallest. It's like another one that my team would handle, right? We've delivered recently a building for delivery, which is 8 lakh square feet, single building, which is India's largest fulfillment center till date, single building. We've delivered it in 10 months. And then we've delivered another one for Tata, which is another 6 lakh square feet. We're delivering 3 lakh, 4 lakh, 6 lakh, all across. And we are just seeing these boys get bigger and bigger and bigger and badder as well. Like the next thing for size is automation. So not only has the size grown, but these guys have become more, not just tech enabled, they've just become more automated. So people are already talking on how do we automate each process from handling, picking, packing, labeling, marking, within the warehouses. So they've become like mini factories. They're no longer just storage units, what they were. And of course, the specifications have become huge, very large. So we are seeing far better lighting, more focus on health and safety, better flooring, all the good technical stuff. So basically imagine houses, to put it for a common man, if you saw a house in, 2010, and if you see a house in 2023 with a gated community, with the pool, with the health club, with the facilities, it's a totally different house. You can't compare it with the 2010 house.
What is driving this change? What has driven the size? What has driven the amenities now that people are asking, and the technology part? What are the drivers?
Yeah. So, the e-com industry is poised to be roughly about, $50 billion. And that's one of the drivers, right? So the other thing is not just e-com, but even quick com or mixed com has been growing like crazy. So right after the pandemic, you've seen that everybody now just wants to click and buy, add to cart, right? Instant gratification. Nobody wants to wait. That behavior is also reflecting on retail malls. If you show up today from your busy schedule and go to a mall to find an item that you want to buy with your plastic in your hand, right? And you're unable to find that item, you will never go to that retailer again, right? Because you forget about the fact that you didn't get it. You lost 1.5 hours of your time, or maybe more. So the retailers are pressured to maintain inventory, which requires warehousing backend support close to where they are. The online guys obviously need to have everything listed on their platform. They cannot exist. E-commerce cannot exist without warehousing. It's physically impossible, right? The third thing is industrialization. Today, India's industrialization post-COVID specifically, the capex investment has just bolstered over the roof. And with the launch of these quick commerce brands, online only brands, from Swiggy's to Gmart to DMart to everybody, consumption has been a big driver in the growth of warehousing. Laws have been very helpful. So GST came in 2018, one country, one tax. So today you can really invest in a large warehouse in one state and not have to worry about, exchanging bills and money and proving tax savings, etc. Each state in India now, pretty much every state, has a specific warehousing policy. So there is a lot of clarity at the regulatory level for investments, for being able to buy land, build, lease. There are certain incentives in place, though I don't think they really matter or change the needle that much. But the space has always had very good quality developers. We were not saddened by the residential real estate, taboo of real estate having all those scams and frauds and all of that. Nothing like that happened in warehousing, right? Warehousing, it has a very clean slate from beginning, very high-end funds invested in it. So the space was more matured. So the government was able to take more matured decisions. They were not worried about putting regulatory curbs on us and trying to pressure us to stop. They were more worried about how do we facilitate this growth, because these are guys who are helping the economy. So they've been very proactive. So it's been a multiple set of factors from customers to consumption to government that has really helped the growth of.
And I think that is why in a very short span of time, we have seen so much growth in this sector with all these factors that you mentioned. Ashwinder, now, not me, but Anshul mentioned that residential was not a very clean segment. But, so given, the current scenario, now regulations are more, financial discipline is required more, but there are a lot of uncertainties as well as in terms of local policies, etc. How easy or difficult it is to become a developer in today's time?
See, Anshul is right when he says, and we all know that I moved from the most organized sector of banking to the most unorganized sector of residential real estate, that too in Delhi, Sapna. And, I've seen that whole curve coming in right now. But right now, residential is crazy. RERA is now more than 5 years old. One of the reasons, the inventory is selling like hotcakes. Actually, we don't have inventory. If I look at certain places across the top 7 cities, there is no under construction inventory available because it comes later, it sells faster, because now people have trust on RERA and people know only those developers are there who are going to deliver. Second crazy thing that has happened in residential is that today, if I just take an example of Bangalore, and it might be a subset and it might be reflective on Mumbai and Delhi. In 2015-16, when I was in JLL, I used to say that the highest rental yield is in Mumbai, which ranges between 3 to 4%. And otherwise, it is anywhere between 2 to 3%. Today, Sapna, it is mind-boggling. I came across a gentleman who's an investor in Shobha Dream City in Bangalore with 10 apartments, and he's earning a rental yield of 10%. Today, you are not I have 5,000 apartments delivered in Bharatiya City. A studio apartment, which people bought for 32 lakhs, is going for an annual rent of 2.5 lakhs. People are not getting homes on rent because what happened in the last 10 years, and Anshul, it is quite fascinating, very similar.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
In the last 10 years, people did not invest in residential because residential was going down the drain. Customer confidence was at the lowest. People didn't know whether they will get delivery or not. Developers did not have money. They were debt trapped. The cash flows were not coming in, neither from the customer nor from the banking institutions. So people didn't invest. After COVID, when the tide turned and the Gen Z and the millennials and the new people who wanted to invest in the shared economy, they started investing. And people started upgrading. Sapna, we keep on talking about Gen Z and millennial, but a lot of people who had a 2-bedroom wanted a 3-bedroom. People who had a 3-bedroom wanted a 3+1 bedroom. Suddenly, the demand came in so heavily that you do not have, it's finally economics, it's demand and supply. So now in North Bangalore, where we are there, in a radius of 10 kilometers, Sapna, there is no under construction inventory available. If I launch 2 million square feet in the next 1.5 months, I would be able to sell those 1,500 apartments maybe in a span of 6 months to 8 months. So now for a developer, if you are compliant, if you want to run the business properly with the customer in mind, follow all the regulations which have been outlined by RERA or other regulatory authorities, this business has become attractive. The margins are now higher because the capital value is going up. See, if in North Bangalore you are selling at 10,000, Sapna, it means, say, in Andheri the price is 25,000 rupees a square feet. Who is going to pay that much of money? So I think currently residential offers a great opportunity, especially because office is going down. The rate of interest in US is 6%. The foreign money of all these Blackstones and all is not going to come the way it came earlier. And it is going to take some time. And when you start seeing rental yield of anything between, forget about 10%, it can be an outlier. Even if I come with an opportunity of, say, 6% to you, Sapna, which is 1.5% more than a deposit, and then you get capital appreciation over it, and in 3 years, your 50 lakh apartment becomes 70 lakh. It is bound to do well. It is bound to do well, and it is going to bring back the investors which had gone away from residential real estate in the period of 2013 to 2020.
Right. So that answers my question. This is the right time if you're planning to become a developer, and just follow all the instructions that Ashwinder ji just shared, that what you need to do to be a compliant developer. Now coming to our next segment, again talking about you as your journey and you as a person. Anshul, one important decision that you made in your professional journey that helped kind of shape-shift your company?
When you look in hindsight, all the things that work become good decisions, and all the things that did not work become bad decisions. And anybody can be wise in hindsight. But I think the one or maybe two decisions that we made, which were very calculated and very fundamental to the core of the way we operate, was we hired talent ahead of the business, right? And not just hired and appointed, but we did a lot of research on our team. So we basically appointed some of the best minds in the world. And when I mean world, like top 4 consultants in the world to build the right team structure, to ensure that we put in the right long-term incentives, short-term incentives in place. We compared ourselves to other employers in the market. We wanted to become an employer of choice, where people wanted to work for us. We wanted to then, after, of course, building that, we wanted to ensure the right empowerment was done with the team down the line. So that's performing. And then, of course, my belief has always been to hire people smarter than me in every way, and then get out of their way, right? Because the minute you don't get out of their way, then you basically come in your own way. So that's one thing I think we did. So we today have a proud team of 160 people, that indirectly report to me. And then, of course, we have another, at sites, if you take all our project sites, we have probably a couple of thousand, labor, staff, team members. So I think that's been really worked well for us.
That's I think a very useful tip for everyone here listening to you, hire them, let them do their jobs, because that is what you have hired them for, and get the right talent. Ashwinder, your one decision that you made for your organization, and it was really
well, I think quite uncanny that I and Anshul think a little quite similar, because one of the decisions that I took early on was, Sapna, that I did not hire people from real estate. I decided that I will take the road which is less traveled, and I did not want any of the bad habits coming in which were earlier there. And one of the reasons why our industry never got the kind of credibility it should when you contribute 10% to the country's GDP, directly or indirectly, and you contribute to so many jobs. Why is it that people still look at it with a veil? So what I did, Sapna, I hired people from hospitality, banking, financial services, insurance. We trained them. And because they didn't know how real estate is done, they brought a very fresh perspective, and I could instill processes in them. That, look, there is a process we will follow, and we only have control over inputs. We don't have control over outputs. And once you start controlling the inputs, finally results come in. So I think my only two things were that I wanted to make the industry more organized, at least my firm more organized. So bringing in processes and getting in people who have the talent, right education, but don't come from real estate, so that they don't have unnecessary skepticism and negativity when we ask them to follow a particular process that has worked. So that is what helped me, at least.
I think it always works, bringing in fresh perspective, that train them, and as Anshul said, empower them, so that they can perform to their best of their ability.
Actually, empowerment is a very big problem that this industry still faces. What Anshul has said is something phenomenal, because I will kind of use this sometime for my own benefit and my team's benefit, and for my friends' benefit, who are all spread across the country. That, if you come in their way, you are actually coming in your way. It's a very powerful line. Very powerful line.
So one topmost wish that you both want to fulfill in near future, like maybe 1 or 2 years, Anshul.
Topmost wish that I have, back to the difficult ones. So I think that one of the biggest wishes that I have is if the company can operate without my day-to-day involvement. I think it's very important to get there as soon as possible rather than as late as possible. I think I've seen a lot of managers and CEOs who are very insecure about growth. I've seen people wanting to keep control very tightly with them. I think real control is in giving control, right? It's not in keeping control. So, we are going through a succession planning stage now, where we're looking for a CEO. We're looking for a couple of more senior leadership members, so that I can play a more strategic role in the business rather than a more active day-to-day role in the business. And one of my biggest dreams is that this becomes an institution. It doesn't remain a company or a person-dependent company. It runs as a institution that it's known for. And I hope that happens. I hope we are able to succeed. It's a very difficult one, because very few companies have been able to achieve this. Everybody wants to do it, but it's difficult, especially in our space. So we are working very hard to make this happen. And that's, I would say, my number one dream at the moment.
Fantastic. All our best wishes to you. Tough job, as you mentioned, that it is, creating an institution is a task in itself, and all our best wishes to you, Anshul, on that. Ashwinderji, what is your topmost wish that you want to fulfill?
So my topmost wish as a short-term strategic goal, Sapna, is that, Bhartiya City is a 175-acre integrated township. We are almost done. I'm just left with 1 million square feet of commercial that is coming in. We just sold our entire commercial portfolio to GIC. And we have another 2 million coming in on residential side and the hospital. Rest, everything is there. The mall, the hotel, everything is done. My wish is that in the next 2 years, I'm able to kind of constantly sell 5 million square feet and construct 5 million square feet, so that, at any point in time in a financial year, I have 5 million square feet under construction, and I am able to hand over 5 million square feet of residential development to our clients, and maybe in 2 to 3 years, and maintain a P&L discipline at a project level and deliver a 20 to 25% of EBITDA on an ongoing basis. So that is what is my strategic dream to kind of deliver. For which we will need land acquisition, business development, sales, construction, everything to work in tandem. A lot of processes to come in and play. Let's see what happens, but that's what I would want to do.
Given a leader like you, it is an achievable dream, and I'm sure you'll be able to fulfill that. But can we expect another book from you?
I'm getting a little tempted, because what has happened is this takes away a lot of my time, especially the a couple of hours at night after dinner. But I think maybe in a year or two.
I think now all the mistakes have been done with the last 2 books.
So I think I'm done with residential, but I definitely maybe something comes up, and if I see that there is
Okay.
something, because
Great.
now I kind of, you kind of also learn how to kind of put things together. You have a relationship with the publisher. You understand what kind of writing people like, and who your target segment is. So never say never, Sapna, but let's hope for the best. And thank you so much for always being so encouraging.
Great. I think
we should write
our
one on
segment-
warehousing now. We should write a book together. I can't write, but you can write.
I'm going to come and have a cup of coffee with you, Anshul, for sure.
Done. My pleasure.
Fantastic. I think we are seeing a great collaboration here right away. So, our segment is inspiring success stories. And I think what a better, way of, the inspiring stories that you have shared with us, how you created something new, going out of the way, going out of the, the conventional wisdom that was there, and then creating something new. And going with your own gut feeling, I think that is something most important. And you are also empowering or also enabling others. That's another very inspiring takeaway from this conversation with Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh and Anshu Singhal. So thank you so much for being here with us for this very short and crisp conversation. And we are looking forward to a book on warehousing from both of you. So thank you so much. And thank you for joining us here for this session. Thank you, Anshu. Thank you, Mr. Ashwinder. Thank you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you to both our speakers of the day for making this conclusion of this conclave so very interesting, enriching, and informative. And on that note, let me also thank the speakers of the day for giving us some valuable takeaways on each topic and theme that we had today. So with that, we come to the end of this delightful conclave. Thanks to all our awesome audience as well for being here with us today, sharing their queries. Not many we were able to take up with our speakers, but we will definitely would try to get them answered through our editorial. And now, without further ado, let's move on to the much awaited segment. And dear friends, let me hand it over to our fantastic host of the evening, Lippy Goyal, to take us through the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards of 2023 ceremony. Lippy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sapna. This was indeed a very interesting conversation that we all heard today. And coincidentally, you and I are twinning also. I think we just didn't decide it, but it's the telepathy that we have. So it's just so good to see. And thank you so much for...
Great minds think alike.
I completely agree with you. But thank you so much. I think it was a fantastic conclave, and we got so much to learn, so much to understand the insights of real estate and the future about it. And now is that moment for which everybody has been waiting. It's the evening of celebrations, recognition, the hard work that everybody has done for so many years. And finally, that moment has arrived for which we all have been waiting. But before that, the event is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, as well as the Facebook and Instagram page and the LinkedIn page as well. Please do not forget to tag us. We are in the era of digital marketing. So please do tag us at the rate RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter. And for Instagram, it's RP_Realty. And before we begin this lovely evening of awards and recognition, let us understand what Realty Plus is exactly all about. And can we please have the AV?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So that was a brief introduction to Realty Plus and the various products that it offers. If you wish to know more, please do not forget to get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Moving ahead now, let's begin this evening with a short message from Dr. Anurag Batra, known as the Media Mogul. He's the editor-in-chief and chairman of Exchange for Media Group and Business World Media Group. Can we please have Dr. Batra's AV? I believe there is a technical glitch and he will be joining us later. With that, now let's begin the red carpet walk of our winners over here. But, you know, whenever I hear the word awards, simultaneously, I also hear the word jury. So first, let's hear from our eminent jury members about the selection process of the winner. Can we please have the jury's AV?
Thrilled to be a grand jury member for the upcoming Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards. This prestigious event is set to showcase the best and the brightest minds in the Indian real estate industry. As a jury member, I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to evaluate and recognize the exceptional talent and innovation displayed by these remarkable individuals. Stay tuned for an evening filled with anticipation, celebration, and the crowning of the industry's future leaders.
Thank you so much, jury, for taking out time, going through the shortlisted ones, participants, and helping us choose the winners over here. This is what our esteemed jury had to say, and I'm sure it was a tough job for the leaders to get their hands on it and select the best of the best. Now, without further delay, I would now request and present to you the winners of the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards 2023. A humble request to all the winners to please stay live with us till the end of the ceremony, as we would like to have a beautiful, memorable group picture clicked with you all. Can we please have the AV?
Welcome to the third Realty 40 Under 40 Awards 2023, celebrating the future of youth in Indian real estate. Today we honor young tycoons making remarkable impact. Let's unveil the dynamic young stalwarts, our Realty 40 Under 40 winners. Kudos to all participants for standout entries. Being nominated signifies remarkable achievements. Winners are listed alphabetically. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. It is with great pleasure that we begin the unveiling of our first award recipient of the evening. A young, inspiring and steadfast leader driving the group to new heights. The award goes to Akash Parande, Managing Director, Parande Spaces.
Congratulations to Mr. Akash, the Managing Director of Parande Spaces. Over here, I believe he is present over here with us. And if we could, hi Akash.
Hi. Thank you, Lippy, and thank you, Reality Plus team, for considering me for this award. It has been a very inspiring journey till now under the leadership of my seniors in the company and the people around me. They have helped me. It is a team effort since day one. I look forward in terms of the participation and all the fellow participants. They have also done a great job in terms of contributing to the industry. And I'm really glad that you guys have chosen me for this award. Really, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, we will move ahead and the alphabetical order announce our next winner. Can we please have the AV?
Honoring our next winner's dedication to discipline, teamwork and perseverance. Discipline, teamwork and perseverance. And the award goes to Aditya Raj Kishore, Project Leader, PDS Occupier, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited.
Congratulations to Aditya. I believe any leader requires discipline, teamwork, and perseverance to reach unlimited heights. And once again, congratulations. And I believe we have Aditya over here with us. And if we can have few words from him on winning this award.
Yeah, thank you so much, Realty Plus. It's quite an honor to be named in this list along with so many great colleagues of mine in the real estate industry. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aditya. Congratulations. With that, let's march ahead to our next winner and let us see who is the next winner. Can we please have the AV?
Unveiling our next awardee, a young visionary crafting growth and betterment for all. And the award goes to Akash Agarwal, Managing Director, Chrysala Developers.
Congratulations, Akash Agrawal. I believe he's also over here with us.
Yeah. Hi, Lippy.
Hi.
Thank you. Happy evening.
Happy evening, one and all. I feel really humbled and grateful to receive this prestigious award by Reality Plus. Thank you for acknowledging our efforts and contribution to this industry. And we promise to continue the same and add to this value to the industry. And last but not the least, I would like to congratulate and thank you once again, Reality Plus from the team Crisala. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again to you and your entire team. Moving ahead, let's see who is the next winner. It is just so beautiful and amazing to see so many young minds coming together from the real estate fraternity and winning this award. And let's have a look at the next eight.
Our next winner's commitment to ethical practices and positive impact shines bright. And the award goes to Almas Johari, founder and CEO, Green Lakes Farmlands.
Congratulations. I'm just checking. Hi, good evening.
Hi, Lipi. Thank you so much for the honor. It is definitely a privilege to receive this award from Realty Plus. I owe this to my team. It's because of the efforts, and I'm really grateful to all the mentors and all the team members and everyone who started with me. And I'm also grateful to the jury for nominating and for awarding me. Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Johari, and congratulations to you and your team again.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Continuing with the winners list, let's have a look who is the next young and dynamic entrepreneur who wins over here. Can we please have the next AV?
Now revealing a young and dynamic entrepreneur pioneering industrial real estate. And the award goes to Aman Trehan, Executive Director, Trehan Iris.
Hi, sorry, I'm not on video. There's a lot of network problem here. I'm traveling at the moment. But thank you so much, Realty Plus team, and thank you for giving me this prestigious award. It's a pleasure to receive this, and it makes you strive more in life and do more things, do more better things in life. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Aman. Congratulations to you and your entire team on winning this award. Wow, the evening has just started and we have many more awards coming up, and I'm super excited to witness who is the next winner. And can we please have the AV?
Empowering success. Our next winner is a woman with clear goals, bold actions, and focused determination. And the award goes to Anisha Jhawar Kabra, Senior Vice President, Corporate Strategy, Office Space Solutions Private Limited.
Hi, Anisha. Good evening. Congratulations. Do we have Anisha? Hi.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Reality Plus and jury members, for this esteemed recognition. I'm truly humbled to receive this award. Want to dedicate the award to our CEO, Mr. Amit Ramani, for letting me thrive and be a part of the success story at office. Special thanks to my talented team here. I learn from them every single day, and a big shout out to my support system at home and my 16-month-old baby girl for always understanding that mama's busy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you, and as well as the younger Anisha who's there. Congratulations once again. Let's move ahead to our next winner. who has been creating an impactful disruption in India's realty landscape. And can we please have the next AV?
Celebrating our next winner's impactful disruption in India's realty landscape. And the award goes to Ankit Aditya Pradhan, Chief Executive Officer, Realty Assistant Private Limited.
Hi, Ankit. A very good evening. Do we have Ankit over here with us? Nevertheless, but congratulations to Ankit as well as the entire team of Realty Assistant Private Limited on winning this award. I believe he's joining over here. And we're super excited to hear the winner's speech from him.
Hi, Lippy. Thanks a lot, Realty Plus family, for acknowledging us. I think it's always great when your work gets recognized. And I would like to thank Realty Plus Group for conducting these gratitude programs all in again. And I would like to also acknowledge the work of my entire team at Realty Assistant, due to whose hard work these services that we provide to our customers makes a difference. And a lot of congratulations to all my fellow winners. I think it's a great panel that have been taken care of in your webinar as well. Thanks a lot, Realty Plus.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. The happiness is indeed reflected on your face. Thank you once again and congratulations. Well, while I am announcing the name of the winners and they're joining us one after the other, I hope that everybody is also sitting and applauding for their colleagues from the industry as they win. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is the red carpet, and though it's a virtual stage, but we all are here celebrating each other's success. With that, let's move ahead to our next winner and let us have a look at the AV and see who is the next winner.
Prepare to applaud. Next up is a worthy young woman gracing the winner's circle. The award goes to Anupama Khetan, Customer Experience Evangelist, Suntech Realty.
Wow, we have another women power over here, Miss Anupama, and I believe she is here with us. And let's
good evening, everyone. This is Ankit Dalmia here from Suntech Realty. I would be receiving the award on behalf of Ms. Anupama Khetan, and we are very happy to receive the award. And really thanking everyone to recognize our efforts and the great work that we've been doing. It really means a lot to us. Thanks a lot, team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khetan, and heartiest congratulations to Anupama as well as the entire team once again.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
All right, so continuing the winners streak over here, the next Realty Plus 40 Under 40 award winner is, let's have a look at the AV.
Proudly presenting our next Realty Plus 40 Under 40 winner, a staunch business leader in the making. The award goes to R.P. Thakkar, Director Designate, Gleeds Consulting India Private Limited.
Hi, Lippy. Good evening, everyone. And I would want to thank the jury and Realty Plus for this honor and giving in the award. And it makes me feel great, and I'm humbled on being rewarded for the hard work and the efforts as we put on. And I'm very grateful to all the all the people who have been part of my journey, my superiors, my team, and my support system back home. Thank you so much, and I congratulate all the fellow winners here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those lovely words and congratulations. It just feels immensely good to see you all smiling, winning these awards and sharing your joy with us over here. So with that, let us keep continuing this joy over here. And can we please have the next AV to see who is the winner?
Meet our next winner, a multifaceted trailblazer with expertise in real estate, technology, and education. The award goes to Aryaman Veer, CEO, Aurum WiseX.
Very good evening and congratulations to Aryaman. I believe he is here with us.
Hi, everybody. First and foremost, I would like to thank Realty Plus and the jury. It's been quite a journey. Definitely, it's a great milestone to get recognized for the effort that the whole team is putting in. So thanks again. And we have a lot more in store coming up, so quite excited.
Thank you so much, Aryaman, and we are also looking forward to see what is there in the future for the real estate fraternity. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, let's move ahead to our next AV and see who is the visionary, who is the next winner, who is the next leader. Let's have the AV.
Our next winner is a people's leader, a visionary with the passion to transform dreams into reality. And the award goes to Ashish Bhutani, CEO, Bhutani Group.
Congratulations to Mr. Bhutani. I believe there was a technical glitch and he got disconnected from the Zoom meeting. But as soon as he joins us, we would love to hear the words, the winner's words from him as soon as he joins us again. But congratulations once again to Bhutani Group and the entire team. With that, let's march ahead to our next winners, AV. And can we please have the next AV?
Next up is a leader with unmatched business excellence and exceptional property consulting expertise. And the award goes to Bhavesh Kothari, founder and CEO, Property First.
Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Bhavesh Kothari and the entire group of Property First. He is currently not present over here and hasn't joined us virtually, but our best wishes to the entire team on winning this award. With that, let's march ahead to our next winner, who is a dynamic woman achiever. And can we please have the AV?
Next, we proudly present a dynamic woman achiever, empowering success in the real estate world. And the award goes to Benita Dalal, founder and managing partner at Mount K Capital and head of fundraising, Rustamji Group.
Congratulations to Benita Dalal. Congratulations once again on winning this award. It is immensely a proud and a beautiful moment. And I would love to hear some words, the winner's words from her as she's present over here with us.
Thank you so much, Lippy. And thank you so much, Realty Plus. I think you guys outdo yourself with every event. I'm so happy to see you guys bring this IP back in 40 under 40 for the third time, and congratulations to you all for always being there to be the biggest cheerleader for real estate and the leaders of real estate. Thank you so much again, and congratulations to everyone who's won won today. I would only say one thing, like I say every time. This is all for my team at Rustamji, my team at Mount K. You guys are the reason that we all get these awards. And thank you for all the hard work that you all put in every day. I don't think we can get close to achieving any of our dreams if we don't have all of you there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. As you rightly said, it is always a team effort, and I wish you and your entire team, all the very best. May you keep climbing the ladder of success. On that note, let's march ahead to our next winner, and can we please have the AV?
Joining the prestigious list, a visionary redefining workspaces for unmatched success, and the award goes to Harsh Binani, co-founder, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited.
We congratulate Mr. Harsh, and he's not present over here virtually, but we have Anita Sharma, the Vice President, Corporate Communications and Brand Marketing from SmartWorks, who is receiving this award on his behalf. And if we could just hear some words of joy and happiness from her.
Very good evening, Lippy, and thank you, Realty Plus. I'm accepting this on behalf of Harsh, and it's truly a privilege. So this award definitely reflects his dedication and leadership that continues to inspire us on a daily basis. So I wholeheartedly accept this on behalf of Harsh. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anita, once again, and congratulations to Harsh and the entire team. As we move ahead, we are celebrating a visionary developer over here, and I'm excited to see who is he. Can we please have the next AV?
Next up, celebrating a visionary developer with state-of-the-art projects that redefine excellence, and the award goes to Harsh M. Jagvani, Managing Director, Nutan Das Realty.
Congratulations to Mr. Harsh Jagwani, and he is present over here, and we are all excited to hear from him that how excited he is as he wins the award over here.
I'd like to first of all thank the entire team at Realty Plus and the jury. It is very, very encouraging when we get any sort of recognition. So we're very excited about it. I would like to dedicate this award to the entire team at Nutan Das Realty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. With that, the achievers are still there, and I'm sure you all are equally happy and excited to see who is going to be our next winner. I also hope that while you're sitting there, you're also applauding for your friends and colleagues as they win the awards over here. So let's have a look at the next AV and see who is the next winner.
Presenting our next winner, a multifaceted talent wearing multiple hats, developer, national best-selling author, and world record holder. The award goes to Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla, Managing Partner, M Realty.
Congratulations, and wow, it is just so amazing to see that he is also an author and a world record holder we have over here. Congratulations, Dr. Savla, and we would love to hear some words from you over here as you win this award.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Realty Plus. This is the third edition, and I've so proud to say that I've been part of all the 3 editions of Realty Plus 40 under 40 list. It's a huge honor for me. And, I really dedicate this to my mentors, to my guides. They've been really my inspiration to drive my company and to drive me personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And indeed, it's very important to have a good mentor and a good guide. And you're indeed very lucky to have them. On that note, let's continue with the next winner, the next awardee over here. And can we please have the AV?
Meet our next winner, a marketer with a passion for building brands that propel business success. The award goes to Harshvardhan Agrawal, Director Sales and Marketing, Pride Purple Group.
We don't have the passionate marketer over here with us, but we send our congratulatory wishes to him and the entire team at Pride Purple Group. Once again, congratulations on winning this award. With that, let's march ahead and move ahead to our next winner. And can we please see who is the next sharp and
Our
dynamic
next winner is a sharp, dynamic and charismatic marketer, setting new standards in the industry. And the award goes to Kamakshi Mantri, Head Marketing and Leasing, Commercial and Retail, Mantri Developers Private Limited.
And we do have the charismatic winner over here. Hi, good evening. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much to Realty Plus for honoring all of us with these awards. I think it's really encouraging when such recognition comes our way. I'd like to definitely thank my mentor at work, Mr. Mantri, my entire family of real estate, my husband, and everyone who encourages us daily to learn more. Our team, of course, with across various verticals, who's helped me grow so much, and who's also nominated me for this award. So thank you so much, everyone. This award is dedicated to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you and your team once again. With that, let's keep continuing the winners list. And next we have a trailblazer, a winner who is paving path on the real estate segment. Let's see who's the next.
Our next winner is a trailblazer who is paving the path for real estate. And the award goes to Kyron Dinshaw, Joint Vice President and Head Marketing and Commercial Leasing, Piramal Realty.
We congratulate Mr. Dinshaw. He is not present over here, virtually over here, but we send him all the good wishes from the team of Realty Plus over here. With that, let's march ahead to our next winner, an exemplary expert in marketing and sales. And can we please have the...
Next up is honoring a young trailblazer, an exemplary expert in marketing and sales. And the award goes to Manoj Chelani, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited.
Good evening, Mr. Manoj, and congratulations on winning this award to you and the entire team of Arvind Smart Spaces. We would love to hear some words.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you to Realty Plus and the esteemed jury for this recognition. As you know, we always say, as a good leader is only as good as his or her team. So I've always been blessed to have worked with some of the best teams throughout my career, but this one specifically for the entire sales and marketing team at Arvind Smart Spaces. The team has been setting new records year on year. So thank you, big thank you there. I also believe a good leader needs to always be a good follower there. So for which one you really need to have good mentors. And I've again been lucky to have worked with some of the best minds in the Indian real estate space. So a big thank you to the mentors that I've worked with all this while in my journey in real estate. And lastly, you just can't excel in your work life unless you have a strong backing of your family back home. So I would like to thank my parents, my wife for constantly being there while I'm here at work. They manage things back home. So a big thank you to them as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. It was so good to hear that from you. And I felt like I just read a short book on leadership while hearing you. It was so amazing to hear you. Thank you. With that, can we move ahead to the next winners, AV, and let's have a look.
Also making it to the prestigious list of Realty Plus 40 Under 40, a dynamic leader sharing his knowledge and empowering the entire industry. The award goes to Dr. Mohit Ram Singhani, Chief Sales Officer, Runwal Group.
Hello, Dr. Mohit. Congratulations to you on winning the award.
Hi, Libby. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you, jury and Team Realty Plus, to select me for the 40 Under 40. And that this is my second time. And I look forward to keep on contributing towards real estate sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It feels so amazing to hear when our winners say that it's the second time, it's the third time, this is our third edition, and we just hope and wish that all of you keep supporting the whole concept of Realty Plus Awards year after year. Thank you once again, everyone, for your wholehearted support to us. On that note, let's move ahead to our next winner, and can we please have the AV?
Next, meet another remarkable young lady who continues to raise the bar in the real estate industry. The award goes to Mudra Vedhikar, co-founder and CEO, Sion Technologies LLP.
A very good evening and welcome, Ms. Mudra. Congratulations on winning this award on your remarkable journey. We would love to hear some words from you as you win this award.
Thank you so much, Lippy. I want to thank Realty Plus and the esteemed jury, firstly, to award such a prestigious honor of 40 Under 40. It's really encouraging for all of us to win such awards, to keep continuing doing all the good work in real estate. And I want to also thank the entire team of Estatement, who not only work relentlessly, but have made us possible to achieve each and every award that we have been achieving over the last 6 years. So I think teamwork is the only thing that we keep going with. Also, I want to congratulate all other winners today. I think it's a really good boost for all of us to keep going. Thank you so much, Lippy.
Thank you so much. And you have a lovely smile, and I can feel the joy you have right now, though we are sitting virtually over here. Once again, congratulations to you and your entire team. On that note, let's march ahead to our next winner. And can we please have the AV?
Exceptional individual. Introducing our next winner, leading the way as the Managing Director of Dharmadev Infrastructure Private Limited. The award goes to Neil Thakkar, Managing Director, Dharmadev Infrastructure Limited.
We congratulate Mr. Thakkar and the entire group of Dharmadev. He's not present over here right now with us, but we send the congratulatory wishes to him and the entire team. Let's now march ahead and see who is the winner. She is an emerging leader as well, and has a lot of integrity and has just changed the whole environment of the realty sector. Can we please have the
Meet our emerging leader, a beacon of transparency, integrity and social responsibility in transaction. And the award goes to Neha Chaudhary, Associate Director, Leasing Agency, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited.
Lippy.
Very good evening. Oh my God, I am loving the smile you have on your face right now. Trust me,
I,
it is just.
I don't need to tell you how thrilled I am to receive this award. I think my smile is and happiness is speaking volumes. But yeah, I would like
Indeed.
to I would really like to thank Realty Plus and the jury members for considering me worthy of this award. I would also want to thank my firm, Cushman and Wakefield, all my colleagues, friends, and mentors who gave me so many opportunities to learn, grow, and excel. And yeah, I look forward to doing, more and more good work and being recognized in the future also. And yeah, congratulations to all the other winners.
Thank you so much. Keep smiling like that, and wishing you all the best for future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that happiness and smile, let's move ahead to our next winner. And can we please have the AV?
Announcing our next winner, a champion of delight and transparency in the marketing profession. And the award goes to Nikhil Davda, Senior General Manager, Marketing, Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited.
And like the AV says, we have the champion of delight with us over here, Mr. Nikhil Davda. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much. And thank you for the recognition to Realty Plus. Such honors are usually not achieved without support of plenty of other people and organizations. So I'm extremely grateful to every team member of mine at Mahindra Life Spaces. And this one is dedicated to my entire organization. It's my way of giving back to them. And I really look forward to bringing value to the sector, which to my mind isn't just about buildings. It's about crafting homes, communities, and building sustainable developments like we at Mahindra Life Spaces have been doing since quite a few years. So thank you once again, and congratulations to all the other winners as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to your entire team as well.
Thank you.
All right, so as we are celebrating and recognizing the efforts of winners over here in the real estate segment, let's have a look at the next AV and see who is the next winner.
Next up, celebrating a visionary pioneering the future of workspaces. And the award goes to Pratap Murali, Head of Business, Work Easy Space Solutions Private Limited. Work Easy.
Congratulations, Pratap Murli, and I believe you are present over here with us, and let's hear the winner's speech from you today.
Hi, Lippy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Realty Plus team, for honoring me with this award, 40 under 40 for real estate. I would like to give a big shout out to my Work Easy team, who's worked very, very hard the last 2 years to help us grow 5-folds, and the phenomenal work that they put in. And my managing director, Mr. Sunil Reddy, for giving me the opportunity to make sure and trust me with whatever I've done. Last but not the least, this award goes to my family, who's been the backbone of everything that I've done. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those words, and I hope you and your team grow from 5-folds to 15-folds in coming future. Thank you once again, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's march ahead and let us see who is the next visionary who wins the award in 40 under 40 Realty Plus Awards. Let's have a look at the AV.
Next, celebrating a visionary on a mission to democratize real estate for everyone. And the award goes to Praveen Venkatapati, Zonal Sales Head and General Manager, Brigade Enterprises Limited.
Hi, Praveen. Congratulations to you. I can already feel the energy over here, though it's virtual. I can see how excited and thrilled you are. Let's hear some words from you.
Thank you, Lippy. I think thanks to you to maintain that energy throughout this ceremony. So it's been a pleasure. So first of all, thanks to Realty Plus and the jury members for conferring this prestigious award to me. And a huge shout out to all those who have contributed in my professional life so far. Of course, my family members, my mentors, my current and past team members, and of course the management here at Brigade. It's been a great journey, and look forward to contributing more to the society as well as the company. And congratulations to all the winners. I think it's a great congregation of stellar performers on one platform. So yeah, thank you once again. Congrats to everyone.
Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best for the future endeavors.
Thank you.
On that note, we still have a lot of winners coming up over here. So everybody who's present, please keep smiling. Please keep applauding for all your friends and colleagues from the industry. And moving ahead, let's have a look at the next AD and see who's the winner.
Our next winner is a serial entrepreneur, leading the voice in new generation co-working spaces. And the award goes to Puneet Garg, Country Head Real Estate, We Work India.
Congratulations to Puneet, and I believe he is present over here with us. And let's hear the winner's words, the winner's speech over here from him.
Hi, Lippy. Thank you. First of all, thank you to Realty Plus and the jury. Many congratulations to all the participants and the winners. I think it's an amazing industry, and I'm very happy to be with this group today. Do want to thank all my coworkers across organizations that I've worked with. I definitely want to thank WeWork India. I think it's an amazing bunch of people, and I'm very proud of working with them, and I'm very grateful to them. And lastly, my family, I think they just give me all the energy to just continue in this industry. So thanks everyone, and many congratulations.
Thank you so much for those words, and wishing you all the best for your future projects. Let's march ahead to the next leader and let us have a look who is the winner over here. The next leader is, can we please have the AV?
Next is a leader of fearless determination, taking bold strides in the pursuit of excellence. And the award goes to Rahil Gibran, National Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank India Private Limited.
Congratulations to Mr. Rahil. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Lippy. Wonderful job done by you. Thank you, Realty Plus, for the recognition. It's an honor to be a part of this coveted list. Who doesn't love awards? And this is perhaps one of the most coveted lists. I want to thank my excellent team who bring in a lot of passion each day, my professional mentors, and of course, Knight Frank. What we've done here along with the team is truly amazing, and I owe it all to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your appreciation, and congratulations once again to you and your entire team. All right, let's introduce our next winner, who is a new age entrepreneur, and let's have a look at the AV.
Introducing our next winner, a new age entrepreneur, disruptive strategist, and pioneer of sui generis luxury. And the award goes to Reha Patel, co-founder, Color Gate Collective.
Congratulations to Ms. Reha Patel. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Hi, it's Reha Patel, co-founder of Color Gate Collective.
It's an honor to have our vision and passion for the Kala Gate series of luxury residences in Alibag celebrated at the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards. I want to thank the jury and congratulate everyone, all of the fellow awardees at the show today.
Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best.
You too.
We would also like to take a moment and thank all our jury members who took out time from their busy schedules to actually select our winners over here. And now is the evening when we are celebrating their hard work and dedication. On that note, let's continue with the next set of winner. And can we please have the AV?
Next, celebrating a go-getter with a vision, driving success today and tomorrow. And the award goes to Rishabh Jain, founder Stallion Build Tech.
Hello.
Hi, Rishabh. Congratulations to you and your entire team.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Reality Plus, for the award. I would like to thank my team and my mentors for the same. Hope to be a part of many more events to come and do our best. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. We look forward to your support in the coming up events as well. With that, let's march ahead and see who is the next inspirational winner over here. And can we please have the AV?
Our next inspirational winner is a seasoned marketer, growth alchemist and perpetual learner. And the award goes to Rohit Nagpal, General Manager Marketing, NYK Laticrete.
Congratulations to Rohit and the entire team. He's currently not present over here virtually with us, but the entire team of Realty Plus sends all the good wishes to him and his team. With that, let's move ahead to our next winner, a versatile winner, a problem solver, and I don't want to talk too much about, but can we please have the AV and get to know his name?
Next up is a versatile winner, organized, creative problem solver and master at leading cross-functional teams. And the award goes to Ram S. Raheja, Managing Director, S. Raheja Realty.
Hi Ram, congratulations to you and the team of S. Raheja Realty.
Thank you so much, Realty Plus. Always a pleasure to be on these panels with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations once again.
Take care.
All right, with that, let's march ahead and see who is our next winner over here. He has extreme passion for real estate and hence truly deserves to be the winner over here. Can we please have him?
Presenting our next winner, rooted in a profound passion for real estate. The award goes to Sahil Kapoor, Director, Keller Williams, Delhi NCR.
Thank you so
Hi
much, Lippy.
Sahil, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Realty Plus. It's been a long association with you. And it's my pleasure to receive this award from Realty Plus. Thank you to the jury members. Thank you to the Realty Plus team. And congratulations to all the other winners as well. Real estaters like my extended family. Look forward to connect with many of you on the social forums now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And while everybody's joining over here and sharing their winner speech, a humble request to please stay with us till the end. We just have few more winners to be announced, and we want to take a beautiful, memorable group picture, a winner's picture. So please be with us for few more minutes as we have more winners coming up over here and sharing their joy. With that, let's march ahead and see who is the next innovator. Can we please have the AV?
Next up is a visionary innovator using technology to improve lives and inspire change. And the award goes to Saurabh Vohra, CEO and founder, Alive.
Hi, Saurabh. Good evening. It is just so good to see that you have been using technology to inspire changes and improve lives. We would love to hear some words from you as you win this award this evening.
First of all, thank you, Realty Plus and the jury for this award. It's a great honor to get this award, and as my fellow winners have said, I think so. It's a great validation of what we guys are trying to do at Alive, solving the larger problem. And obviously, without the team, it wouldn't have been possible. So everyone works very hard to, kind of build a venture. And when we get awards like this, it just motivates us further to work harder, and many more to come, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. Wishing you all the best. All right, let's march ahead and let us see who is the next driven, passionate entrepreneur we have over here. Can we please have the next AV?
Let's give a round of applause for our next winner, who is driven to create value for businesses and people. The award goes to Takshay Bansal, Joint Managing Director, Dorset Industries Private Limited.
Hi, good evening, Takshay. Welcome.
Good
and
evening.
Congratulations. Hi.
Good evening. I would like to thank Reality Plus team and the esteemed jury for awarding me with this prestigious award. It's an honor to receive this award alongside my colleagues from the real estate industry. I dedicate this award to my team, and I thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words. Well, before we march ahead to our next winner, a humble request to all of you to stay with us till the end. And please do not forget to tag us on social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And with that, let's march ahead and see who is the next personality who wins the award. Can we please have the AV?
Also making it to the prestigious list of Realty Plus 40 Under 40 is our next personality. The award goes to Tarun Senani, co-founder, House Easy.
We congratulate the entire team of House EC over here winning this award. Tarun is not present over here, but we have Sugandha Tiwari over here who is accepting the award. And can we please hear some words on behalf of Tarun?
Hi, thank you, Lipi. Thank you, Team Realty Plus. And Tarun sir could not join, so I'll be accepting the award on his behalf. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, we have a few more awards to be given, and I'm sure everybody's excited to see who are those winners. And can we please have the next AV and see who's the next winner?
Next up is a trailblazer revolutionizing community management with first-of-its-kind property consultants. And the award goes to Vivek Rathi, Director Research, Knight Frank India Private Limited.
Congratulations to the team of Knight Frank on winning this award.
Hi,
I
Lippy.
believe
Good
you. Hi,
afternoon.
Vivek.
Good afternoon to everyone of the group here. Thank you, Realty Plus and the jury members for this award. I'm extremely grateful for this honor of the professional award. This wouldn't have been possible without the support of my colleagues, team members, mentors, and my family members. And therefore, it's truly a team award. The teams who worked with me in the current role as well as in the past. So many of the ex-colleagues have also contributed to this success. So recognizing all of that, thank you so much. Would also like to thank my organization, Knight Frank, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to the industry and make an impact. Awards like these further push to kind of extend beyond the boundaries that I have created for myself. And therefore, thank you and humbled at the instance of receiving this award. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for those words and congratulations to you and the entire team once again. All right, so we have few more winners and let's have a look at the next AV and see who's the winner.
Next, we have a dynamic young achiever. And the award goes to Rushank Mehta, Chief Executive Officer, Ground Holding Realty Private Limited.
Hi,
Lippy.
Rushank.
Good evening.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for the award and grateful to receive the same. And congratulations to you to keep up the energy till the fag end.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all my co-participants who have won this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those words and we wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we've almost come to the end, but we have one last and final award to be given. So please have your excitement levels on cloud 100 now. And can we please have the AV of the next winner?
Our final award for the evening goes to a power woman trailblazer, championing innovation, critical thinking, and energetic sales and marketing in a traditional industry. The award goes to Vyoma Pandit, co-founder, Flow Realty.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for staying till the end. And thank you Realty Plus, everyone in the jury. This award is not just for me, it's for everybody at Flow. So thanks to my entire team at Flow. Thanks so much to my amazing co-founder Arun. Thanks so much to a lot of industry well-wishers who have helped me get here. And of course, all the amazing friends and my family for sticking around and helping me do whatever I've been doing. And once again, thanks so much for this amazing function, this amazing opportunity. We all had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. Congratulations once again. And we hope you keep climbing the ladder of success. Wow, with that, we've come to the closing of the third Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards 2023, and we just didn't realize how the time flew. Once again, heartiest congratulations to all the winners over here. You have totally made the industry proud with your dedication and performance. I know it's a time for a group picture, but please do not forget to tag us on social media. Once again, our handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter. And for Instagram, it's RP_Realty. Thank you again for taking out time. We would now like to have a group picture, a humble request to everyone. Please switch on your cameras so that we can click a lovely, memorable picture of all of you together. Let's have a winner's picture. So can we please request everybody to switch on their cameras for just 15 seconds while our technical team, our backend team will click a photo of all of you. We're going to take 5 to 10 seconds while everybody just switches on their camera, sets up their hair, smiles. So on the count of 3, let's give a big and bright smile. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Okay, I hope that we managed to get a lovely picture over here today. Thank you once again who took out time to be present over here. Thank you to all the team members as well of each and every company and brand who joined us over here. Your participation and presence has made this evening truly memorable. We wish you a lot of health, happiness, and well-being, and we look forward to seeing you soon and having a delightful opportunity of connecting in person. Thank you. This is your host, Lippy Goyal, signing off. Please take care. Bye-bye.
For Realty Plus, I've always had very, very positive words. I mean, you are the beacon of the Indian real estate industry. The team that is there in Realty Plus is perhaps the best that I have seen across any other industry as well, given the knowledge, the commitment, and the engagement that team has. For the Indian real estate industry, I think we're in good times, and we hope that this will continue for a very long period.